Let's try go live. Let's see if that works. Waiting for Vast Vision. Is it working now? There we go. Okay. All right. All right. We're very late. I apologize. I misclicked one button. Anyway, let's try that from the top. Welcome everyone to Campfire Stories 2024. Apologize for the delay, but here we are. Yeah, this is really about getting storytellers together. Vast Vision has created a Discord. You can check the link in the YouTube video to head over there if you want to be part of the live chat. We're reaching out and talking to a bunch of storytellers. We're working with Aurora Punks. We're shooting from their beautiful studio here in Stockholm in Södermalm. And they're an indie games publisher who helps indie crews get their games off the ground, and very much in the spirit of what we're trying to do, bringing a bunch of cool people together to do some jazz and some storytelling. So before I go on for too long, let's introduce our first guest, Ola Lindholm, who I met randomly at a party in far north Sweden, in I get Skellefteå, which I've never properly said. Everyone,
Skellefteå.
Skellefteå. Anyway,
you're all right. You're okay.
And it was also at Nordsken, which I also don't say very well either. But
Nordsken.
Nordsken.
Do you know what it means?
I don't.
Nordsken. It's what do you call it in English? When the sky turns green, and it's called.
Oh, literally Aurora. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Yes, of course, Aurora. Yeah.
Okay.
Nordsken.
Well, there we go. There we go. And I you'll notice I picked in the background this way, Volgar the Viking. Maybe you can't see it very well, but there's a video game system behind me, and I look for one that might be appropriate for you. So I guess your Viking heritage. I don't know. That's all I got.
Yeah. I should be.
Yeah. So anyway, Ola, we want to kick this thing off where I met you at a gaming business convention about almost 2 years ago now, and I found you had such an interesting story, and you're a writer, you're an author, you work in television as a producer, and you've been in the kind of the Swedish scene here your whole life. So I'm kind of curious, growing up in Sweden, what is it like being a storyteller, and how did that all start for you?
Oh, that's a big question. Well, for me, really it started when I was young. Let's define storyteller first. What is a storyteller? Sure. Yeah, all of us are storytellers in some way.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
But what I find is there's some people that are better storytellers than others.
That's true.
I guess. But for me, it started with being on stage at a young age in southern parts of Sweden. We had a house. We had a club, I guess you can say. In Sweden, we used to have these non-drugs and alcoholic cultural clubs, where all kids could come and play music and play theater and everything.
Yeah.
And every town had one in the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah.
And in my town, it was quite a good one and a big one. And instead of whatever kids do nowadays, we hanged out at this house, and there was adults there. They were playing music, and they invited us in and let us be a part of the cultural scene in our little small town. So that's where it started. And since I chose the trumpet as a music instrument at a very early age, I didn't really fit in with other musicians,
Right.
My punk friends that was playing guitar. And sitting by the campfire, when you were 16 years old and 15 years old, and you want to impress girls.
Right.
you took out a guitar. I took out a trumpet. Yeah, so so I got into
How'd that work for you?
not at all, not at all. So I got into a little bit of theater and stuff like that.
Okay.
And in Sweden, we have something called a New Year's review, where the local theater ensemble jokes about the year that has been.
Okay.
So you set up this show, and there's jokes. It's a review.
Yeah.
And a local band is playing, and everybody's coming there, and it's local issues you make fun of. And
Right.
so when I was 15, 16 years old, I was part of that, and part of that was writing the jokes and writing the skits and stuff like that. So that's how I got started.
Okay. So, and where did you grow up? In the city? Did you grow up in a small town?
Well, in a small town in Blekinge, in the southern part of Sweden.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just a small little shit town.
I mean, it feels like, my daughter, we live in Stockholm, and it feels like there is a really nice theater. Like, it's an important thing, I feel like, in the culture even now. Like, you can find so many programs for kids to get into, which is wild.
In Stockholm.
Yeah, in Stockholm. Yeah. And then even just like talking to other people from different parts of the country, it feels like that's always accessible to people, which is, I think, kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well, I guess Sweden has been very, very good at involving kids in culture. In many ways, in theater and music and so forth. So we've had many opportunities.
Yeah.
But I find but me growing up here, I've seen a decline in this.
Okay.
In small towns, unfortunately, because everybody was allowed in to play at musikskolan, the music school.
Yeah.
That every county had a music school. It was their own house, and everybody could come there and play.
Wow.
And it was free for everybody, so everybody could. And they're cutting down on that more and more and more. And now there's not a house in every town,
Right.
but the teachers, come to school, and it's being a part of school instead, and then it's not so much fun anymore. And
Yeah. It's progress, right?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
you did theater when you were 15, 16. It was at a time when you kind of figured this is something I really want to do, or was there a clear path to that for you?
No, it's still not. I never knew what I wanted to do. I'm 53 now. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea, really. I guess it's just the way that was laid down in front of me.
Yeah.
At every turn, I seem to take that turn that way, and it ended up being my career in many ways.
So
and it's been, yeah.
So we didn't kind of properly do the intro, I suppose. I mean, we talked about how we met, but why don't you kind of talk a little bit? We'll kind of go back to how you got there, but why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are and kind of what you're up to, and what maybe in Sweden. I know you from our conversations, but maybe what people should know about you.
Yeah. If you have no idea about me, which you shouldn't have if you're like watching this from North America, if you didn't live in Wapakoneta, Ohio in 1987, I was an exchange student.
It'd be amazing if there was one person who did.
Yeah, it would. It would. No, so I don't know really what I am. I'm a lot of things. I'm an author. I've written 9 children's books. I'm a producer for television. I've been a host for television for a long time. I did that for like 15, 20 years. I've done, the biggest shows in Sweden, Melody Festival, and I've done shows, but I'm probably most recognized from children's shows, big children's shows. And I've been writing for stage, and I've been directing, and whatever comes my way. I never want to do things twice.
Okay.
which is a problem because you never get better at what you do then. So you do it once, you do it once, and then I have to move on.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like I get bored.
yeah.
So I'm like starting over my career
yeah.
after every contract.
I'm a kindred spirit with that, man. I don't last too long in one place.
No.
Okay, so yeah, you had a theater background, and then you say you've just kind of been rolling along and taking things as they come. What was those early years like after you finished gymnasiet and moved on into the next phase?
Yeah, what really happened was I moved up to Stockholm. I moved into a friend's apartment. He played the guitar.
Of course.
And I had very long hair and I couldn't play anything, so I played the washboard. And I was charming.
Oh yeah.
I could hardly keep the beat.
Right.
So we had a duo. And we're playing not venues.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, very small, like pizzerias and pubs in Stockholm for black money in the pocket.
Yeah.
For a while. And then he had a friend who worked in television, and they were looking for somebody to just present shows on a small channel in Sweden at that time.
Okay.
And they tipped about me, that long-haired guy that speaks funny.
Plays the washboard.
I do in Swedish. In Swedish, I have a recognizable way of speaking. So they called me up and said, "Do you want to try for television?" And I said, "Well, I don't have any money, so does it pay?" And I got the job, and
wow.
And that's how it started. And then I moved on to another small channel, which was like the equivalent of MTV in Sweden.
Yeah.
Called the ZTV.
Yeah.
We had MTV, but we also had our own MTV. That was a crazy time with a lot of crazy brains with no control doing television. That was out of control. It was fun. And that's my school, really. So
okay, so that time when you were working for this music channel, what was that all about for you? When you were in that place, what were you wanting to do? Like, why did you see an opportunity there?
Well, I don't know if I saw an opportunity. It was a job, and it was my. It's like I think, when you have a brain that's never more than 1 hour ahead of you, or and you don't remember anything.
Yeah.
Going back, you're just in it.
Yeah.
But what I remember is that I felt that I was in the right place, and that I understood the media, and I understood what I had to do and what we had to do to make people react emotionally to what we did. And I never learned that, and nobody taught me that.
That's interesting.
It was an intuition thing. And I think that's the case for many people, many storytellers.
Yeah.
They have an intuition about it. They know it. They can go to classes, they can go to, and learn about this and that. And
yeah.
But in the end, it's an intuition thing. You have to know what makes people tick or make people react emotionally. And if you do that, you can do almost anything.
I mean, is that something that you think you discovered when you were working in that channel, or was this something you kind of knew all along about yourself? Like you had this way of interacting with people?
No, I discovered that, I guess.
Yeah.
Because the first job I got when they found me with my long hair and everybody hated me, and somebody, you didn't get emails at that time. You got real written letters. People sat down and wrote with pen and paper, "I hate your fucking guts. Get out of my screen."
That doesn't feel very Swedish to me, but it does at the same time because it's a letter. So I guess it kind of does.
And they didn't sign it.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Yeah. But what I learned then, because I did somebody else's script.
Okay.
I was still, I was 20 years old, and they told me, you get a paycheck if you say this. It's funny. I never thought it was funny, but who am I to,
Right.
you know? So I did it, and everybody hated it. And then I got to this other channel, and I said, nobody's writing my script. I'll do it.
Nice.
And then suddenly I got a whole different reaction. So I guess that's what led me to believe that I might know something.
And how long were you at this at the ZTV?
I was there for 4 years, and did a lot of shows. I did well, I was a VJ.
Okay.
And, I did talk show. You did everything.
Yeah.
I did a show where we reviewed movies. So I saw in 96 and 97, I saw all the movies that came out, all of them. And we reviewed them in our show.
Nice.
So I was a movie reviewer.
Yeah.
at 26 years old, and
Yeah.
and we had a lot of fun doing that. But so I saw all the movies those years. I know everything about the movies coming out in 96 and 97.
That's amazing. I think there's so much, obviously it's that idea of just kind of doing wild things and kind of that energy is something you do when you're younger. But I really feel like even as I get older, I really want to return that. Like, this is kind of part of why I want to do this, is like get really interesting people together, and who knows what can happen out of it, and what kind of cool new art thing can jam out of it. And yeah, we get, I worked in the games industry for I don't know, 4 years, and I found like people are all separated. Like the artists stay over there, the writers, you stay over there. And it kind of feels like kind of anti-creative explosion, So I like that idea of that energy where you guys are just kind of, I like it's like a renegade, right? You're just doing, and no one's stopping you. Like no one's checking in on it. It's just pure chaos. I love that.
And if you're 45, 50 years old in Sweden today, you know about ZTV, and you know what that was. It was Renegade TV, just as you say. It was, and a lot of people that were showcased in ZTV and worked there are now, big time hosts or producer, are some of the most creative people in television today.
Wow. Does that because I'm not super in touch with like the, I know SVT and stuff like that, but do you think that exists now in the Swedish culture and entertainment? Like, is there a pocket of that exists in the Swedish zeitgeist of a bunch of renegades doing what you guys did? Do you think?
Not in television. That's YouTube.
Yeah.
All the YouTubers and the crazy gangs that put together a channel, and they use their phones or a small camera and they just do stuff. That's where it's happening today. But we were YouTube back then,
right?
And we did it, and somebody paid us to do it.
Did you guys ever get in any trouble for some of the stuff you did? Like, was there reactions to maybe some over the top stuff?
No, not really. I mean, it was, it was youth against really old people, and and we didn't. I never read a review or I was never interested in what happened outside the four walls of this TV station.
Right.
We were just having a drink for 4 years and turning on the camera.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. But what you're talking about, what I'm reacting to when you're, with this Campfire Stories and everything you're trying to achieve, it seems just like, you want to go back in time.
Right.
Or create a place that's more similar to what we had 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Where people had to collaborate and in another way than they do today. Everything's been streamlined, and everything has to, make money.
Right.
Nowadays, if it doesn't make money, it shouldn't be there.
And what do you think about that? Like, what are your thoughts on how that's happening? Because I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, this is definitely why we're doing stuff like this, is to like free people up again to realize, anything is possible. There's so many avenues for creative people now. And I think coming
Yeah.
together gives us those opportunities. But what are your thoughts about that? Like, obviously you're seeing it. What do you think is kind of behind it? Have you thought about, I guess not solutions, but have you thought about that topic in general?
Well, I don't have any solutions. I wish I
Oh, then
did.
get off the channel. No, just kidding.
Yeah, I would be rich, wouldn't I? No, but what I find is that, the creative space is more, has walls around it nowadays, somehow, because everything is business
Yeah.
in one way or the other. So you don't talk about it, and you don't, and you have to protect what you're doing, and because there's so many people doing it, so you have to protect. Everybody's so protective.
Yeah.
I'm working. I told you before we went live here that I'm producing a big show about
Yeah.
for ABBA's 50th anniversary
Yeah.
here in Sweden. It's a big live show. We have 15 musical acts, and if I had done this 20 years ago, if I had done the 30th anniversary of ABBA, I would have no problem, calling up all the artists.
Yeah.
And say, hey, do you want to be a part of this, or don't you? Oh, just come in for a meeting. Hey, let's jam and see what we're going to do. Today, there's layers and layers of people, and there's teams around young artists, and so you don't reach them in the same way. And
Interesting.
in some ways, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because everything that comes out is very good, but sometimes it's overproduced and you have to let your mind free a little bit.
Interesting.
So I guess that goes for all types of storytelling. Music is storytelling, but it goes for everything, and I think it's sad, and because it's not as fun as it used to be.
Yeah, it is weird how
But
this is something that I've been thinking about a lot too. Like one of the term like IP, intellectual property,
yeah,
like how it's starting to make it harder and harder to tell stories because people say, well, that's mine. I own that one. You can't come across that line. And I think the whole Campfire Stories really thing came about of like, we used to sit around fires thousands of years ago, and that was the only stories we got was when somebody like came through town and was, a traveling storyteller.
yeah.
But like nowadays it would be like if that person was telling a story at a campfire, a lawyer would show up and say, "Hey, you can't tell that. We own that one." It's like a weird thing, and it's really pervading the society. I was what's this artist name? He's a Canadian artist. He's one of the biggest in the world right now. I'm old, so I don't remember his name, but he got sued because he was using a drum beat that somebody else used. And I'm like, we can actually sue for like, you can't go but a bup bup bup. That's mine. It's like, what are we living in? This is a nightmare.
We're going to be sued by AI soon because we're using quotes from AI.
Right.
Yeah, they're coming for us.
It's dystopian.
Yeah. But then again, storytelling is universal, and it's been the same for forever.
Yeah.
And we need it, and it's going to keep going, and people are going to tell stories.
Yeah.
And someday the IP is going to blow up in our faces, and we can just get back to having a good time.
And not fearing the story lawyers.
Yeah, I have a lot of stories that I'm never going to get off the ground, that I just want to give out to people, but and let them have some fun with it and see if something happens.
Yeah, I mean that's this project I'm working on right now. I don't want to talk about my projects, but just really about this idea of what you said earlier about being afraid of sharing stuff because that person, people are going to steal it and they're going to do it before me. And I think that's kind of what IP law has really taught us, that you can't trust people and share. But this project I'm working on now, it was just going to be a comic book, and these two musicians wanted to see what we're working on, and they liked us. They started writing music in it, and if if I was like, well, how do I split the IP so we all get a share and all, and I'm like, oh, yeah, we just went with it, and man, it's been like a lot of fun. I don't know who owns it. We're all making it together. We'll see at the end what this thing is, but that's where I want to go. Like that's where I want to go back to.
Yeah.
Is that free flow and just yeah, let people in, and stuff that I'm telling is far more interesting when someone who's had a different life experience comes in and adds their angle to it,
Yeah.
and that's why stories are better when they're with a group of people, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, but people are not as generous anymore. I feel,
Yeah,
and if we could get back to generosity, I think that's a good thing in storytelling and in working together. If we
yeah,
just can stop being so protective and just have some fun, but that is hard too,
yeah,
because because you have to know that.
yeah,
When you meet somebody, you have to, are we generous to each other, or are
right,
we making a business together?
yeah.
And that's so it's hard, but you need to go there. You know what's happening to a Swedish guy that never speaks English when he's spoken for half an hour? Your mouth is getting a little bit tired. It's because it's different muscles. It's different muscles.
We could switch to Swedish, but that would be a
No, no, no,
disaster.
no, no, no. I love it. I love it. And but it's fun because storytelling, because this is also storytelling.
Yeah,
In some way, we're telling a story in this interview.
yeah,
When you're not talking in your native tongue,
yeah,
search for words all the time. Before you speak it, you search for the word,
oh, yeah.
and which ends up being not as good a story as it could be. You
Right.
know,
Well,
and
I
it's
think you're doing fine. This is
yeah,
like,
yeah. No, I'm having fun. I'm
yeah.
having fun.
Yeah, I mean, how often do you speak English? I always just assume because like when everywhere I go, even if I try to speak in Swedish, they just switch to English because my accent is so obvious, and they're like, I don't want to
Yeah.
speak Swedish with you. I mean, how often are you speaking English?
Well, hardly ever.
Really?
So I don't know. I'm making an app right now because I'm a middle-aged media man, so I have to make an app.
Got to make an app, yeah.
Yeah, so see if I can just cash out uh, and sit by the campfire and tell stories.
Right, right.
Uh,
Is that the
so
way to do it? Now you
and
just got to make an
yeah, and
app.
the developer who's writing the code
Yeah,
is Syrian and speaks English. Uh, and we're talking about in English. His English is okay.
yeah,
My English is okay.
yeah.
But then we have to talk about technical stuff doing an app, and we're talking like this all the time. So this app is like it could have taken 3
Yeah,
months.
yeah. I don't think you're gonna be able to retire it on it all.
No, 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 no. It's coming out in a month or so. So we're getting there now. So
Okay, okay. Well, what's this app about? What's the hope for it here?
uh, well, it's really you know it's an app for people with ADHD.
Hmm.
Uh, with lists and calendars that are more suitable for people with ADHD. That's a
Okay.
little bit calmer and a little bit cool,
Yeah.
a little bit more. Uh, that's what it is.
Okay.
Hopefully, it's
It's like a planning, like kind of
yeah. There's thousands of planning apps out there, but
yeah.
I didn't find the one I needed, so I built it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
That's a good sign, Make what you
yeah,
love.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. So okay,
No,
so go ahead.
that's one thing about storytelling.
Mm,
Really. If you're confident enough and you have some experience, you will end up knowing, that if I need it, or if I enjoy it, or if I laugh at it, or if I cry at it
yeah,
because of it, or if I get excited, other people will feel the same thing.
that's true.
And
Absolutely.
that's really key, I think, for storytellers,
Yeah,
that they keep close to their own feelings,
yeah,
and they don't try to what do you call it, calculate what people should feel or think or in a story. But if they feel it, other people are going to feel it.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, it's, you know, I in a lot of time in my career, I had a pretty big successful hit in comics like 10 years ago, and I kept on trying to recapture that, and I wasn't making stuff that I needed to or that I was passionate about, but like I got to make that thing again. And you know, I think it's only been recently where I've made something really from my heart, and it really does, that energy just like, I find that it actually, it attracts the right people to you. You know,
Yes.
if it resonates with them, they want to be part of it. But it also, if people, they're like, I don't get what this is. This is weird. That's also interesting, because you're like, those people
Yes.
clearly, this isn't for them. And especially when you're trying to build a team or trying to get something new off the ground, it's so cool that it works that way. And at least I'm enjoying that process again of finding people that really get what I'm trying to do. But it is kind of from that passionate place, not from the cynical, how do I market this thing?
No.
That's for
No.
later.
And I mean, everybody knows this. We know this. We've known this for, you know, for the duration of storytelling.
Yeah.
But you have to reinvent or refeel that, or and every new storyteller has to find that place when they believe that what they feel is what the audience feel.
Yeah.
And go with that and be honest and genuine about it. And if you don't, it's not going to be it's not going to be as good. That's what's happening with Marvel.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Yeah.
But you know,
there's no passion.
it's not calculated. The first movies they're not calculated in that sense. They felt it. Oh, we love this. You know, and now they're losing it, and it's because they're calculating the scripts. And
it's not like a passion project for anyone doing it. They're like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. Get my paycheck.
yeah.
So you're also an author, and I just this topic made me think of your books Kung Pao, because I know you and Johan have talked about, like, you guys talk with a lot of passion about that book, and it really feels like it comes from a place, like, first of all, like, you can tell us a bit about it, and then it really does feel like it's a fun book for you guys. And tell me a bit about why that is.
Yeah. So Kung Pao is it's a story about a 12-year-old boy, of course, with no parents. It's the easiest way to tell a story. That gets trained by this master of Kung Pao. To be the greatest agent in the world, and they face the biggest villains in the world. So that's about it. But the fun story behind it is, and I don't know if you know this character, but there's a book series, and they made one movie, a book series in America, which is called The Destroyer. In the 80s.
No.
It was, you know, what we called, you know, paperback books, cheap books, and called The Destroyer. And the hero's name is Remo. I think there's a movie called Remo.
Really?
Destroyer. And I know that if somebody listening to this, somebody is going, and we just stole that book. We just stole it. So we just, because I read 80 of those.
Wow.
There's like 160 of them. And when I was in my 20s, I read like 80 of those.
Wow.
And it was an American ex-cop that died and came back and was trained by a master of from North Korea, a master of Sinanju.
Yeah.
It was called there. And I loved those. And one day I was walking around, what should I write for like 12-year-old boys?
Yeah.
Remember that book? And I said, let's do that, but for kids. So I just stole the backstory and everything.
An homage.
An homage. And wrote about that. So, and that was very fun because, you know, Swedish literature for kids is very, very, very good, and it's lots of it, and it's a big, but it tends to be about feelings and
Yes.
serious stuff, and
Yes.
that's really important. And we've grown up, and there's only Astrid Lindgren,
Yeah.
that,
Right.
you know, and she's the pinnacle of everything.
Yeah.
And what we wanted to do was like, can we just turn Die Hard into a kid's book and have some fucking fun, and just don't they don't have to feel anything
Right.
except laughing
Yeah.
and a little bit of excitement. They don't have to learn anything. They don't have to, it's not about friendship or
Right.
losing somebody, or just have some fun. And that's why
What was
very fun.
what was the reaction when you started pitching that around? Like, was there a kind of a reservation about doing something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went up to the biggest publishing company, which is Bonnier, and I had published 2 books before that. That was really heartfelt and
Okay.
Swedish, and in that sense. And we said, okay, we want to write a book series about a 12-year-old guy that solves every problem with violence. It's gotta be fun. Let's go. and they were like, what? And only women, of course,
Yeah.
in the company. And we told them, well, let's if you want to make boys read something new, and we want to make a book that could lie beside the video game and look like it belongs in the same world.
Yeah.
And that is easy and fast to read and just gets your juices flowing.
And what's the respect? I mean, I'm sure you've talked to young boys that have read it. What's their feelings about it?
No, they the guys that read it love it. So
Yeah.
and they have fun with it. And the master of Kung Pao, he's 135 years old and he's addicted to his phone. So that he's really the child,
Right.
and 12-year-old is really the adult.
Yeah.
So they love it. So and that's fun.
Yeah. No, it's funny. I bought the first book for my daughter to read, and she doesn't like reading just straight up books. She likes like comics or manga. She's big into manga. But then I was like, well, I'm going to read this book. So I think I messaged you or tagged you. I'm like, yes. I'm reading your book, and I'm like, every word that I don't know, I write down in an English. I think I got to like the 4th page, and I really need to get back to it, because to be honest, it actually helped. It actually helped.
Yeah.
Like it's a simpler language for me, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to learn a language, you should read children's books.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a good way. Yeah.
Yeah, I think your writing buddy, his name's Johan, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like, well, you're going to learn this, the most important words, which is a rhinoceros machine guns on his back.
Yeah, right. But that was fun too. When you build your own world, and everybody knows that, you can go wherever you want.
Yeah, totally.
You can have a villain that have stolen all the gorillas in Africa and made an army of them and puts machine guns on rhinoceros and go crazy in the jungle.
Yeah.
You can have a 12-year-old that fights them all off.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can tell from the way you're talking about it, you guys love working on it. I mean, is this something you guys just going to keep doing, or what are your plans for future books?
Yeah, we've done 8 books now, and I think both me and Johan are, as I told you in the start, I do things once, and then
right.
And 8 books has been oh Jesus.
Yeah.
We're taking a break right now, and I know it's been pitched for a television series and everything, but in Sweden that's very hard because
Yeah.
everything is going down the drain, so nobody want to invest right now. So I guess that's not happening. But you never know. Someday, somebody knocks on the door and says, "Can we do this?"
Yeah.
We'll be.
What's
We'll be
the
okay.
what's the industry like here for television? Like, what is the you've worked in that for quite some time now. What is the what kind of makes it unique? I suppose in your mind.
Absolutely nothing, and that's and that's that's a problem.
Yeah.
I guess and I feel that very, very strongly. I've been working at this SVT, which
Yeah.
is Swedish television, the big which is NPR, not NPR, but what do you call it in America or in North America? Public.
PBS.
Yeah, PBS. It's PBS in America, and that's very small in America. But in Sweden, SVT is the big,
Yeah.
and in many European countries, the public broadcasting service is big. And I feel that it's getting more and more cowardice and more streamlined. Like, people are getting afraid to be out there a little bit, because the backlash is instant, and it's hard and it's fast from social media and so on. And
Like, what kind of backlash? Like, what sorts of things would be, we don't want this anymore? What kind of stuff triggers that in the Swedish
no, but
population?
I know Sweden is a small country.
Yeah.
People can reach people very fast,
Yeah.
and it's a community, and I think people are getting a little bit trigger scared.
Mm.
Can we do this?
Right.
Oh wait, people are going to react, and they're going to react this way. Oh no, let's not do it, because my personal space is going to be invaded, and blah 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 blah
Right.
blah. And in America, it's such a vast country, so people can say things and do things on television, and backlash it doesn't really reach them in the
Yeah.
same way. And we're talking about journalists here, of course, but also entertainers. Let's streamline. Let's not, go too much over the top. I produced now. It's coming the third or fourth season. You know about the term SFE, Swedish
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about this actually, because you were talking
Yeah.
about this when we met. I was going to ask how it was going.
Yeah. So we did a show on Swedish television, and this contradicts what I'm saying now, but this is really the flaming torch in the darkness.
Yeah.
So we did a show, and I was a co-producer on the first season, called EFS, which is Immigrants for Swedes.
Yeah.
So we just played with words.
Right.
So it's really Hollywood Squares, Hollywood Squares.
Yeah.
But we put 9 immigrants, which all are comedians,
Oh, nice.
in the squares, and we have Swedes, looking like me, competing,
Yeah.
and all the questions were about immigrant culture, different cultures, and it got very intense, and people were really, really afraid, because you can't joke about this and you can't joke about this, and
No.
because the sign of the time, or
Yeah.
you can't say this or that.
Yeah.
And suddenly we could, because we didn't say it. It was the comics that said it,
So you gave him a
And
space to basically to be able to say what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it just blew up. And it's the biggest show for non-Swedes in
Right.
Sweden, because everybody want to see it. And it's very, very, very funny, and it takes the conversation to a different place where people can relax their shoulders and just laugh
Yeah.
together.
What is you said for immigrant Swedes? What about like the Swedish people that that are not immigrants? What is their reaction to? Is it the same thing? Like everyone's having a laugh, or is there been a kind of a weird reaction that way?
Now, of course not. For the majority Swedes, I think it's, the people that are cool love it or don't care about it,
Yeah.
or sees it and finds it funny, and
Yeah.
because it's funny.
Yeah.
Fun is fun.
Yeah.
But of course, there's a lot of people that says, "Am I paying for this shit? Look what they're doing. How can they have, these immigrants or
Yeah.
sitting on, prime time, and this is not funny, and
Hmm.
blah 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 blah." And of course, we got your, everyday racist everywhere.
No.
Yeah, we do.
So, okay, so did you, I mean, this was your kind of, you co-produced it.
Yeah.
What was the idea? Like, where did this idea come from? Like to try something like this out?
It really came from a Swedish comedian
Hmm.
that came up with the idea, and then me and him developed
Yeah.
it, and then since we were two middle-aged white Swedish guys, that didn't feel right in the context. So then we brought in a host, which is a comedian in Sweden, named Ahmed Beran,
Hmm.
and some of his friends and that whole community, and said, "Okay, let's do this."
Yeah.
So they took it over, really. So for the first season, I just, I overlooked it, so it
Okay.
turned out to be television.
Right.
But it wasn't my. It was their show and their story to tell.
You're just facilitating it,
I
and
was facilitating it
yeah.
from the because it had to be theirs,
Yeah.
or else all the fun or all the relaxation in it would
Yeah.
have been gone away.
But I think it's cool that you saw the potential of it, and I feel like we need so many more people who feel like that, that is another thing that this vast vision thing we're doing about is really about creative courage,
Yeah,
to back people that have meaningful stuff to say, and sometimes sometimes it's uncomfortable, and we want to stand by people that have something important to say. And I think it's cool that you saw that and made that happen. I think
yeah.
the,
And in one episode, one of the questions, or it's really the statements, Hollywood Squares, it's
yeah.
statements. So the statement or the question was to the panelist. So the question from the host was, "What day is International Kebab Day?" And he looked in the camera and just said, "September 11th." And everybody, just broke down and was, "Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is he saying?" And this poor Swedish, white woman was like, to answer if that was true or false.
Oh no.
And she was standing like, "Oh God, but who's joking here?" And
Yeah, yeah.
joking, and is the joke on me? Am I a racist? What the fuck? That's what's happening. And she said, "No, it can't be true," and it actually is. And it was instated before 2001. So it's International Kebab Day is
Uh,
11.
that's amazing.
And it's been like that since 1994 or something, and that makes for, we can be, shocked, and
Yeah,
we can laugh together, and we
yeah.
can somehow, and it's a crazy show, but it's very, very, I think it's very, very good because it raises the bar of
Yeah.
what we can say and not say, and we can laugh together, and that's the most important thing.
That's cool, man. I mean, yeah, it reminds me of kind of those like the Ricky Gervais, he's like the king of cringe humor. Like
Yeah,
that's what that feels like to me. Just everyone
yeah,
a
it was,
bomb is gone off.
you can feel a pin drop before, the squeamish sound from the audience,
Yeah.
like, "Oh, did he say that? Oh, what the fuck? And it was just a question. It was the truth.
Yeah.
It was the truth, and it's well, everything is context. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's cool, man. I mean, I think it's a really cool thing that can. I'm glad it can exist here, and that
Yeah.
I mean, you said earlier that in America that kind of that doesn't exist because the country's so big, but I would actually argue it for a while it was maybe worse. Like, comedians weren't able to, they were getting canceled and stuff. And
Yeah, that's true.
and actually, I kind of find Swedish culture. This is just like a outsider coming in, but I really feel like you can have a lot of different opinions, and like you can disagree on things. It's not that big of a deal, if you have different political views and stuff, and that's kind of nice.
I love it that you feel that way.
Maybe that's not true, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, no, but I hope it's true.
Yeah.
A good friend of mine, or Johan, by the way, that I wrote books with, he once said that the worst thing about Facebook and social media is nowadays you have to decide if you can stay friends with somebody.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know.
Right.
We didn't know back then. We just had a blast with somebody, and hey, he's my friend, and you talked about this and that. You never got into that he hated Somalians,
right?
You never knew that.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to make a choice all the time with people.
Yeah,
and that's a big problem nowadays. That's what divides us, because you always have to make a choice. Somehow, you befriend someone on Facebook and you met someone at a concert or whatever, and then 2 days later you see like, what the fuck is that guy writing? Okay, I don't want to talk to him anymore.
Interesting.
And that's just a percentage of that person's personality, and we disqualify each other constantly, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, there's this is something that me and my wife Shannon talk a lot about. There's a difference between truly bad people and messy people, and I think we've got it. We're putting them all in one category, and we all have things in our lives. It's like, I had a pretty messy period, and I would not want a lot of that stuff brought up to light, but that's where I really feel like, again, and kind of the spirit we're trying to do is give people grace, because we're all messy, and there's no excuse for I would say people that are truly awful, awful.
Of course,
but it's such a small amount of people that really are, and I like messy people. That's what creatives are, man. We're all real messy people.
But if you took a screenshot of yourself right here now with your beard, vulgar background here, and you put that on Facebook, and I never knew you, I never talked to you, and I saw that, I would instantly feel that you had some connection to the Swedish national, you understand what I say?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
Okay, that guy's he's down with the Vikings, and he loves the old Sweden.
Yeah, that's it. That's an interesting. I mean, we don't even have time for it now, but that is a really interesting topic. That the old kind of that association with that has become a very different story. At least I've talked to a few Swedes about it that now has connotations to kind of the further right leaning people. That's wild to me. Like, that's an interesting story.
Yeah, since those were the people trying to seek out other parts of the world and wanted to connect.
Yeah, it's really, we'll have to have that one another time. But
we'll talk about that. But that's the connotation, as you said. I'm sitting here looking nice with a little campfire. Everybody's safe with me. This fucking guy with the beard and the
Volgad.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough, man. Well, look, we went almost right to. I didn't even look at the chat, but Shannon found the book that you were talking about, The Destroyer. She posted it in the chat. But anyway, man, it was really nice to catch up with you, and
I hope I said something that was interesting during this hour.
Oh, absolutely. I think you have lots of. You
I had
know,
no idea since I spoke English. So
well, I'm sure it was very offensive, and you know, you hurt a lot of people's feelings. So
yeah,
that's a
but
victory.
cool.
Okay, well, yeah, thanks for coming on, man. And man, next time
Thank
you're in
you.
Stockholm, let's we keep saying it, but we haven't had a chance to do it yet.
Yeah,
Let's get together, you know.
let's do that.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm gonna just move the stream over to the waiting screen, and then I can give you a proper goodbye. How about that?
yeah,
So
cool. You
we'll
see,
be
the fire is out now, so
the
it's
satisfier.
perfect timing.
For everyone next, we're going to be taking about a half hour between our interviews. Up next, we have Sean Gordon Murphy and Rob Guillory are going to be talking together. So stick around for that, and we'll be back in about half an hour. See you then.
Hello, I think we're good to go. Welcome guys to the Vast Vision Campfire Storytellers Convention. My name is Rob Guillory. I'm the writer and artist of such comics as Shoe and Farmhand for Image Comics and Mosley over at Boom Studios, and I'm going to be your host for this particular section of the con. So this is going to be a free-flowing, very laid-back 1-hour chat. Shout out to anyone who's on the Vast Vision Discord or on YouTube tuning into it. If you happen to be a member of the Vast Vision Discord, please feel free to drop in any questions for our guests today in the Campfire live chat. I will try to leave some space at the end just to get to the Q&A. All right, our guest for today probably does not need much of an introduction. He is an extremely prolific artist of such comics as Joe the Barbarian with Grant Morrison, Tokyo Ghost with Rick Remender, Chrononauts with Mark Miller. He's also a prolific writer. He does double duty as writer-artist on such books as Punk Rock Jesus and the smash hit Batman White Knight series. And recently, he's been doing a whole new thing, paving a completely different road to success in the crowdfunding world with books like The Plot Holes and Zorro, Man of the Dead. Sean is, of course, also a lover of cool cars, motorcycles, and I think from our previous conversation, he just might be one of the sharpest minds working in comics today. So our guest today is, of course, Sean Murphy. What's up, Sean?
Yeah. Dude, thank you. Again, I gotta bring you on the road with me, man. You're like my flavor player, my hype man.
I will be your hype man. I will wear the giant clock and be your guy.
Yeah, I think it's cool to. I don't think I've been interviewed by an artist before, and I might have, but no one is as big as you are. So I think it'll be really interesting to have a conversation because you sort of speak the same language that I do. You know.
Yeah, I was actually, full disclosure, I had no idea I was going to be interviewing you until a few weeks ago. Yeah, and when they asked me, I said, "Really?" Like I immediately got a little panicky, but then I started thinking about every conversation you and I have had in the past off record, and it's always been. I think the first time we met was at the I think it was at Bob Shaw's comic shop in Merrimack, like 6 years ago or something. And we just ended up, I just met you there, and we ended up having this great, thoughtful discussion about all kinds of things. I knew this was going to work.
Yeah, no, you're my favorite type of artist. You know, you're humble, you're thoughtful, you're hardworking, you're good at business. You don't seem to be like a complainer. You seem to be a solutions-oriented type of guy. Yeah, honestly, I'm excited to chat. Thank you for inviting me on.
Absolutely, man. So right off the bat, let's just start at the beginning. I mean, where'd you come from? Who is Sean Murphy?
I was born and raised in New England. I always had an aptitude for art, and my parents were pretty supportive, which was helpful. They were both business people, so they weren't so sure they wanted to send me to art school and, get a liberal arts degree. But if I could make a living at it and be professional about it, then they were, all on board. So, they helped enroll me in private classes when I was like ages 8 to 18. I had a teacher who was an ex-World War II Marine. He used to do illustrations and stuff, paintings for the local, illustrations for the local paper and cartooning. And he was one of the first teachers I had that thought comic book art was art. Back then, there was a real resistance to, I was drawing pictures of guys with guns and gargoyles and Batman, and my high school teachers, they probably thought it was good, but it wasn't really art. You know what I mean? So he was really helpful. His name was Leslie Swank. He passed away a few years ago. I spoke at his funeral. But yeah, he was also really hardcore, as a Marine tends to be. And, he was like a tough love type of teacher. And when I teach, and it's not often, I tend to be like a tough love type of teacher too, which isn't always compatible with, especially some younger students. So but anyway, from there I went to Mass College of Art, and then I transferred to Savannah College of Art in Georgia. I took a couple of, there was a club that started at night, and I was probably ahead of the curve as far as skills, and I was really impatient. I was probably really hard to teach for a professor. Very frustrated. Like, I'd get the assignment done, and other students, it would take like 4 extra weeks. And I, doing like 3-hour critiques on art class. It's just, it was so hard, frustrating, especially for people that really weren't trying. It's got to be tough to be a teacher, to have to teach to the middle. Like, what do you do with the kids that are ahead or the kids that are behind? Like, I get it. But anyway, I hooked up with some friends. They took me to my first convention, which is MegaCon. I didn't know what a convention was. So I arrived and I was looking down on the floor and I saw what looks like a comic book yard sale with editors there. So I was like, okay, I get this. I know how to network. And, my business skills kind of kicked in, and I took some phone numbers and data and email and, kept updating my files with my connections in comics, kind of the light touch, be the squeaky wheel, don't be extra, don't be overboard, and, don't be obnoxious with people. And just kept plugging away on my craft. And it took me about 8 years of struggling in comics, making very little money. Like 1 year I only made $3,000. And then finally in 2009, I started getting more traction when Vertigo Comics hired me to work with Grant Morrison. And that was the book where I really made I planted my flag, because I had been struggling in the industry for years and I didn't want to do another book and then disappear again. So I'm like, I'm going to make this book work. I don't freaking care what the script is. I'm going to just do the best I can on art to be try to be undeniably talented so that people won't forget about me again. And it was sort of a new mindset that I adapted. And that book sort of put me on the map. And then from then on, I did books like Hellblazer. I met Scott Snyder, American Vampire. I had a lot of the big writers kind of circling me, trying to get me to do books and stuff. And it was really a question of who had a script available when, what was the page rate, trying to find projects that would highlight me or spotlight me in the right way. Like I did a Teen Titans book once that I'm not a good fit for Teen Titans. And I enjoyed drawing it. I'm happy for the paycheck, but that book didn't do anything for me. That's okay. And it wasn't until I got stuff like Tokyo Ghost. So I'm like, okay, this is up my alley. Any kind of steampunky thing, sci-fi, but I can sink my teeth into that. And I think it's interesting. Certain artists can tackle certain genres, but there's probably others that you should avoid, depending on taste.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, just listening, kind of you work through everything. It's interesting, because, like I said, we've spoken before. There's a lot I don't know about you, but I immediately knowing you, just the few times we've spoken, the thing that always jumps out about you is there is always a sense that you're intentional in what you choose to take, and what you actually choose to do. And I guess I'm curious, was that something that came from your family? Was that something you saw modeled in your family? Was that something you just kind of innately just came out of you?
Yeah, I remember I was with my dad, and he was going to buy me a car. So we went onto the lot. It was a used Honda CRX, still one of the best cars I've ever owned. And I was really excited. And he said, I want you to stay in the car. I feel like if they see you're excited, they're not going to lower the price for us. So I said, well, what if I pretend to not want it? Because there's a similar car, 2 doors down. I'll play I guess the bad cop in a way, and he'll be the good cop. And he was like, that'll work. And then he gave me a few pointers. And I think what I learned from him was the world is going to show you the front door. Marvel and DC are going to say, sit down for these portfolio reviews. This is the system we have. But I learned from him, my father, that there's always a side door and a back door. It's just a matter of finding it. So I think just being around that influence and knowing how the game is played helped me fight for my worth, ask for raises, push back on contracts. And comics generally will, I don't know if it's intended or not, but they'll try to make you feel grateful that you're even there. Like, oh, you don't need a raise. We gave you Deadpool. Who likes Deadpool? They will do that. And then it mostly works, honestly, because there's not a lot of capital. to go around. You got a lot of people fighting for a slice of the pie. But if you're good and you're direct, you know your value, and you are not a jerk, I think there's ways to negotiate contracts. Even if they can't pay more, maybe they can give you more back end or different royalties or, whatever. So I realized that was something that my family taught me that is really hard to teach a lot of insecure artists. Because I've given this lecture and a lot of artists will nod, but they won't do it. It's just not in their nature. And that's okay. Like, I'm happy to help people that are on the brink of being able to do that. But a lot of people, they're just not wired that way,
Yeah. No, I was totally the kid who was not wired that way. I mean, my parents were very very blue collar, very hard workers. I definitely inherited that from them, but I think it didn't dawn on me. I was super introverted, very, very painfully introverted. But there was a switch that happened in my life. The first convention I went to, actually, I guess the second one. The first one I went to, I got my first portfolio review. Super shy, but it went well. Second show I went to, I remember walking into the show. It was the first time I had a portfolio. I went there specifically to get feedback. And I remember walking in, and the first table I went to was some indie comic publisher, some editor. And he saw that I had a portfolio and said, "Hey, can I look through your stuff?" And I remember this moment where a switch flipped. And for whatever reason, the introvert side of me went away. And this other part switched on. And I became really okay with, I was just dead focused on this thing. And it's just really cool. That's what your story reminded me of, this idea of, when you started going to shows, there was this intentionality. You had the wisdom to kind of recognize it was an art form, but also there was a business aspect to it. You had it demonstrated through your parents that there is you are worth advocating for, which is hard. I mean, a lot of creators, myself included in the early years, really had a hard time dealing with that.
Yeah, it's sort of, I think any creator who works at home all the time, who thinks that their art or their writing or whatever is valuable, you have to have an ego. You have to believe that you're a little better than you are. You have to be a little bit Napoleon. But you also need to know how to shut it down and be blue collar. Be like, listen, I've got a ton of opinions about how Batman should be drawn, but my landscaper isn't going to give a shit, because the world needs to turn. And as important as Batman is, world probably doesn't need Batman, but the world needs contractors and electricians and normal blue collar jobs. And I really respect the blue collar mentality. It makes, I don't know how you are, but it sort of makes me uncomfortable when someone comes up to me at a convention and just unloads all the stuff that they love about my stuff. And my job is to get them to get it out of their system and then bring us to equal level. Like I don't want to be famous and they're not. I just would rather us both be two guys at comic convention. So if I can break someone down quickly, that's sort of what I try to do. Because I don't need the hero worship. Are you kind of the same way?
It gets I've had some people cry on me here and there. It's interesting. I mean, the first time I have the most extreme experience I've seen, and it didn't happen to me, but I was there when I saw it. When I saw it happen. James O'Barr, who created The Crow. I was sitting next to him at a show in Jekyll Island. Where was that? Atlanta, I think. And we're just hanging out, just little show. And James is a very big character. And I'm just hanging out and I'm watching people come by, talk to him. And this one guy comes up to him and just starts sobbing on him, just starts crying. And it was interesting because I guess I knew that story had a big impact on people. And I guess what I experienced in my early years, I'm still pretty young in this industry. I've been in it a little over 15 years. But I still feel like a baby in it for the most part. But I've been blown away at how much, when you plan a story out there, it goes beyond you. You don't know where it's going to go, and you don't know how it's going to have hit people. So it makes me uncomfortable on one hand, but at the same time, I've got emails from people. I got an email from a guy who said, we read Shoe, and me and my dad fought our entire lives.
Right.
And the only thing we could connect on was Chew. And he just passed away. He passed away last week. I just want to let you know, thank you for making this thing that we could finally connect on. And that's crazy. You know, the effect that could have. That's something we make by ourselves in our offices, you know, 14 hours a day, goes away, like goes out and does things.
Yeah. It's hard to wrap your head around it, because on day one, you're getting up at Monday, you're in your underwear or in your robe, drawing a silly comic book page. And then day two, you get a call and maybe someone wants to turn that into a movie. And you're thinking about red carpet events and who's going to play the main character. A guy who's working alone at home in his underwear and a robe is not equipped to think about that stuff. You know, it's two completely different worlds. Of course, people who are creative lose their minds when they get successful. You know, I mean, it takes you got to touch grass to be able to maintain your work ethic and focus and not let that stuff distract you. And not everyone's wired that way, you know, and then throw in social media, which no one's trained for. You know, we all learn by example, putting our foot in our mouths, you know, present company included a lot. Especially, it's funny, James O'Barr, I like him a lot. The Crow was, you've got a movie and music, which touches people way more than the comic does sometimes. It was the sort of resurgence of the punk goth movement in the 90s. I mean, how much money did Hot Topics make on The Crow and still making today, you know? Or in Tim Burton movies, you know? So when someone comes up to James O'Barr, they're loaded with all that stuff. And like, of course they're breaking down, you know? And, you know, you and I mean, I've had some reactions, not like that bad, but I should say not that good. Our books do touch people, but to be James O'Barr or Mike Mignola or someone, you know, Kirkman, you know, imagine the kinds of people that show up in their line, and there's 200 of them, and they're there for 2 hours, and it's like, great, one guy's done freaking out, next guy, come on up, you know?
It's a crazy intimate relationship. I mean, it's like you don't know these people, but you hit them. Your story can hit someone so deeply in a way that sometimes your close, like, personal relationships don't hit you. You know, it's powerful. So backtrack kind of on that thread. What was there a particular moment where you first a formative encounter with story? Let's say like a movie, something that hit you at a very young age that just it bit you.
Yeah, I mean, my answer is similar to a lot of people my age. It would be Batman the Animated Series. You know, at the time, I was enjoying cartoons like, you know, He-Man, then Transformers, and G.I. Joe, and I liked that stuff. But when you were 12 years old, I was 12, so I started going through puberty and adolescence and started feeling things like I'd react emotionally to stories, and like there's something about Back to the Future. It's not just a fun movie with a car. There's this relationship with Doc Brown and Marty. Like, what is that? What am I not getting from He-Man? You know? And with Batman the Animated Series, I think it all coalesced into a fun, superhero-y, colorful story where Harley Quinn is out of jail. She's trying to follow the rules and go straight, but she's struggling. And Batman's trying to catch up, tell her, like, just relax, we gotta sort some stuff out. You're not going to jail, calm down. And she just keeps fighting him. And at the end, she does have to go back to rehab a little bit. And he gives her this dress that she was trying to buy at the beginning of the story. And he's like, I had a bad day too once. And my 12-year-old heart was like, oh, what was that? That was amazing. I remember I took Taekwondo too. So I had to leave and go to karate. And I remember doing like forms and just thinking like, what, that was amazing. And then we had to do sparring after, and I was telling this other kid, like, have you seen the animated series? Like, there's this moment with Harley Quinn, and he's like, who's Harley? Like, never mind. But it excited me so much that I kept chasing that feeling, like, what is it about that turn that happened in that episode? Or, I mean, a bunch of different moments in different episodes, and then it turned into movies and, you know, Pulp Fiction and Shawshank Redemption and you know, all that stuff. So I think I went from, I want to draw like Rob Liefeld and Jim Lee, to I want to tell good stories. But I don't want to sacrifice art either, you know? Like I love the early 90s, but it was not a great time for storytelling. Is there a way to sort of bring some of that with me and have the art focus on the story and not just on splash pages, you know?
Yeah. Was there a particular moment where you just talked about what hooked you? But was there a particular moment where you realized I'm actually pretty good at this? I mean, backstory for me, real quick. I remember specifically being, I think I was in the first grade, and we had some like kind of coloring we had a coloring contest, and I wasn't even thinking about it, just like did a thing, and I won the contest. And I won like some kind of like dumb plushy prize, and I was completely shocked by it. And from that point, there's several times where I would do things just naturally, not even trying, and people responded really strong. So did you have any of those moments?
Yeah, that's fun. That's a good story, man. Yeah, I had a similar moment, I think, in preschool. We were just drawing with crayons, and I was drawing a person, and my mother came in to pick me up, and the teacher said, your 5-year-old is the only one I've ever seen draw 5 stick figures on a hand. Most students just scribble or draw 3, but he knows that there are 5 fingers. He knows that the mouth goes below the nose and the eyes, stupid things like that. So I think you show that you're wired for it at an early age. And at that point, do you have the support and the drive to keep going? You know, so part of it is a gift, but part of it is just sweat.
Right. And I guess kind of on that thread, you know, like I said, there's certain things that when I did a little bit of research on you yesterday, and one of the parts of the story I didn't know about you that made tons of sense when I found out was that you were an apprentice yourself. And one of the first times you jumped out at me years ago was when you did your own apprenticeship for young creators. And it just made so much sense. It's like, oh, okay, I totally get it. Was that something that, how old were you when you started apprenticing under him?
I think I was 12 to 18.
Wow.
So it was 92. Yeah, so 1992, that Batman the Animated Series. So I was into storytelling, and I was taking art more seriously. And my parents found a local artist with $6 for 2-hour classes. $6.
Wow.
It was cheap.
Wow.
And he knew his shit. He was from the South. He was a hunter. He made his own bullets. He made his own fishing lures. Hit shrapnel in his head from when he got blown up in the Pacific. And my father really liked him because my father doesn't really like artsy fartsy frou-frou people. And they met this like hardcore, you know, old white guy in New Hampshire, and they're like, $6 for 2 hours? Sure. And he taught me, like, you had lessons every day. He wanted me to taught me about perspective. 1 point, 2 point. He put a brush in my hand at a young age and inked with a brush correctly and painting eventually. And, you know, you just go through the classes. I'm sitting there with like 8 other students who are each on their own timeline with what he's teaching them. But, you know, mostly it was just a lot of quiet time doing what he told us to do and, you know, showing up next week.
That's cool. Yeah. I mean, it's funny just, looking at the story, looking at everything you've said, your life up to this point, your parents, that parental support, their business backgrounds, you know, Mr. Swank's, you know, mentorship, and who he was. Like it really feels like putting a puzzle together. It's like, this explains a lot about why Sean is who he is and why I like Sean so much.
Oh yeah, well, thanks, man. So
Absolutely.
it's funny. He would tell stories about World War II, and he used the word Japs all the time, but he loved Japanese people. He's a 65, 70-year-old badass who they tried to kill him, and he was killing them.
Yeah, right.
And he was, I think they were, I don't know where they were. They were raiding Okinawa or somewhere on the mainland, and they went through some kind of factory, and there was all this porn. And I don't know. I mean, it would be 1943, 44, right? I'm like, were they creating porn in Japan drawing like porn manga back then. I mean, what the hell was he talking about? But and he's like, the Japs are obsessed with porn. I mean, like, but later on he'd be like, they make the best cars, they make the best stuff. He had Japanese students, but the word Jap just got in my brain. So as I was growing up, I thought it was like the word Jew. You could say the word Jew. And even now, when I talk about Japanese stuff, I might slip and say Jap. And people are like, what? Dude, you can't say that word. Like, I'm sorry. Like, the old guy that taught me, it wasn't supposed to correct.
Well, you take the good with the bad. Take the good with the bad.
Yeah, right?
So why comics? Of all the types of storytelling you could have gone into, why comics?
I'm curious to see what you answer for this too. I started reading comics sort of later, maybe when I was like 11 or 12. I hit yard sales. In New Hampshire, we didn't really have comic shops. So I would get old stuff, like Spider-Man, Web of Spider-Man. I remember collecting that. But I was more interested in the drawing and the art, not really care about the story. Like, I would pick up a comic and I would see how many panels had Spider-Man swinging around. And I'd go home and trace those drawings. So I didn't know about X-Men, really, Fantastic Four. I wasn't like a fan of the lore. I was into it for the visuals, and I enjoyed drawing, and I enjoy a challenge. And I guess I would describe myself now as like the sort of artist who's more of a frustrated filmmaker, where I sort of think about comics as movies. And when I think about stories and scripts, I think about my favorite movies. I think of, page space as equal to film time. I think about screenplays, like 3-act structures, beginning, middle, end. You know the ending of your story before you start the beginning. You don't just wander through like you do when you're writing a novel. Like, efficiency is sort of what I like about it. And editing, cutting back, and really being careful how many words you're using. Can you edit anything else down? One criticism of my own stories is that they move so fast, they don't really stop and let you breathe, which is maybe something I need to be better at, honestly. Like, I'm always happy to learn. Yeah, like when people ask me about what do I think about Batman stuff, about the lore, I'm embarrassed to say, like, I don't know. I didn't know Batman's first appearance, and someone got mad at me. They're like, how do you get to have your own Batman universe and not know these things? Like, it's not fair. And they're not wrong. Like, I get it. But I guess I just came at it from, like, I love drawing. I love, moving the camera around, and comics is kind of my excuse. It's sort of like doing a movie where you just need like 5 people. You don't need 1,000 people to film something. And, you can set the story wherever you want. You can write an action scene, I don't need to get approval from a city to do an explosion like Christopher Nolan, There's a lot of power there. And I really love what it can do. But at the same time, video games and movies are kicking our asses right now. And sometimes I feel like we're working on a dying medium in some ways,
Yeah. I talk to a lot of comic creators. What's that?
Were you like a big X-Men fan, or so you knew a lot about the lore and stuff? Because you doing mostly indie stuff, I thought maybe you could go either way.
No, I actually I fell in love with comics purely because, I was a visual kid right from the beginning. I just was really into the stuff, and I'm a child of the '80s, so everything's Thundercats and everything else. I was probably way more into animation, but I did love comics, and I had a couple uncles who were very, very influential over my life. They were both gigantic. I call them the prototypical comic geeks. They were super into it, and comics honestly went back even further. My grandfather's brother, who's passed now, he was a Vietnam vet. He actually was a huge comic fan. He collected back in the '60s, so he had everything you could think of, all the old stuff. And my uncles picked them up. And I just remember going over to my uncles' houses, and they had this giant suitcase in the closet with comics in it. And it's just everything you could think of, like John Byrne, X-Men, and Chris Claremont stuff, and George Perez, Teen Titans, and I think Dreadstar was in there. Like, it's just everything you could think of. X-Men. And
Wow.
I just, before I knew how to read, I was in it. I just loved the medium, and I would come across it everywhere. I mean, back then, some of my first comics were not even like X-Men or any of that stuff. It was like, I remember getting like I feel like everyone had a comic. Like Kool-Aid had a comic, and at some point, like one of my first comics was a Kool-Aid comic, and
Wow.
the main character is like this guy who's made out of fire, who's just making everyone thirsty, and and for whatever reason, like when you get thirsty, Kool-Aid is not what you want, but this is the comic. And I absolutely fell in love with the medium, and I just it was the best. I don't. There was almost no barrier to entry for me. I mean, growing up in the South, we had nothing back then, and there was no internet to go with it. So comics for me, at least, were a this otherworldly, like, it was so far away, it didn't seem like something that I didn't even think of it as a real job people had until I was in college. But it was so at the same time accessible, because I didn't need to go to film school to do it. You know, I was in fourth grade hanging out with buddies whenever Rob Liefeld drew Cable for the first time. And we were freaking out. Like, there's like this span of time in the early 90s where it's like, you know, Cable was created, Bishop was created, Mark Silvestri's on X-Men, you know, Image is founded, all this crazy stuff's going on. And at some point, I just decided I'm going to go home and make a comic. And I just took some pink construction paper. That's what I had.
Pink,
you know, folded pink, folded it in half with a ballpoint pen, and just drew a comic in a day. And I drew dozens of those things, and just fell in love with it, and it just stuck.
Did you draw backgrounds and finish stories, or did you draw mostly like panels with pinups?
Oh, it's kind calling them panels. That's being kind. It was purely just pure action focused. You know, everything was a fight. Everything was a fight. Yeah, absolutely. It was all guns and fighting and giant monsters, that sort of thing. But you just fell in love with the thing.
You know, I want to go back to that Kool-Aid comic for a second. First of all, if you have pink construction paper, that's the right color to use for Kool-Aid. This is a good idea for a podcast, is you and I will go and find these guys from the 70s and ask them, like, tell us about this obscure comic. Like, no one's ever interviewed him about Kool-Aid. I would love to know the look on his face when he got that call. Was he like, honey, I'm getting paid to draw a comic? And then he's like, fuck, how does the Kool-Aid guy move around? Did he hate it? Was he pulling his hair out? Was he like, it's just a job, it's just a job, it's just a job? And I remember Kool-Aid had they made a video game for like ColecoVision. It was stupid. I remember him bursting through a wall, and it was terrible. I really love those kinds of stories, because I feel like an interview like that, the guy would say stuff you were never expecting. Assuming he's still alive and didn't put a bullet in his head after that.
And I mean, and to their credit, I have to say that even back then, on a licensed silly thing like a Kool-Aid, I remember I had a Jello comic too. Jello had a comic. They had their own superhero and all this stuff. And I even on something as silly as that, the craftsmanship was actually very well done. Yeah,
I'm with you, man. I remember buying a comic for the Pirates of Darkwater. I think I've got it at Suncoast Video in the mall. And I still have it. I'm looking at the art. I'm like, this guy is really good. What the hell was he doing licensed books for? Like, I would have put him on X-Men or something. But I think his style was unusual for the early 90s, and licensed books was all he could get, you know, and it's such a shame. But to your point, some of these oddball comics that came out, some of the illustrators were solid, honestly. They must have been very annoyed that they weren't getting the good gigs. They were getting stuck on Kool-Aid, or maybe they loved it. I don't know.
Yeah. So kind of on that thread, you've dipped your toes all over the place. You've done really pretty personal creator-owned stuff. You've done licensed stuff. Is there, I guess at the bottom, is there a particular, what is your favorite type of story to tell, and why?
I think I go for visuals. I need to know what the set looks like. Is there a car chase? Who the main character is? The genre, I think, gets me excited. It's not so much about character, because that will come. Character is great when you're writing a script, but it takes me a week to write a script, and then it takes me a month or a month and a half to draw it. So when I'm drawing, I'm not really thinking about character as much anymore. I'm thinking about camera blocking and shadows and stuff. So because most of my time is going to be spent making the book, it's, drawing the book, I think I just need to know the visuals or what I want. So, I don't generally go to horror type stuff because I don't like drawing blood and guts and torture porn type stuff. But I'm good for like a Castlevania type story where a guy with a whip goes into a castle and kicks some ass. Like, yeah, I'm down with that. I'll draw a cemetery every now and then. But yeah, for me, it has to be about the visuals. I don't like silly stories. I don't like stories that don't make any sense to me. The thing that made me want to start writing was I kept getting scripts that I didn't love. And I thought, man, I'm not a great writer, but I could at least write this, And the thing I say, which pisses off my writing friends, is if everyone in comics was Ernest Hemingway, I wouldn't be writing, And the other bit of wisdom is, have you ever read a shitty comic? Yeah. Can you write better than shitty? Probably. So I wish artists would try, A lot of the heavy lifting is the art. So for me, I think of myself as a B-level writer. But if I could draw it and do an A-level story with A-level art, then I can fool people, And I think that's what Mignola does, and he writes to his strengths, and it works. The package just makes sense. I don't see Mignola writing, an X-Men event with 16 other writers at all, But if you're one guy doing one book, you can kind of mold that piece of clay into something.
Is there a difference in your approach, or what are the differences, if there are any, in your approach to writing something like a Punk Rock Jesus, or even I found some of your old work on something called Off Road?
Oh yeah.
Versus something like a Batman. What's the difference?
Yeah, well, playing in someone else's sandbox has got a different set of rules. Whereas, doing your own thing, some people love to be free to do whatever they want. Some people love rules. So, Batman, you can't have him use a gun. You can't have him kill people. You can have some blood, but, this is a character that belongs to your readers. And you need to have a story that is what you give them what they want, but then a few unexpected surprises that they'll love, that phrase, what's that expression? Don't give your readers what they want, give them what they need. I hate that. Like, I know what that's trying to say, but that sort of allows the writer to ignore what his readers are saying. And I don't think you should do that. I think you should listen to your readers and listen to what they're not saying. I think you should get in their heads and be like, all right, I think I know what you want. I'm going to give you a few surprises. Like, let me come back with you with a comic that I think you're going to love. It's going to check your boxes, but there's going to be a few twists in there, And I think it's really fun and challenging to take a character like Batman and try to reinvent it in some way after, 80 years. And then, doing my creator-owned stuff, doing whatever I want. I don't know. It's so freeing. It can be intimidating. Especially, with Punk Rock Jesus, I was attacking religion. I was doing stuff. Like, I did a book that was put out by AOL Time Warner that said, I'm a Jesus. Hey, America, go fuck yourself. And that's the thing. Like, I don't know how I managed to pitch that book and get them to agree to do it and get the freedom to do what I wanted like that, to a giant corporation. Vertigo is sort of the evil stepchild of DC, so it's safer bet for Vertigo. But some of the career successes I've had, I don't think people even understand why that was a big deal at the time. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but even when I got the rights to Zorro, I don't think any normally a character like Zorro should be licensed by a company, like a real company, not one guy in his robe and his underwear in his office, you know? So when I got Zorro, which isn't a character people care about as much anymore, like I get that, but I love him. And I was telling my wife about what's going on. She's like, man, this is a big deal. Like, you're going to write articles and stuff. And I'm like, no, they're not. Like, I don't think most people know enough about the business to know why this is a big deal. You know, they're like, okay, Sean's doing Zorro, whatever. You know, what's happening with X-Men? You know, when is he going to get back on to Batman? That's okay.
Yeah. It's definitely a delicate balance. I think there is definitely a line, at least for me. I've had this discussion with a lot of comic creators. This idea of, you know, you want to tell that story that you feel really passionate about, but there is also the business aspect of it. There is a sort of, you know, for lack of a better term, you know, the fan service aspect of it, and it's something that, I mean, even back when I was just starting out with Chew was very, very, very fan servicey in a lot of ways, and it wasn't that we bent the story around our fan base. There was always a plot that we were working toward. It's just at some point when you start knowing, and I wrestled with this for a long time, when you start noticing that people are actually reading and paying attention to what you're making, and that this will be in someone else's hand, it feels almost wrong not to acknowledge them to some degree, because it's like, hey, I see you, like I see you, and like I'm going to give you something because I know you're going to like this. You know,
do you have an example in Chew when you did that?
Oh, constantly. I mean, it was so one of the things that fans really loved about Chew was this not something I expected, but it was the Easter egg aspect to it, where you could read it, and there were all these little background gags and little threads throughout that I initially just started throwing in because I mean, I saw Dave Gibbons do that a lot in Watchmen. Jim LaFou does that a ton in his work. Dave Crosland. And I always thought it made for a really rich reading experience, because every time you could pick it up, you could find something new, and it just, you know, it made you feel like you were getting a bit more for your buck. So I started doing that with Chew, and initially, when I started Chew, I was so kind of low self-esteem, insecure, that I didn't. I just kind of like slipped a couple in here and there, and then we started getting feedback from people. People would email and say, "Man, I really love that Shawshank Redemption joke in the background of whatever." And half the time, my writer, John Layman, had no idea I was doing most of this stuff. He just missed it. So I would just slip it in. And eventually it became such a thing that it was just expected. And I had fun doing it. You know, when you're spending 14 hours a day behind a drawing desk, you know, you just start kind of like entertaining yourself at some degree, at some point.
100%. Yeah.
Right. So I think of something like, I think one of the examples of something that I think toes that line really well is something like Spider-Verse. I think Spider-Verse, the movies, I think that they are very corporate, but at the same time, I think that they're really, really sincere. And I think it's the perfect line that it walks that line perfectly. And I think the reaction to it is because of that.
Yeah, I think you and I were talking about this on the phone last time, where I think you can have your artistic integrity and be commercially viable at the same time. I think you can have integrity and sell out at the same time. And I use the phrase sell out not in a negative way, just making something to sell out. And when you think about Spider-Verse, you know, it's somewhat by the numbers and it's giving fans what they want, and it's designed to make a lot of money. But, you know, Miles Morales is so huge now to a whole new set of readers, which, you know, we didn't have that before. Very few things in comics actually get new readers. As much as we pretend that we're good at this, we're not. And Miles Morales was a hit, and that movie made it cool. I mean, the infusion of fucking hip hop. You have a movie where there are literally word balloons over people's heads. Insane. That was amazing. That was like a Jurassic Park moment for me. And when the T-Rex comes out and you're like, oh my God, things are different now. Spider-Verse is so important for so many reasons. And the fan service is there. I mean, if you're a big fan, you'll love it. If you're a casual fan, you'll love it. If you're a kid, you'll love it. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I wish it had won like best picture of the year. Honestly, it was such an important movie.
Totally. So, and this is the I guess the big question. This is the big it's the one I've been saving for the end, that I wonder if maybe I should have led with this question.
Okay.
So this whole thing, this entire convention, everything is centering on the idea of story, and obviously we're storytellers. Right now, we live in a really interesting time where I was thinking about this morning. Like, the word narrative gets thrown around so much nowadays,
Right.
more than really at any point I could ever recall in my entire life. Like, there's phrases like, controlling the narrative or pushing the narrative. It's entered our lexicon now, and it almost feels like people are more aware, even maybe subconsciously, maybe not, that the stories that we tell ourselves are actually pretty important to how we live. So what do you think is the role of a storyteller in this society where narrative is like literally being fought over? Where do we as storytellers fit in this thing? That's big, right?
Oh man. If you started with that, we would have gone off the deep end, and
I know,
and having a discussion only 5 people would have stuck around for. Yeah. Do you have would you have an answer for that? Like a quick, your own opinion of it, so I can.
Oh man.
Like what kind of answer you want?
No, I think. How would I answer that question? I think people do look to storytellers, and I think this is one of the tensions of today. I think that people have historically looked to storytellers as if they see something that other people don't see, and there's a level of illumination there. And I think what's been hard over the last decade or so is that there is this sort of this fear to just like press into that, because historically, when you speak, there's a danger that you'll be punched in the mouth.
Got it.
Especially as a storyteller. So that's a big question. That's what I got.
Yeah. Okay. So that's helpful. I have a lot of thoughts about being censored and what truth is, capital T or lowercase t, and what the role of fiction is when things seem pretty scary in the world. If people go to storytelling to help them digest events in their life around them, like there's a lot of truth in Shawshank Redemption for a lot of guys I know. It's different for every guy, but there's something in there that just sticks with them, and what that movie has to say about sadness, unfairness, the human condition, honor. Those are truths to people. And I think it's helpful to have stories that remind people, gives them something to think about, their own values. When you see something scary on the news, Trump, Israel, Hillary, whatever political side you're on, it's so cheap. The 24-hour news cycle is overwhelming. Facebook is a burden. Social media is often toxic. We're all doped up on this drug. We don't even realize what it's doing to us. We don't know what childhood abuse or bullying online leads to, because it's very new. Like we're all dealing with this new drug called social media, and we're, it's dividing us at the kitchen table on Thanksgiving in a way that it never did before. And I generally think that most people in this country are good people most of the time, and I think a lot of them are being misled here and there on both sides. And I would like to think as narrators, as storytellers, our job is to entertain them first and foremost, make them feel like they're getting their money's worth. If they spend an hour reading Chew or reading Batman, they're going to be happy. And if we're giving them some peace and some distraction, I think that's great. But I also feel the responsibility to give them a little bit of nutrition. I feel like a comic book it should almost be like nutrition table on the side, where most comics are mostly sugar, probably just guys punching each other, guns going off. But every now and then, you know, X-Men managed to say something about not being accepted. And X-Men means a lot to LGBT for these reasons. So there's some nice vitamins in that comic too, you know? So the nutritional content, like, yeah, it's probably going to be mostly sugar in comics, but I try to think of like where I can inject nutrition, whether it's something to say about religion for Punk Rock Jesus, or in volume 3 of White Knight, talking about police and good cops versus bad cops, and trying to step over the laser beams to, you know, in a world that's post George Floyd, how do you make a story about police in Gotham that doesn't trigger both sides, you know? And it's a fun challenge. But I think that I can say what I want about cops in my story and have liberals like it and conservatives like it. Like, there's characters in there for both sides. And I think that's the trick to, especially when you're writing about politics. So anyway, I kind of wandered around at a few topics there. But yeah, you asked a really, really good, really big question that's important.
Yeah.
And I mean, narrative is, narrative is one of those words. It's such a vague word, like storytelling. Like, I was thinking about what is storytelling really? Like, people throw it around all the time, but I don't think it kind of needs to be redefined every now and then. And I think storytelling can be broken down. Like, when you're telling a story, you're acting, your character's facial expression, that's telling a story. What settings are you? Is it like a dark alleyway, or is it a lit classroom? That tells a story. Symbolism, you know, raining. The rain means depression. The character is really small, and the forest is really big. That's fear. That's symbolic. You know, and you can break storytelling down into different subcategories, which I think are more helpful. But when you were asking me about narrative, I was trying to break down narrative, and I'm like, man, I don't even know. The topic.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, let me take a look. We have a few minutes left. Let me take a quick look in the chat and see if there's anything popping up. Comment. I see lots of memes. Lots of memes.
Nice. Hopefully mostly positive. People upset that I said the word, because otherwise Japanese people are upset at me.
No, not yet.
Okay, good.
Awesome. Well, let's see. Stuff's still coming in. I'll roll into something else. What? And this is sort of like
I got a question for you too. After,
shoot.
You go first.
Okay, I was gonna say, and this is sort of, I'm sort of trying to frame these more in-depth questions with more like you know, inside the actor studio type questions, just for fun. What kind of storyteller do you want to be remembered as?
Yeah, I want to be seen as Sean Murphy, who died tragically driving his car somewhere stupid, would be known for sort of making Batman accountable. If he wrote a Batman story where Batman was in the real world answering to real viability questions about all the destruction and the emotional damage that he does, but didn't make him the bad guy. Like, we're still rooting for him. You know, I think that Sean managed to lean into some heavy topics and make some solid points without abandoning people. I think that's sort of what my writing career is with Punk Rock Jesus to Batman. Is I don't shy away from political topics, and I know enough about both sides to step over the laser beams very carefully. And I know that's really hard for writers to do. I mean, a lot of writers are in their own bubble, and, you know, the world is different to them. And I wish more people would get out and talk to people that they don't agree with. I think it'll make you a better storyteller, you know?
Absolutely.
What do you want?
Yeah, I've had this.
What do you want? Yeah.
Oh, my, what do I want to be remembered for?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I wasn't ready to answer that question.
Sorry.
I don't know. I think I would like to. One of the things that drew me to storytelling in general, I think, more than any particular medium was just this idea of you get to touch somebody, you know, like there's a level of like I was probably a bigger stand-up comedy guy as a kid than I was, you know, comics. My parents used to listen to like Richard Pryor vinyl
Nice.
and you
Yeah.
know, Eddie Murphy vinyl and that sort of thing. And
Yeah.
I've always been fascinated. And I would do my own stand-up in front of buddies here and there and just kind of like love when they laugh and that sort of thing. So I think the hope would be that I would be remembered as someone who enriched and made people feel, you know, and kind of added something positive in the end, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
I can't complain. I have two questions that just came in real quick.
Okay.
The first is sort of building on what you just talked about a while ago. So, Sean, you've clearly built an empire. Do you have any ideas on what to do when building an audience today while trying to avoid using outrage to gen up an audience? Because, of course, that tends to get people's attention.
Yeah. I did gen up outrage, but I wasn't really trying to. I mean, I had a trans friend that I was really trying to help, and she sort of turned on me when I didn't give her work. You know, I don't believe in defunding the police. I think that was a bad thing to say. And we all know that now. But I know we were really mad at the time too. And on social media, like I'm tempted to try to be the adult in the room. As a village elder sometimes, be like, God, guys, I'm a liberal too, but what are you doing here? You know? And that caused outrage. Like the outrage in my career has been stuff this hasn't been anything I've done in a book. It's been stuff that I've said on Twitter, which is why I quit, or even stuff here, you know? You know, and you know, it's better in a podcast because people can see you're joking and read your inflection and all that stuff. But yeah, people that generate outrage just to get career traction is, I guess you can try, but eventually you need to have product that people want, you know? You know, like my friends who are LGBT or minorities, and they I don't like this expression, but they play that card a lot to get hired. And I'm like, great. If I had a daughter who was gay and she that was her thing, and she was going to get hired by Marvel to be a gay artist, I'd say, you know what? You know, you've been marginalized for a while. It's your turn now. Go for it. Take every advantage you can, but you better be fucking good at it at some point, you know? I think the goal I would tell her is, you know, one day when you've had a career for 30 years, it's like a famous lesbian creator, maybe. I don't think you should do LGBT panels anymore. I think you shouldn't want to be known as a gay artist. I think you just be an artist, or, you know, you're not black, you're a writer. You know, that's the point. I think the goal of not seeing race or gender anymore is it's not important enough. And when people play those cards, you're making it important. And I know why they're doing it. But at one point, like when things are fixed, for my fictional lesbian daughter here, one day when it's equal, when lesbians have just as much privilege as straight white men, you're going to have to give that card up. You can't play it anymore, you know, because it's going to be hard. You know, the more you play that card, the more you're going to get used to it. And at some point, you're just going to have to be good at your job. And it's not going to matter that you're gay.
Yeah, I think that's wise. I mean, I think I think this totally feeds into everything we talked about up to this point. At the end of the day, you have to be the guy who, you know, it goes back to your apprenticeship. You've done the work. You've just been grinding and doing the thing. I think at the end of the day, you can't control how people are going to respond to what you make. You know, you just have to like put your head down, make the thing that you feel called to make, do it to the best of your ability. And, you know, if crap arises, which with the internet, it always kind of does, you can't control that, you know?
Yeah, they should teach a class in this. Like, I don't know, in high school, I'm sure they still teach health class, but I think part of health should be maneuvering social media and how to deal with bullies and, you know, being shamed by people who are posting pictures of themselves on vacation in infinity pools, who feel like they're living their best life. Meanwhile, you've got 3 kids. Like, how do you manage that stuff? You know, I mean, it's hard. And I don't know if anyone's really teaching that. That's going to be the real struggle to stay healthy in all of this.
Right. I agree. All right. Well, I think that brings us to the end. Sean, this has been a really, really fun conversation, man.
No, brother, I miss you. I want to see you face to face now. I feel like I've gotten to know you better through social media and phone calls lately. So next time I see you at a show, you have to let me buy the first drink.
Okay, okay, I will do that, and I will let you know when we're in Maine because I will take you up on the on the house.
Please, absolutely, please do that.
Absolutely. Thank you, man, for being here, and
All right, man.
I'll see you soon, buddy.
Thanks, man.
constant noise in this universe. In my head, a ticking curse. No, I'll be waiting if you tell me where. I'll be waiting if you
All right. Here we are. This is our, boy, what are we on? Third third interview for the Campfire Stories convention. Oh, just 1 second. We're getting, well, I just started. My associate producer has been having wine and telling me that it's not live. Anyway, here we are, the third interview. We just finished with Sean Gordon Murphy, comics writer and illustrator, and we're moving into a game section, which I'm super excited about. I've been in the games industry for a few years now, and this is Chris Avellone. Just to be aware, he has a delay on his camera, which we are aware of, but we're gonna roll through it. And yeah, so Chris, thank you so much for joining. I've been aware of your work, I think, most of my adult life, following your games career from the early days, and can't wait to hear more about that. But I'm super happy you're here. Chris has been an amazing support for me and for the work that I'm doing, and it's just an honor, man, to have you here. So, welcome, and why don't you tell us who you are in case we have people in here who don't know who the most important person in games is.
Oh, well, well, Curtis, I really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for the invitation. Yeah, so I've worked on way too many role-playing games and other games throughout the industry in a variety of genres, but mostly I'm known for writing for games, and it's something that I really enjoy.
Awesome. So let's get into, we've talked a few times off camera and been getting to know each other a little bit, but I would love to hear, like, first of all, like, where did you grow up, and tell me a little bit about the experience of growing up and how maybe that formulated some of your love and passion for storytelling.
Yes, I grew up in Northern Virginia, which was pretty nice. A little bit. It's Alexandria, a little suburb outside of, not a little suburb anymore, outside of Washington D.C. Um, and growing up in the 70s, early 80s, if you really like things like D&D and gaming, it's a very insular activity, and it wasn't really quite the well accepted community that it is today. Like computer games were a little bit more acceptable, but things like tabletop RPGs, not everyone was really thrilled if you played them. So
Right.
so a lot of my desire to eventually do game writing was just, okay, well, I really enjoy playing role-playing games with my friends. None of them ever want a game master, so I have to do all the work.
Classic.
But at the same time, I discovered that that was actually really enjoyable because, like, when you have a really good role-playing game session, players are really excited, they're really engaged, and you walk away from that, you're like, wow, I as an entertainer, I feel like I did a really good job there. I felt, pretty great, like I did a good job. And then that sort of formed my perspective for, like, wow, okay, well, here's the appreciation for being a storyteller. Like, I'm watching these people in real time having an enjoyable experience, and then I started trying to look for more ways to, like, get them even more engaged. Like, okay, like, well, learn more about their backstories, their characters, things that they want their characters to do in game. Like what's the fantasy that their characters are trying to
Mm.
pursue? Like, how as a storyteller do I help support that? And that whole methodology went all the way from the early days, just teenage gaming, to all the way doing like pen and paper testing for like Interplay's Fallout 3. Like I applied a lot of those same techniques even for like more quote unquote modern style role playing games.
Interesting. Okay, I want to come back to that because I want to hear your thoughts about narrative in games. But what were you running back in the day? Like, what was the game you guys started with, and did you stay there? Did you move into other types of genres and different types of games?
We did a variety of stuff. We started with the Temple of Elemental Evil.
Mm,
Oh, I'm sorry, no, Cult of the Reptile God.
okay.
And we formed a core group of players, and we eventually transitioned from Cult of the Reptile Guy, which is a very small, like minor D&D module back in
Yeah.
the day, and then went to Temple of Elemental Evil, and literally spent like 3 or 4 years trying to play through that module, and they almost got to the end before they just threw up their hand. We threw up our hands like, nah, like we're all going off to college, we're all going our separate ways, we barely game anymore. So to me wins,
Yeah.
as wins. But and then we also did excursions into like Champions, a Call of Cthulhu,
Okay.
a whole bunch of role playing games. So it wasn't just one genre, but superheroes was the most.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I think I got to your mic cut out there for a second. Okay. Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I grew up too, like, first of all, I grew up in quite a conservative Christian home. So the D&D thing wasn't allowed, but I got around it with the Star Wars West End games. And,
nice.
The classic, but the thing is like, I'm sure you can relate to this too. I read the book, but I had no concept of like what this was. Like they would give you a little blurb at the beginning, but I just bought it and I knew kind of the concept, but it took me a while to figure it out. So I'd literally be writing a story and then the players would just be the passengers and they would roll dice when I told them to. It was awful.
But it worked.
It worked. We got through it. It got better over time, but we got there. But yeah, so you started with some tabletop role-playing games and you wanted to write in games. How on earth did you even know where to look to start writing for video? Like, where did that journey begin?
Well, actually, I didn't know that I wanted to write for games. That ended up being a mistake. So the first piece of advice for anyone out there is like, if you think you're targeted in a certain career, like don't ignore the other like tangential careers that might be associated with it. So
that's good
originally
advice.
like I wanted to do what you did with Rat Queens. Like I wanted to be a comic book writer.
Oh, really?
I wanted to be, oh yeah, totally. And then I wanted to like write novels and short stories. And I'm like, well, yeah, games have stories, but like there's not really a job for them. And then to my surprise, like writing for tabletop games like Champions and whatnot, they're like, oh well, there's this computer game company Interplay out in California, and if you wanted to apply there, we'll give you a good recommendation. I'm like, so the way it worked was build a foundation of other work, and as soon as someone starts paying you for your work, no matter how little, that's a sign that you can start advancing. It's like, oh wow, like people are recognizing the value in what I do. And even if it's $50 every 2 months, that's still something. And then also you're building up working relationships. We're like, hey, if the editor didn't like you and the narrative director for the franchise didn't like you, they wouldn't be willing to recommend you. But the fact that you are turning out good work and they really can't pay you anyway, they're happy to recommend other places that will sustain you. And like when I first got to Interplay, I'm like, oh, well, I can write for computer games, but what I really want to do is write for tabletop in my spare time. And then over time, I'm like, oh, well, wait a minute. I can actually channel all that energy into games because stories are evolving to the point where I can tell the same sort of stories in a computer game that I could around the tabletop. So where to look is just, it can be tough, but just look for tangential careers to pursue and try and pursue companies that allow like advancements within their ranks versus the ones that hire outside.
So where did you make that transition then? Like what was your very first job?
My first job was working at a toy store, which was fun as it sounds. Our manager was very chill. But the first job I had was mostly just doing contract writing and then continually sending pitches and proposals. And I don't know if anyone out there has heard of Monty Cook, but Monty Cook was a big designer both at Hero Games, and then he went on to work on Dungeons and Dragons and then go on to Numenera. And he was one of the first guys that I kept setting pitches to. And he got so sick of me. He's like, okay, well, you've sent like 7 or 8 of these things. I haven't sent you any feedback. Like, please leave me alone, basically. But what happened was he left.
Okay.
And all those pitches were sitting around. And the new editor came in and he's like, oh crap, we have to publish something. He's like, well, this guy seems to be prolific and annoying, so why don't we publish one of his things? Once that happened, like things took off. So I guess if there's anything to thank Monty Cook for, it's completely ignoring and not being supportive. But he's a nice guy. Like at that time, he was so stressed out and just had no patience for me. So I'm like, oh, okay. But then the next editor did. So just be persistent, and maybe your time will come.
Yeah, that's kind of the advice I give to a lot of younger writers in general when they ask. It really is true that persistence, like most people, if you know, they get like 5, 10, 15 rejections and they think it's a lot and they quit. They just stop. And it's like, if you wait for the 20th, you're just going to be that little closer to getting to the goal, you know? And it's, yeah, just the stick to itness. I mean, for me, I think I had like 30, 40 rejection letters
Hey, Chris,
before
I'm so sorry. I think your mic is cutting out. So I
Oh,
actually am seeing your beautiful features,
oh,
but I
okay.
can't understand what you're saying.
Okay, hold on. Let's turn my mic down. Maybe it's just
Might
cutting
be
out
a
because it's
million.
blowing. Is that better? Can you hear me now? No? Hold on here. Can you hear?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know what I had to turn the mic down a little bit, but um yeah, I think it's just that kind of stick to itness, and like I said, I had so many rejections, like in the upwards of 50 before I got my first publication, and I really do recommend that people just keep trying. And there's some people that I know that were waiting years to break into comic book industry. They
Yeah.
were 10, 11 years and they kept going, and it paid off. And you know, it's not always going to, but that sticking it out longer when everyone else quits, I don't know. That means you're still there when they're not. So I think that's
Yeah, I mean,
good advice.
sure, luck helps, but like what you're saying about persistence definitely will help you win the
Yeah.
day, because just you keep applying, and the same thing is true like when you're trying to pitch stuff in the game industry. Like you might pitch like 50 ideas for a game,
Yeah.
and you'll be lucky if one of them hits. Like it's that kind of odds.
Yeah. Yeah, and to be able to sell people your idea as well. It's like it's easy to have a great idea, but the tough part is conveying it in a way that people can get it in there. That's the one thing I really realize is so important working in games is you need to learn how to. I mean, that's just directing, I suppose, but you need to learn how to translate the ideas into solid words that are clear enough that people go, "I know what this is." That's not as easy as you think it is. I've come to learn.
Yeah, and then like it's not only a matter of like, hey, well, I can write really good dialogue, but like, can you also write like a good technical document that explains how your dialogue editor is going to work in a way that the engineers can understand with an
Yeah.
inline question? So like, the writing needs that everyone needs that skill in the game industry. So it's not just like, hey, I'm a really creative writer, but like also when it comes down to technical documentation
Yeah.
and describing how a certain UI works, like that's also an important skill to have as well.
Yeah, and I imagine, I mean, we could probably talk for hours about this stuff, but you've been in the industry and you've worked on so many different role playing games that I'm sure you've got a lot of insights about what works and what doesn't. I mean, when you came in, I'm assuming that your tabletop background really did help with, you know, because you did a lot of narrative design. You still do, but that's a lot of what you were doing in the early days. How much crossover was there for that in the way that you were thinking about the writing in a game?
A lot of it was trying to look for more ways to weave the character's backstory into the narrative. And the other thing that translated, but it's not really a tabletop skill. It's just learning how to deep dive on a subject, and like bring in like all the pragmatic things like a commoner or someone viewing the situation from an outside perspective would do. Like there's been so many like TV shows that I think have gotten that deep dive right, where you're like, oh wow, someone like really thought deeply on this topic. No matter how ludicrous it is, they executed it really well.
Mm,
And that's a skill to have. It requires just a lot of focus and thinking about what the situation is. So the example I usually use for this is like this first season of Jessica Jones. And I'm like, okay, let's take a ludicrous concept that so and so can like control minds. Okay, that's ridiculous. And we have Jessica Jones. Now let's craft this entire season. And someone sat down and realistically thought, what David Tennant's character, what his life would be like if he had this power. And they
Hmm.
thought intelligently about it. And I'm like, wow, like that's, and also all the ramifications of what he does, like all that stuff was really grounded and
Yeah.
plausible, even though the premise was ludicrous. Um, but that's a writer's skill. And
Yeah.
I learned a lot of that in tabletop, just approaching it from like, what's a realistic and plausible take on something that seems fantastical, and like it can work wonders in a story.
Yeah. And you're talking about like the depth of the character, thinking more than just this is the archetype, but like what is the actual motivation? Where do they come from? Which, I mean, it's not that common in games. I mean, at least in my experience, it's usually about the visual, the archetype. Um, I mean, obviously, I'm a fan of Disco Elysium, and there's so much thought that's put. When people play that game, they're experiencing something that's so deep, but I think often people don't really understand like why they're so attached to something. But it is that layering work that a proper world building or proper writing for characters, it really makes such a huge difference. And I think that's why that game was such a huge, I mean, there's a lot of reasons that game was a success, but putting that time into the depth of things is, it just makes everything just feel real, like feel lived in.
Yeah, and I think Robert Kurvitz and his team, they had a lot of that deep dive with Disco Elysium, where
Yeah.
like they knew the concepts they wanted to explore. I felt like the world had a really good set of franchise bookends for like how it communicated itself to the player.
Yeah.
Also, he did a really clever thing where like he also made sure that no matter how strange the world was, there was always something relatable, whether it's your cop buddy Kim you can talk to,
Mm,
or just the archetype of who the main character is. Because amnesiac detective waking up from a bender is actually like like a cliche that people understand and can grasp.
yeah.
And then Robert takes you on this other journey where it's like, wow, now the train's starting. Oh wow, where are we going now?
Yeah.
But like because you have those identifiable concepts, it's easier for people to get into it
Yeah.
and then realize there's a much deeper experience far beyond that, which I think
Yeah.
was one of the big wonders of Disco Elysium, which I also love.
Yeah, it was definitely one of my favorite games. I had a chance to meet them last summer in Estonia. It was really cool to hang out with them. And as far as you've worked on some pretty massive titles, and you kind of have worn like lead writer and narrative designer. What were some of the early things that you learned in your career in games that kind of has stuck through to now, where it's really shaped how you think about games?
Um, there's a few things. One is, and forgive me, some of these things are very pragmatic, but one is when you're writing a game, you have to realize that you're writing it for at least maybe 7 or 9 other languages. So, like in the sense of like, okay, well, will my English aesthetic hold up if this is translated? Is one thing you kind of have to keep in mind, as well as
Okay.
be aware that every change you make in a game is going to have ripple effects across 9 other languages plus voice acting. So like from a pragmatic standpoint, you learn to be aware that it's not just putting words in the game. Like there's a whole management and production line you have to be aware of, which was a really big shock for me because it meant that early on I realized my ability to edit, change, iterate was greatly affected by the fact that there was this other huge pipeline waiting in the wings
Yeah.
that they have everything locked down as early as possible in order to do it like perfectly. And the problem is like games keep changing, and the way interplay was at the time, like you could never guarantee a certain character would be there or a level, so things would get cut all the time. So like edits in that respect sometimes became problematic. Anyway, that's one thing
Yeah.
that's a managerial production thing. Aesthetically, it was learning that my words that they're not precious, they're not like little snowflakes running around. What you really want to do when you're telling your story is the words are just a entry door. What you really want to do is get your audio guy, get your environment artist, get your visual effects artist, all make them aware of the story you want to tell either across the game or in a very specific area, and then they help you flush that out, because
Yeah.
there's so much stuff that you're not going to be able to convey with just a talking head, and that's probably the worst way to do it.
Yeah.
Versus, hey, let's set up like a ruined village, like, you know, with all these like little inventory item touchstones and props that tell a story that reinforce a narrative you're going to have later. Like that, recognizing that like there's more people involved in telling that story, giving them the information they need, and then letting them support the story along with your words. That's an important part of any game writing.
Yeah, I love that, because I mean I think if you come from like tabletop games, you really realize how much stories are better when you bring in different minds. You know, like that's something that we're used to as storytellers with from gaming backgrounds, and so that idea that the words are just one component, but they all have to sing the same music. You know, they have to all kind of resonate with each other, and when that happens, it's like, yeah, you can get some really, it's like the world is telling the story, the characters and the art and the, yeah, I love that. That's one of my favorite things about games. And I find, I'd be curious what you think about, because you've worked for quite large companies as well. Like how I guess, what is your experience in the bigger games industry and in that jazz, as I call it? Like, has it worked for you traditionally? Like, have you been able to maintain that kind of creative collaboration in an environment like that, or has that been a struggle?
Sometimes, and it depends on the company. Uh, there have been times where like they will give you free reign to implement a plot or a character or an idea, and that's great. Other times there's been challenges because story is one of those things that sort of everybody can understand. It's not like you come in as a programmer and you discover like, well, only really engineers can read and review your code. With a story, everybody from the CEO all the way down to QA can weigh in on it, and then they
Right.
give their feedback for like, well, here's the kind of stories I like.
Yeah.
uh, and that can be a challenge because they might bring you in to like write a better story or improve like the last story experience. Like when I was working on Dying Light 2, they had brought me in because Dying Light 1 story wasn't at the level that they wanted. So when Dying Light 2 happened, they're like, oh, okay, well, we really want to up our story game, because that was the only part that reviewers didn't seem to like really care for, or weren't as excited about. But then when you get there, you might have the challenge of, well, yeah, but they don't really want you to write to your skill set. Like they want you to take an idea that they may have and then
Right.
bring it, which you can do. But like there might be issues or challenges with how they're doing it. And if that person's not receptive to why they brought you on board, like it just ends up being kind of a mess. But you still try and work with it anyway, and hopefully repeat examples and knocking on the door like, hey, like let's try this, like just let's play it out and see how it flows.
Yeah.
Like hopefully it sinks in after a while, but it doesn't always.
Yeah. Again, these are things that I could, we'll take these calls later, Chris. But, I'm just thinking too, like some of the titles you've worked on, what was an experience that just really sung? Like there was just a vibe amongst the team where it was just like, I mean, obviously you had problems, but what was like where it was just like everything really felt great, even with the hurdles?
Planescape Torment, one of the first games I worked on, it
Nice.
had it had that flow. It almost sent me to the hospital, but when I wasn't worried about going to the hospital, there were moments where I'm like, oh wow, this scene's really working, or oh wow, I'm really happy with this character delivery, or wow, this quest is working really well. Like that wasn't the case for the whole game by any means, but there were plenty of times during the development cycle where I'm like, wow, even though like it's 160 hours, like I still feel like good stuff is coming out of it. Yeah, so I was really proud of what we were able to accomplish. It was a pretty small team, but everyone seemed really energized. Our art lead was great. Our programming lead was great. Like everyone just sort of was on the same page. But there was also one other important aspect to it, which I think also Tim Kaine from Fallout 1
Mm.
would probably appreciate, is it helps when you're at a company where either you're independent and can just make the choices you need to make with it, responsibly. And another thing to be at a large company where the eye of Sauron isn't on you.
Yeah.
Because when that happens, sometimes you can make that jazz and that magic
Yeah.
because the company is still supporting you, but they're letting your voice come through, and it's not as generic or watered down as it might have been across 20 different managerial reviews.
You sound like you're speaking from experience.
Sometimes the feedback gets pretty weird. You're like, well, that's awfully specific, but you feel strongly about it, and even though you can't articulate the reasons why you want it, it may not hurt the game, so let's just move on, and I'll do that.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the funniest thing is like, yeah, or maybe not even the funniest, the frustrating is I don't mind when there's suggestions or revisions, but that seem weird, but at least explain to me why, so I know how to properly make to make those changes.
Well, I mean, but that's a reasonable request because you want to know first off, like what your boss likes in terms of a narrative, like what specifically is the things that he's getting excited about in terms of this game.
Yeah.
Like that's important to know. Like I really, so I want that feedback. Like I want those details. So the next time I deliver something, like it's more in line with what you want and the project's vision. Because I'm only the writer. I'd say only the writer, but like there's an overall vision that the writing's supposed to be leading towards, and like the more compass points you can give me and the more like road signs, great, because then I can do a better job for you. So I do appreciate that. What I don't like is when you get the very vague general, well, I don't really care for that, or like that reminds me of something popular that I hate, which is always a really weird thing for any creative director to say. Like it's fine if you hate something that's popular, but like you should always try and understand why it's popular, because
Right.
part of your job as creative director is, what's actually gonna make this game sell. And if you're like, well, I hate everything that's popular and does well, okay, man, but like as long as you're keeping the critiques for like what makes those things successful, great.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I've definitely encountered that before. What I want to go back to Planescape because I mean that is considered like the pinnacle of the CRPG. It took kind of what was in Baldur's Gate and it took it in an interesting direction that was more fantastical but less at the same time somehow. So what was the process on that? How did you get involved in over the course of the project? Like what were you kind of maintaining and what was the hat you were wearing for that project?
Yeah, so I'll probably start with a bunch of production stuff that all led to this, and it actually does feed into the writing. So we had licensed the Infinity Engine from BioWare, and the Infinity Engine was the technology they used to make Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2. Yeah. And then also Brian Fargo had spent money getting the Planescape license from D&D, but internally, the only Planescape game we had wasn't going well. It got canceled. And then we got some of their resources, and they were like, well, we still have to make a Planescape game. So like, well, okay, well, why don't we take the Baldur's Gate engine since it's D&D, and then we'll do an isometric version of Planescape. We're making use of the license, and we'll turn out a role-playing game like Baldur's Gate. And so that's what was given to me. Where it's like, okay, here we go, and I'm like, oh, okay, so I don't know anything about Planescape. I know very little. So for step one, do the research. So I went back to a premise that I'd given the studio director when I first interviewed. I'm like, oh, it'd be really cool to like do a game that starts in the mortuary and it starts in the death screen, and you try and figure out how you got there. And he was like, oh, I think that's pretty cool. And then he gave me a job, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then a few years go by, and he's like, oh, well, now we're doing a Planescape game for real. I'm like, oh, okay, I'd like to use that original idea. So I just did. And
nice.
Then the next stage was like, okay, we'll figure out all the elements that make Planescape what it is, and then figure out how the game's going to introduce those. Like, okay, well, they have this element, that element, like, and then like it becomes a methodical process. And also one advantage was like not getting too locked down on everything early on. Recognize that your story is fluid, recognize that your characters are fluid. And then once you design a little bit of them, they might have their own voices and their own characters that come out. And so letting them breathe a bit in interesting ways can make a story even better rather than just rigidly adhering to your very first outline.
Yeah, I find it's interesting the balance. I think when you're trying to write a role playing game, like author intent versus like the player freedom, I feel like it's such a delicate line in CRPGs. I even actually even in tabletop games too, right? Like I much more lean into here's the world and I fill in the gaps as the players tell a story. I'm much more into that now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I find it such a interesting balance in computer games because you don't want to overwrite it, but you know what I mean? You want to give the player freedom, but you want it structured narrative. Like, what's your thinking about? I'm really curious how you think about what that balance and what you're thinking about when you're creating those narrative designs. I don't think people think about how actually complex that is.
Tabletop gaming was really good for training me to recognize that trying to craft a very delicate stage and have specific events play out for the players was always a huge mistake, because that would never play out that way. So I try to take that philosophy into computer games and recognize I mean, it's what you were saying, where it's like, okay, well, I create like a stage for this to
Mm,
play out. I try and give them interesting NPCs to bounce ideas off of, or interesting elements of the world that will react to things that they do, and also like inform them of various things. But overall, like recognize that it's a communal storytelling process. Like the players involved, how are you letting them express their character? How are you letting them like do their specific character build, and like how are their skills used in the environment in a way that makes them feel cool? So like there were some elements with that, but then when it comes to narrative, that ends up being a whole toolbox of like, well, the players are here for a certain experience, whether it's Star Wars or killing zombies. Like, have I identified what those touchstones are,
yeah.
and is the game delivering on that power fantasy in a way that players familiar with that type of game or that franchise like and enjoy, and then hopefully you can add some intelligent deep dives on top of that. So
Yeah, it's because you've seen the game that I'm working on. One of the things that I always struggle with is like the idea of the power fantasy and like for instance, like again back to Disco Elysium, I was just reading what their tagline is. It's basically what kind of cop will you be? That's a great entry point, right? That's always the hard one though. It's like if you're telling maybe a less traditional narrative story where you're not one character but you're taking care of a bunch of characters, like whose perspective are you writing from and how do you approach it? It can get complicated really quickly. That's where that stuff starts to really kind of mess with my head because it's so much easier to have one entry point and see the game through that one perspective. But it's interesting to try to take different narrative perspectives in a game, and I'm curious what you think. Where do you think narrative is going to end up in games? And by that I mean, I still think we're kind of in the infancy in storytelling in games in a lot of ways. Where do you see it going, or where would you like to see it go?
well, one big discussion point in game stories is just the fact of how much information seems to be communicated just through the standard menu driven dialogue option system. And I don't know if anybody with has really found a way to really break out of that
Mm,
menu selection process. And that's always been a big question mark in terms of, okay, well, what is going to be the next thing that actually, evolves that particular narrative mechanism? Because there's plenty of others, like, hey, visual storytelling, hey, audio triggers to help reinforce X, Y, and Z. Like, you don't need a talking head like to
right.
give this information. But if you do have one, then like, how do we make that interaction experience better? And I think VR is going down that route. But
Mm,
things like if interactions with people like actually did take into account eye tracking, like are you making eye contact with the person that you're speaking to in this role playing game? Like what are your gestures like? Maybe this person's really reserved and doesn't like it when you move around a lot or
yeah.
make big expensive gestures. Like so, I think there's elements like that where it can become more simulating a natural conversation. But narrative techniques that have not aged very well over like the past few decades, and try and hopefully exploring new techniques for getting around those would be welcome. I just don't happen to know what those are at the moment.
Yeah, it is true that like that menu dialogue system has remained the same, but it's so ingrained that it's even just me sitting here now, I'm like, yeah, how do you do it differently? That's
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's also really easy for players because then it like becomes like a menu list for most games. We're like, okay, well, I made that dialogue option. Like, okay, I thoroughly explored this dialogue,
yeah,
and then they're like, okay, well, now I feel good about it because I'm sure that I got everything.
yeah,
And I admit as a player, I kind of like that, but I do recognize the more mechanical interrogation aspects of it. What I like about Disco Elysium is they leaned into that. And they're like, okay, well, you're like a human can opener, and it's just what you do is you interrogate people. I'm like, oh, okay,
yeah.
that's pretty cool. Like they lean into the conceit of that of those dialogue options. I thought that was
Yeah, which is really clever, and I think too, one of the things that I think that they did to move things forward, we're just gonna end up talking about their Disco Elysium. That's fine. I think they did a lot of cool things. It
you should have invited Robert, man. Like I could have just called him and go, hey, Robert, man, you should have shut up. This was fucking great.
next time. But yeah, I think what I really liked that they did, and I don't know if many, I'm sure you picked up on it, but how failure was often as fun. And
Yeah,
in tabletop role, have you ever played Fiasco?
no.
Oh, dude, you got to play that game. It's basically a Coen Brothers tabletop role playing game. It's GMless. You're telling a story as it kind of unfolds. It has a very Coen Brothers film type feel. It's awesome. You should check it out. But
All right.
one of the great components of that game is because it's a Coen Brothers and you're playing a bunch of simple people in a small town getting up to no good. It's fun when your characters fail because it's so entertaining for the story that's emerging. And I really feel like they nailed that in Disco Elysium, that you're not saves coming because it's just as funny or more interesting sometimes when you fail. And I think that's actually one of the unsung heroes of that game that I wish more people would do. I hope people do more of that. I know I want to.
Yeah, also with a lot of games not really being friendly about you reloading last saves, sometimes having failure options or what I call equally interesting options,
Hmm.
that just makes the whole experience more interesting. Because like the worst thing you can do with a role-playing game is look up a FAQ on it and then discover there's all the right options. Like, oh, well, that's all that. Like at that point, you probably haven't done a really good job of reactivity. Because like
Right.
generally, you should figure out what the archetypes are, figure out what choices the player can make, and then make all the options the players can pursue, make them interesting and not like, oh wow, you fucked up. Yeah,
Yeah.
like it should have some benefit in the environment, and like that was part of our design standards. Back in Obsidian, in the sense
Yeah.
of like, well, it should lead somewhere interesting, like, and there shouldn't be like instant win options for dialogue. Oh, you made your speech check and now you get everything. It's like that so bores me. I'm just like, do you want people to think about the dialogue or not? I don't know.
Yeah, that is something I think about too, that it would be interesting to create a system where the dialogue choices, rather than having like a skill check or anything, it's like you have to pay attention to how the character reacts. Like I know that's it's a bit complex, but
It's hard and it can
yeah.
really bite your ass. But yeah, because then in Fallout New Vegas, that bit me in the ass because if you pay attention to one of the final bosses, it's pretty clear that if you even make the suggestion that he's retreating, like he's going to lose his shit.
Right.
But you have to pay attention.
Yeah.
And then, like, even after you make all the skill checks, there's like one dialogue option that's the landmine. And it goes, well, good. Like, now that you're retreating, blah, 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 blah. And at that point, no matter what choice you make, he attacks you because, like, you just can't. But the problem is, people weren't used to that type of convention. So, like, that ends up coming as a surprise.
Yeah.
So, that's an aesthetic that you want to do throughout. But ideally, you do want people to hopefully pay attention to your dialogue and not slam through it. But there are players that will do that.
What do you I want to talk about Fallout New Vegas in a second, but what do you think, what's a way to get people to actually engage with the dialogue without skipping? Because like, for instance, I played a lot of Baldur's Gate 3. I did. But I skipped a lot of the dialogue because a lot of it, again, the skill checks didn't matter. Really, it didn't seem like you could just re-roll. It's like, what's the point? But how do you get people to like really engage with it and not skip past it beyond being good writing, I suppose?
I think it's a matter of giving tools to the player that don't point in the direction of how to win. It just gives them more information to make an informed decision. And what
Mm,
I mean by that, I'll give two examples. So one is, so like when Tim Kaine was doing Fallout 1, there was a perk called empathy. And what it would do is when you were talking to people, it would highlight options the NPC would like in green. And it would highlight
mm,
options they would respond negatively to or hostile to in red. Now,
interesting.
initially that seems like an insta win button, but it's not. What it tells you is if I want to provoke this NPC to cause like all the guards to rush out of the storehouse or whatever, so I can sneak in the back, um, then I can choose the hostile options to provoke them. Like, but that's not a bad decision. That's an informed decision.
Right.
Also, when we were doing the groundwork for Fallout Van Buren Interplay, which hopefully was going to become Fallout 3, but that never happened.
Right.
Another thing we tried to do was speech skill and perception would allow you to read people before you had a dialogue with them and get a sense for like, oh, wow, that guy, like all his clothes are really well pressed despite the apocalyptic environment and like everything, like he's, it looks like he keeps everything orderly and clean. Like that's information that tells you like don't use vague or messy dialogue options, like be clear and precise.
Right.
And then like speech skill would give you clues on how to interact. And like we did a little bit of that with Lynette in Fallout 2, where like once you realize that she likes being called like, first citizen, like address her with respect versus, hey, what's up? And like her reputation goes down. But like, oh, of course, first citizen, yes, first citizen, like her reputation goes up, and you get and like, but that because that's the kind of character that she is.
Right.
And so, including more options where like you're asked to pay attention to the person you're speaking to, be aware of what their quirks and traits are, and then figure out, well, what do I want out of this conversation? Like, what's my agenda versus
Yeah.
their agenda? And how do I achieve that with the more information that I know? And it's more interesting when the speech skills and abilities give you more information versus here's how to win.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's a tough line. Again, it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier about how much authorship and perspective, which is kind of hard to nail sometimes. So let's talk about Fallout New Vegas. That I think that was such an interesting game because Fallout 1 and 2 is this isometric, but Bethesda did their take. So let's leave it at that. They did their take, and you guys did Fallout New Vegas, which to me I felt kind of had understood the tone and I guess the concept because a lot of you guys had worked on the original. How did that happen, and what was that process like coming back to it? I mean, it was a different engine and all that kind of stuff, but like, what was that like coming back to it again?
It was great. Um, Financially and managerially, it was not great because all of the titles we'd done up to that point, um, our studio wasn't in great shape. So when Bethesda came with a contract, it's not like we could argue a lot,
Right.
which is sad, but it happens. And to be honest, like we'd sort of put ourselves in that situation. So the contract was a bit aggressive. It was a bit lean, but we agreed to it and we thought we could do it. So once we had that, regardless of that, we were all really excited because we had a bunch of ideas for Fallout way back in the day, back in Interplay. We're like, oh wow, like we can use some of that stuff again. That's great. We tell a new story and like, and technology was never Obsidian's like strong point. Like our games, unfortunately, they would have a lot of bugs. They'd have technical issues. So we'd often get other people's like game engines and then build and then cater to our strength, which was like, hey, we'll write an entertaining adventure
Yeah.
on top of someone else's technology. And that's something we'd done all the way back at Black Isle. Like, oh wow, we'll take BioWare's Infinity engine since they can do an engine.
Right.
And then we'll make like Planescape Torment or whatever, it happens. That might have been Icewind Dale. Okay, for the Icewind Dale. But always those were kind of like where we're bringing our narrative to a foundation you've already left. And I know people like, oh, Gamebryo and Bethesda's engine, like, oh wow, it's really, and they have a lot of complaints.
Yeah.
For us, it's like, wow, this engine, it mostly works. Like it doesn't work for everything we need it to.
Right.
But like we're able to build an entire world out. That's insane. So for me, it was kind of like enjoyable to take all the strengths that Bethesda had, and then we were able to add, oh, well, we really know Fallout, and we have, you know, these narrative skill sets we're bringing to it. Let's unite those, and New Vegas was the happy result. Like we were all really stoked to work on it. Like it was tense at times, and um, you know, it was hard to get everything done. And there's stuff we probably shouldn't have tried to get in. But I never thought Bethesda was hostile or trying to screw us. And there are times where they actually gave us more money to make the game better, like with our animation sets. Like we showcased, you know, hey, here's the old animations. Here's some new ones that we could do if we had the, you know, the budget to hire some more animators. And the Bethesda looked at, they're like, yep, go ahead. And I'm like, wow, like they that's an expense they don't have to do, but they genuinely want it to look better. And like they would make decisions like that.
Nice. So that game, man, how long ago did that game come out? I don't even want to.
I have no idea.
It's like 15 years. It's been a while. What did you work on after Fallout New Vegas?
Oh wow, I feel like my head's been completely cleansed after New Vegas.
Okay.
I think
Hitting you with the hard questions.
Well, let's see. I'm trying to think of what else was going on at that time. So I got on New Vegas late because we were trying to finish up Alpha Protocol,
Right.
which had its share of challenges. So I went on New Vegas, and then we also had Dungeon Siege 3 going on at the time.
Wow.
But after that, I actually can't remember exactly what I transitioned onto. Like after that, I had to give it some thought. Maybe I'm blacking out or something.
So I mean, when you're working on that many projects, it probably does become a bit of a blur.
I forgot my own history.
Yeah. I'm the same way. I couldn't tell you when some of my comic projects worked on. It all kind of blurs. Like when Rat Queens came up as like being 10 years old, I was like, what? How's that possible? You know, it's just one of those things. The time passes.
Oh man, that's like I told you this already, but like me and a few of the guys from work would like Rat Queens. Like we would go to the comic book store every Wednesday, and Rat Queens is one of the things we absolutely
nice.
like. Our main concept guy Brian Menzie on Fallout, like he loved it too. Like, oh man, this art's pretty fucking cool. And, like
Nice.
it was something. So thank you for that. That was awesome.
No, I appreciate that. It's funny, you know, like I really see that it did well for a few reasons, but the one thing was that it really crossed over with the game, like tabletop and with the video games. And you know, I would have people come up to me at the conventions and go, "Oh yeah, I bought it, and then I bought a copy for every single person in my gaming group." You know, it's like it was just kind of that vibe. And I mean, it's clear that I grew up playing tabletop role-playing games and doing commentary on some of the stuff I thought was so stupid, you know, like Dwarven Ale. That just was always really funny to me because it's like, is there human ale? Is there elf ale? Like, it's very strange. But
human ale, we just don't talk about it.
Yeah. So it's just like, yeah, making fun of the tropes.
I think, you know, another compliment, Curtis, is just at Obsidian, we'd pitched to Wizards of the Coast D&D games many times. And like we also were reviewing a lot of the modules and stuff they were doing at that time. And like it just felt like it didn't really have the energy that like the older D&D modules had. Like, oh, everyone remembers Against the Giants, but I had a really hard time remembering anything that stood out like really as strongly in more recent D&D. So like when I was reading Rat Queens, I was like, wow, this is like D&D, but like without the game pitches and like it's fun. And I'm like, wow, like, and that kind of unnerved me because I'm like, when did it stop being fun? Like I thought D&D was also like, well, it could have been more fun.
Yeah.
So thank you for that perspective that you showed.
Hey, no problem. Yeah, you know, I just definitely channeled, and I think that's something that's so great about tabletop role-playing games, especially if you're working in games. Like it really does tell you that story can be so fun. And you know, maybe the archetype that you write is like, this is what's expected in games. It's like tabletop always just surprises me with the creativity of different people working together and how much fun and how funny it can be. And it's like, I want to anything I work on, I want to transport, like for instance, the game we're working on now, I've already developed it as a tabletop game. We've been running it for like 2 or 3 months, and it's hilarious. Like I want to transfer that energy into into this game, and it's like write down the funny jokes and the funny one-liners and put that straight in there. And it's like, I mean, I would encourage anyone if you're working on a game to actually do that, because you get a feel for the world and the vibe, what makes it fun to play. I don't know if you've done that. Have you ever done something like that?
There's been some experiences that are similar, like because one of the best things about tabletop is what you were saying about sort of embracing failure and making it interesting.
Yeah.
That's tabletop 100%. Like as a GM, you have a hope for where things will go.
Right.
If you're playing Fallout pen and paper and Josh Sawyer ends up criticaling the major NPC antagonist planned for the next 10 sessions, you're like, you have this moment of, oh, fuck. And then you're like, 5 minutes later, you're like, oh, wait a minute. That could actually be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Does that change the dynamics I had expected in the following ways? And then you watch the world kind of settle into a new position. And that's exciting. So like bringing that sort of tabletop experience and embracing the interesting aspects of failure, I think that is worthwhile stuff for game design for sure.
Yeah, totally. Do you still play? Do you still get around a table with
No,
friends,
not
or
as much anymore.
not much?
It's hard to get people together, even with all the new applications for like doing remote
Yeah.
gaming. It's hard to get people together. I know that you're probably in the same boat where like people have all sorts of ideas for campaigns, but like nothing seems to happen, and I certainly don't have time to run one. So
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I don't play as much anymore. We used to play at lunch back in Obsidian, but it was kind of infrequent.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like I really want to infuse that with what we're doing, and I think like almost for certain, I want to make sure that as a team we're actually playing a game in the world, just to make sure that we keep that interesting energy up. Because
That's a smart way to do it, because especially if you have the time. Because
Yeah.
like when we were working on the Fallout Van Buren, being able to run the Fallout pen and paper sessions for like 20 or 30 sessions before we actually jumped into development
Oh,
was a
wow.
huge help. Like if you have the time, because like you gather all the reference art for the locations, you start drafting out all the quests. You have about like anywhere from 4 to 8 different people of different Fallout character builds stopping on your world in real time. You start seeing opportunities, and then like as much as like you design out, where you're like, okay, well, I'm going to run this pen and paper session like I imagine the game starting. Suddenly 5 of those characters do something interesting.
Yeah.
The rules allow, and you're like, oh wow, I can make this quest line better, or oh wow, that's a twist I hadn't considered. And that live feedback from the players who will eventually be developers was
Yeah.
fantastic. It's great.
Yeah, it's like you kind of I call it like creative language. You're kind of creating that because there's a familiarity as you build this thing together live, that we've all got this thing in our head now that we're sharing this story, which is one of the cool things that the creative mind can do, is we can share story together. We share our headspace, if we do really good storytelling, which is like magic, isn't it? It's like magic.
Those players have all sorts of great stuff. Because so like a follow example was, so in New Vegas, there's this thing where the super mutants sometimes get a little bit unstable, and
Yes.
they have sanity issues. That actually ended up being an idea that was inspired by the pen and paper game. It's one of the characters that made a super mutant. I'm like, oh, well, wouldn't it be cool if like he had some of the master's psionic abilities or whatever happened to be, but he actually has visions of like things that had happened or will happen, or
Yeah.
new interpretation. But all of that stuff came from his character background. I'm like, oh wow. I'm like, okay, well, he said this character. Wouldn't it be cool if I built on what he did, and then he builds on it, and then eventually that made it into Fallout New Vegas.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
like, wow, that's cool to see that transition.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think there's something really interesting. We have a friend that he's a licensed therapist. He used to run a comic book shop in the UK, and he I think they went out of business, and he was looking to do something what he wanted to do next. But he's dealing with people with PTSD, and he took his training, and he uses tabletop role-playing games to help people through PTSD, and it's very effective, which is really interesting.
That's
Like
great.
I think to me that's why I love, I played role-playing games with my daughter. She's 9, and there's just something about shared story that really brings us together. That's why to me it's this whole thing about campfire stories bringing people together. That was one of the things that Shannon and my wife we talked about early on, was like, how do we get people, that energy of people sitting together and telling stories together? Like, how do we facilitate that? How do we make that happen? And because we've been playing tabletop role playing games together for years, and it's really so many good memories. And yeah, I just think there's a certain magic in something that invites people together to tell those stories together. And I think you too, Chris, like you've got such an amazing career as a storyteller in some of the most pivotal games in the industry. And I don't know, do you ever reflect on kind of the impact you've had in the industry? Is that something you probably don't think about that? You're too modest.
Yeah, it's no, it mostly feels like I'm going from one trip and fall and mistake to another. Because like I'm sure you've been in the same boat where like you do something and you're really glad that people are enjoying it, but all you see are the stuff that's missing or things that you did wrong.
Right.
And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, you know what? I should have like done X, Y, and Z. And then like, but the next time, like there's a new X, Y, and Z. So like it's most of like a continuing series of like, okay, well, I learned from that. And here's what I learned. And I think I can take this and make it better in the next version. But it's hard to be completely satisfied with what you're doing. But as long as people are enjoying it, I think that's the important thing.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm curious if you could do any game right now. You don't have to tell, you don't have to spoil if you have something that you're working on, but if you could do anything, like what kind of game would you want to make if it was you and a couple buddies? Like what would be that game? What kind of genre? What kind of story? What would you do?
It would be superheroes.
Okay.
It would also be to depend on the development team because one thing that I enjoy, this isn't a big thing about superhero movies in general, but like what I really liked about a very low key superhero TV series called Alphas was they made sure that every superhero had a pretty crippling disadvantage.
Hmm.
Or like, hey, the woman who has the extrasensory like super high perceptions, like she can't stand being around people, especially if they're wearing Axe body spray. Like, you know, intimacy is literally painful for her, so she avoids like all this stuff that like you wouldn't normally consider with
Right.
superheroes. And then like, you know, the super strong guy didn't have the skeleton to actually be able to support things he would lift, so all he could do was punch. But then also he had high blood pressure and he had to be worried about his heart giving out during a fight. And like all this stuff that was just really interesting because it kept him more grounded. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that's a fun way to do superheroes that I think would be entertaining and not and you know and might be something fun to explore. But the
Yeah.
problem with superhero ego power fantasy is people don't want vulnerabilities. They don't want those disadvantages all the time. Like they do want to fly about Superman like Superman.
Yeah.
And then maybe worry about kryptonite every once in a while. But really, like so that's the kind of game that I think I would enjoy doing. But there's a whole bunch I'd really like to do.
Hmm. Yeah, I feel I'm so interested in the indie space right now that there's so many really cool
Yep.
like experimental projects coming out that I'm really excited for what's coming up in games. I know a lot of people are, I mean, it's tough. The industry's tough right now, but I really feel like it's an exciting time for maybe this is the kick people need to go. I'm gonna take a shot on myself, and I don't know. I think it's exciting.
Yeah, Curtis, you're right on because like with digital distribution, the small teams' ability to get their games to market without having necessarily go through a publisher, that has been so big about just creating more creativity and trying out new ideas in the industry. Like, and you've worked for really big companies,
Yeah,
and like they're really obviously risk adverse, and I cannot blame them for that. Like they're putting millions upon millions of dollars on the line,
yeah,
like for the Assassin's Creed 20. Like I get it. Like at the same time in the indie space where like the risks are, you know, they're still there, but like they're not as catastrophic. So being able to see the indie space, like, you know, try out 200 different ideas or a
yeah.
variation of something, that gives me hope for the future. And it's really cool to sort of see that test bed of ideas as well as in the modding community too.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a time of like I keep saying it's like a time of the renegades, the people that are gonna, take a shot and do something weird and wild that no one's expecting that might change the industry. I think it's an exciting time. We have gone to the hour. Holy crap! That was quick. That went really quickly. I haven't checked. There is conversation, but I don't see any questions on the chat. But lots of comments that they're finding what you're saying really interesting. I did too, Chris. It's been really awesome to well, first of all, meet you. It was randomly on LinkedIn. I think I reached out to you. I was just like, oh, maybe I'll respond to me, and I'm so glad you did, because I think it's been really great getting to know you, and I really feel like we've got a friendship growing, and I hope this is just kind of the first conversation amongst many.
Very simpatico, Curtis. I'm really glad that you reached out. And so I can express my fandom for Rat Queens.
Yeah, it was meant to be, man. It was meant to be for us to connect. But all right, man. Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate the time you've given us. And yeah, we'll be in touch. Awesome. Thanks, man.
Take care, Curtis.
All right, everyone, welcome. Here we are into the next segment after Chris Avellone, who was an amazing guest. That was a really fun conversation. We are on to Liam.
I'd hate to follow that guy. Hey, what?
This silly man from Australia that I know. Dude, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Liam is someone I met many years ago. We were working on Ranger.
Ranger, yeah, that game that never existed.
Yes, exactly. It was a tech demo. Don't you remember it, Liam? It was a tech demo.
That was a tech demo for Gears of War, I think. Yeah, that sounds right.
But yeah, we met each other. I think it's still my favorite story. We could talk about it later, but we met playing a board game, and we've stayed in touch over the years. Liam's an actor, but we're going to get into today some things that maybe people don't know about you, which is that you are also a big game designer, which I think
Also
is
insane. No.
Yeah, I
Yes.
love that. I love it. It's a really cool thing. But Liam, why don't you introduce yourself however you want? I'll give you the space. Go for it, man.
I'm Liam McIntyre. I'm a big dork. I don't know. I have 2 kids and a wife, and I live in America right now because it's been a whole experience. I don't know. I've done a bunch of cool acting stuff. I don't know. It's just I wanted to be an artist my whole life, and then like my dad was like, maybe not that, and I was like, yeah, you're right. There's not much money, and then went to like banking for a couple of years, and went, no, my soul's not in this, and then yeah, I guess tried acting, got lucky, and then I got into that Spartacus thing, and then from there it was just a bunch of cool stories. I got to play all kinds of crazy cool things
Yeah.
that the people that I always dreamed of playing, whether that be on stage or with Shakespeare and stuff like that, or like I got to play Aquaman. That was wild. So like it's yeah, live. I've been one of the lucky ones. So yeah, it's been a busy, crazy old life.
That's good, man. Well, I mean, you've had kind of a crazy couple of years too with moving back and forth. I was always tracking your
Yeah,
movements as you trotted the globe, and I don't know what the hell you're up to half the time.
it sounds like that Taylor Swift guy with the jet.
Yes,
But yeah, no,
exactly.
I was all over them. We were between COVID and like jobs and children and not knowing what kind of life we want for them and
Mm,
what that means. We were going back from like we went to Australia because we were like Aaron was homesick and COVID was happening, so we went there and that didn't feel right. So
mm.
we just moved back and I think we're set now. I mean, I said
Yeah.
that before, so but I think we're good. I think
I,
we're
I
happy. So,
we're very similar souls that way. I mean, I've moved how many times
no
in the
man.
last? It's like
Yeah, you've
ridiculous.
moved a ton. Yeah, there's no man.
But no, that's maybe as you get older, you get a little restless, and some people settle down, some people just keep moving. But hopefully,
Yeah, I guess that's good.
yeah, yeah. So okay, I never heard that story that you started in banking. That's new to me. What was that all about?
I can't believe I haven't told you. No, I all through school since like that, like Harry's what? He's like 4.5. So since about that age, I was like all about painting. That's all I wanted to do. Fine art. I was just 100% that
Wow.
till like the year before we finished school with like the business end of school where it was kind of like they pick the subjects that'll get you into college or
Mhm.
university. I think. And then Dad was kind of like, I don't know about like you sure you should be doing painting? Like I
Yeah.
don't know if that's a job. And I was like, oh no, I'm good at it. And he's like, I mean, yeah. Anyway, he said, yeah, look, he was being a responsible dad, being like, you should do something that doesn't leave you
Right.
destitute. And he's like, ah, come on, I'm young and stupid. I don't need to worry about that, do I? But anyway, like, I was always a bit risk averse, so I was like, yeah, you're right. I was good. I was good at like I wasn't good at maths, but I was good
Mhm.
at like thinking. I could think business, and it was kind of interesting. It was had a weird like creative. The creative part of business is really fascinating, like making businesses and try to work out kind of how money works and how you can make it work and stuff like that. So there was a part of my creativity that was like, oh, that's interesting, and I can make money. You say. And so like I did that. I did a commerce degree. So what I did commerce and arts, thinking that arts was art because obviously I do a lot of research into choosing my life
Right.
choices. So when I got to the university I got into, I was like, oh, double degree, that's great. I'll do both degrees at once. What a champion. And then I was like, cool. So where's the art at? And they're like, oh no, arts doesn't mean art. That's please, it means like literature and philosophy. And I was like,
Right.
that's not art. You can't paint philosophy. I mean, that's obviously wrong. But yeah, so I like yeah, so I was like, I should have read about this more. But yeah, so I ended up doing business. I ended up in economics and majoring in that, and then I think I majored in philosophy, which was kind of cool for the art side. And it was in the
Nice.
very last semester of the whole course that I was like trying to find the last thing to fill the gaps in my whatever. And they're like, I need one more course, and they were like, why don't you like do graphic do graphic art, do comic art. I was like, do what? And they're like, you just one of the if you like art so much, you should do an art course here. I was like, I've been trying for 4 years to do that. And they're
It's
like,
amazing.
well, it was just here. You could have done it the whole time. I'm like, are you joking? For real joking? I was furious. And so I did like the last 6 months of my degree in arts was me just drawing cartoons. And I was I was so happy and so angry at the same time. I was like, so this has been here the whole time. I asked these
Wow.
questions. They were like, no, you can't do that. But anyway, it
I
worked
didn't.
out.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that you had done comic, and I didn't know that. That's really
I did,
interesting.
yeah, I did a little bit of comic art. I was not terrible. Could
Huh.
never draw a good hand. Could never draw a good hand.
I think that's the. I think that's
Yeah,
many artists would say
foreshortening. I
that.
was like, so it's, and then you can't see this, but this bit. I'm like, yeah. Anyway, but it was all right. And then yeah, I went into like, got a job. First I got a job at EB Games, and managed that for a while. And I was like, after, I was sort of like at the end of the degree, and then I got into banking and was like, yeah, okay. Tell you what, banking was awesome, sort of soul wise, because I was in like a defense bank that for the defense forces, but in like the cities part of the defense forces,
Mm.
and so like they were just, and it was like people who were look, and as I got older, I'm like I can see the appeal of that because you like chaos is not always a nice life choice, but like they were kind of just punching clocks like on their career and on life and everything. It was like every Friday at 3 p.m. the guy'd come in and he'd get his $20 because he had his $20 because he's going to do the thing. And then I'd ask him on the weekend, what was he doing? He's doing the same thing every weekend.
Mm.
And I guess, and look again, like I said, as I got older, at this age with the kids and chaos and everything, and choosing houses, different countries. I'm like, okay, I can see an appeal in just having a routine that you just
Yeah.
because life is just good, but that's not who I am as a person. Like, so
Yeah.
I always looked at that and was like, oh, please God, never that. So it was weirdly a good motivator for the kind of person I am to go. I don't want to fall into that sort of lull where I just where I was just happy, just boring old happy. No, no, where I was just like,
You need the ups
where
and
I was just
downs.
kind of like doing the same thing all the time. And
Yeah.
and so I was sort of like, as much as I banking and that sort of like business life wasn't really for me. It was really, I mean, it was really good. I'm the only guy that reads his contracts as an actor that I know, and I'm the only one that knows what his business dealings are because
Nice.
that's what I was taught. So
Yeah.
so it was kind of really helpful where I had a bunch of actors that are like, I spent all my money. And you're like, that's bad. No, don't do that. You're like, so I'm like, that's a terrible choice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway, so everything for a reason. I got like a crazy old life, like philosophy of like as my life has gone on at different times, I feel like life is a big story. And at certain points in my life, I was like, oh wait, so hang on. Chapter one, horrible, this stuff happened, and I didn't
Mm.
understand why. And like any good story, it resolves in time. It doesn't happen on page one. It happens down the end.
Right.
And so you're like in these little like novellas or whatever of my
Mm.
life, different
Yeah.
episode, issues that you sort of go, oh, that was so that led to this, which led to
Mm.
this, and this is the kind of the ending of that story. Oh, that's amazing. Like so
Yeah.
it sort of helped me as life goes on, and life's always got challenges. So
Yeah.
as new challenges have popped up, I'm like, well, as bad as this is, it doesn't make it any less bad. Remember how that other stuff in your life resolved, not always in the most satisfying
Yeah.
way, but in a way that you were like, oh, I can see sort of why it exists and what I got from it and who I became from it. So just bear it out and see where this story goes.
Yeah.
See what this story tells.
That's interesting. I one of the things that I think one of the contributors I think to us moving a lot was I lacked patience for exactly what you're talking about, right? It's like, well, this isn't resolving quick enough. I'm just going to leave this story. I'm going to go over here. That just, I mean, the new things came out of that, and I definitely think a lot of learning in life came out of the move, especially here to Stockholm. Like we finally stopped running. We faced some demons, and we're like, we're going to tell this story, which you know, it takes patience and I guess like you said, is that understanding that you kind of have to let these things play out a little bit.
If you half read a book, it's kind of unsatisfying always, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting. I've never heard it put that way. That's an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool. What?
I've never said that before. So I was like, that's good. To write that down.
Well, yeah, but put that on your quote on Twitter, man. You've
Yeah, I'll stick that up.
become a guru. We need more of those.
But again, I guess in that weird way, it's like, I mean, even those half-read stories in a kind of a Deadpool way are kind of their own meta story. Whereas the lesson for this, you know, for this creative was that they had to finish the story.
Right.
You know, you know, and that's the story. You know, so it's I guess all things given time. I mean, eventually the book closes on everybody, so your story comes due eventually. So you're gonna find out what it is.
It's like, but it's always interesting too to reflect on the story that, you know, the Liam that stayed as a banker. Well, what does that guy look like?
Fascinating. I mean, in telling stories, you know, I always think like, because my mom and dad divorced when I was very young, and so dad was always someplace else, and I always missed my dad tons because, you know, he's my dad. But it's interesting, you know, for very different personality types, extremely different, and so I always wonder what, like, at every point, like, there's so many things. Like, if mom had stayed with dad, what's that story? Who do I become in that situation where the influence of my father is far more, you know, developed? Likewise, my stepdad, who was an amazing father figure in that time, he was only around in my life for a couple of years, but he was a really good human being and a good man. And at a time in my life where I needed a good male figure in my life, he came along and showed me a way to be that was just demonstrably, didn't try to do anything. I just was like, he seems like he's just helping people and being nice to people and trying to put good into the world. I want to be like that. That's good. I want to be like I'm proud of that.
Yeah.
You know, and not taking it away from my dad, who's also amazing, but like, you know, it was, you know, if that hadn't happened in that couple of years when I was, you know, turning 13 or whatever it is, 11, 13, who do you become? And if I don't get into that degree, who do you become? If you know, if I go into if I get into the computer science degree I went for, or whatever it might have been, you know. So like,
and even like
even
generationally too, which is interesting. You know, we've talked about your son, you know, over the years, like how your experiences at that age also have definitely influenced how you're a father, and so that carries on. You know.
Yeah, and like, it's funny. I had this another weird thing. It's like I've never even been drunk. I haven't done anything. I'm very square. I'm very boring. But but that weird thing of like, a lot of my choices are a reaction to the life I've had, and then I'm like, but I'm very happy with who I am, and then I'm like, is my kid gonna just like get blackout drunk every night because he's like, well, dad's a square. He doesn't get it, man. And I'm like, no, I get it, fine, I get it. I just don't do that. Don't prove me wrong. So I'm like, but it's like I don't have like I have this like stuff in my family that makes me go, maybe I don't want to do that. He'll have the opposite of that. He'll have like this dad that's just like under the water, son, and he'll be like, well, that seems boring. And I'm like, it's not. It's very fun. It's very fun. You can have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know, it's all these things. I'm like, who knows where all, like, again, like the dominoes fall. You know, you can't tell.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think about this kind. I mean, I think as storytellers, we do. You know, we see how these things spin off.
What's the story going to be?
Yeah, totally. What you said earlier, this was interesting. You said that you weren't good in math, but I think we can loop this in a little bit towards that you do a lot of game design. In fact, we talked last week, and you were like, you're the numbers guy, and your friend Dave was helping you out. He's the story guy.
That says more about Dave not being a numbers guy, I think, than me being a numbers guy. Dave's a story guy, and a fantastic one at that, who just got nominated for a WGA award.
Oh, nice.
That just came out of nowhere. He's like, I don't know. I'm like,
well done.
I don't know. It's like the coolest thing in the world.
Well done.
I'd be like, it's wrong. I mean, I guess, is it good? Who knows if it's good? I'm like, it's good. It's definitely good. Anyway, yeah, so that's cool news. But no, I part of the going back to I couldn't do maths to save my life. It was just such an abstract concept, and I was just like in the same way that, you know, it sucks for me. I used to love art, and I'd go into galleries and I'd get to the abstract sort of art section and be like, okay. I mean, it's paint. I get it. But, you know, like, and people be like, oh, but do you see that? I'm like, I don't see it. And I was like, that sucks for me. I want to see that. I think I'm a bit better at it now, but certainly when I was younger, I was just like, it was all form and figurative for me. I was like, if it doesn't make a narrative, doesn't tell a story in a sort of a more way. I was kind of like, I don't know. I mean, it just looks red. Okay, Rothko, I get it. You got red. You got red. Nice work. But yeah, so like in the same way, math was like confusing to me. I was just like, X1, I don't know why. Who cares? It's just a bunch of letters and numbers. But when I did commerce and I did economics, suddenly it was like $10. Use this, like binomial theorem had like a financial outcome.
There's
like,
a tangible element to
yeah,
it.
as soon as it became a thing, I was suddenly like, oh, that makes a ton of sense. Of course, that's how much money you get. That makes a lot of sense. But when it was just X's, it didn't make any sense. So it was interesting. Yeah, like so again, like with game design, with creating games, it's funny. Like we now can't. Like I'm a story-driven person too, so my instinct is to drive it with story. But I also know that functional stories, and you know this being a D&D guy, like you need some structure to be able to like form some of like to allow the story to take place in some way. That's true of writing narratives. I mean, like obviously there are incredible writers that break narratives and change all kinds of stuff and change the rules, but more often than not, there is still structure, whether it just be the function of language or syntax, or if it's something bigger and it's the 3-act structure, or if it's like resolutions or thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all that kind of stuff. There's still kind of rules within this kind of flowing framework. So like I like it's interesting. Like Dave in his creating of the games is like, all right, you tell me like let's think of 10 characters that we want to have as our like hero cards, and then we'll think up abilities for them. And I'm always like, I guess, but like if I don't know what the metrics are for those abilities, we're just going to be like firing stuff into the dark. But he's right as well, case in point yesterday, as we're waiting to find playtesters and find the opportunities to playtest the game we're looking to bring to market first that we've talked about, which is really exciting. I have possibly an ADD compulsion, who knows, to just always change everything forever. And I'm like, instead of ruining everything, I'm going to go and make other games while we wait for this one. It's been a better strategy.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's been better. So I made 2 other games, and I just sort of bring them like while we wait for like artists and other things to come together for the game that we're making. Here's 2 other things. One is a highly abstracted, like here's a cool bunch of stuff I think would be fun if we can figure out why it exists. And it looks like fun but I'm still not sure why anything happens. And the other one was like, let's have a kung fu battle. And it was like, or like, like a martial arts fight. Kind of like the Warriors or something, like everyone comes into a field and has at it. And I made a bunch of mechanics for that. And and that looked really fun, but because it inherently has the basis of something you could form a story around. Dave's much more interested in that and instantly starting to create like and because there's a bit of framework he's building, like he's really doing really great work in terms of like now he can structure things because there's a bit of structure on it mathematically to support some of the ideas. Then you can bring a more complete story because you kind of know what you're working with, so you can kind of go, hey, now like he's got to do this, he's got to do that, because that will happen.
I think a lot of people, design itself is you mechanizing story like that. That's what it's the tone, it's the theme. Like what are you saying? Like this lever fills, this lever empties, but like what do those levers mean? And what's the how does it feel? Is it heavy? Is it light? Is it what is? And it is so much like especially working in the games industry. It's like every design is telling a story, how hard the punch hits or how high the guy jumps. It's like all those things,
or even the mechanics that you're choosing to use.
Exactly.
Like some mechanics feel a little unusual in some environments, especially certainly in video games. Where it's much more flowy and interactive. Some mechanics feel they can be made to work in your favor, obviously, like any good system can, but like some things you're like, oh, weird choice to do like turn-based Call of Duty. I mean, it can work, I guess that's XCOM, but it's like it's not Call of Duty. It's like the inherent nature of Call of Duty is it's meant to be gung-ho and adrenaline and spontaneous. Then to constrain that into like a turn-based thing would be kind of weird. It'd be a different thing. It wouldn't be,
a different thing.
It wouldn't be that same. It wouldn't be that game.
Here's a question for you.
Go.
I'm gonna guess that you do, but I'm gonna see. When you're doing a character like for a show or VO or whatever you're doing, do you ever do stats for them or try to create a game out of the character? Do you ever do that?
Roll
like this guy would have like 3 strength, or do you ever think about it in those terms?
Weirdly enough, I don't actually do that. I mean, maybe in a sort of an obtuse kind of way, but no, I guess I don't.
You do now.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's not a bad idea. No, I structure my like characters more around like what's their heart saying. So I guess less like like strength obviously colors things, and like are you super powerful, are you aggressive? But I think that just leans into who they are as human beings. So if you're extra strong, you're a little more fearless, perhaps, or maybe you have strength because you're so fearful. So everything I do, and if I was more of a D&D player, or if I'm playing, the story to me, like the function, the numbers, and I guess I'd like to think that's true of D&D as well, in games like that. The numbers serve to create a human spirit. Like he's fast and he's got high dex, and he's but he's a high wisdom and stuff. So I'm like, oh, okay, so what does that really mean? Like, who does that make? What kind of person would be that?
Yeah.
So I guess rather than structure it, I guess a lot of that work, and certainly in scripts, have been done for me. There's some dude who has gone. He's like, high dex and low charisma. And
I mean, hopefully,
and low charisma and stuff. But what I mean. Like these, obviously, they don't have. I guess my job is past. I feel like it's almost past that already. I'm like, well, someone's already done the stats.
Yeah, right.
So now I need to know why the stats. So like for me, it's more that internal stuff.
So what goes into that for you? Like when there's so many elements to playing a character. Like how do you go about interpreting what you're reading? Like what do you think about when you're doing that?
I don't know. I feel like I've always been reasonably empathetic, and I just again like I always thought, and I used to have a structured system. Like I remember when I was doing Spartacus, I just I come out of nothing, and like I'd been 10 years of like different acting classes and some really great teachers, and the greatest of which was really a person who was just feel it and everything works. So he was like the no rules guy, and I'd gone through like Ivana Chubbuck's technique and had books and books, and I remember like through a modicum of fear, of my people pleasing nature, my need to be able, because of the horrible scenario of like Andy Whitfield passing away around the show and all that stuff. I just was like, I just don't want to ruin this thing that this guy worked so hard to build, like, and the whole team works so hard to build. So I went really hard into like a more structured acting thing, which was much more, D12 to hit kind of stuff.
Right.
Where it was like I was going through like different acting techniques and writing them all on the page and building a character that was like very paint by numbers in a way, like at least in the first half of the season.
Okay.
Until the producer, till Rob Tappert, literally was like, "Hey, I came into my trailer, like
let's have a friendly talk."
This morning, he was like, "We just want to have a talk," and I was like, "Oh, cool." And this is why I'm hurting now, because at the time I was like, "Oh, a talk, great! I love talks. I love to look at me. I love talking." And he's like, and I was like, "Oh, you brought the producing director as well."
Oh boy,
why? That's unusual. And I was like, "Oh, you look serious."
Oh no.
But no, they were very supportive, because I mean they're invested, and then they invested in me, and they believed in me. And it wasn't to say, they were like, "Look, you're doing really well," but a lot of like, it was funny, like basically this whole thing came down to like, for reaction shots, I was so in my head that I was in my head, and it was weird. Like he would show me a scene, and the scene was fine, but like when I was like listening or reacting to the other actors, like some of the shots, I was just like, and you're like, what's going on? And I was like, and it was funny to me, because I'd look at it being like, and I'd look at the page and the notes, like I'd have pages of notes, like so much structural stuff and so much internal working. I remember being like, oh, I'm like furious, but I'm holding it in and all that stuff. But it's this weird show and tell thing. Emotions aren't so sophisticated as research. I'd never have a chat with you, and if you told me something truly outrageous that I never expected you to say,
Right.
I wouldn't process that in like I'm going to make sure I have this feeling and think about that, and that makes me feel like that. I'd just be
Right.
like, the hell are you talking about? And
Yeah.
so it wasn't until the Flash that the part of me that wanted to sort of break free, because again, like, the guy doesn't drink. I'm a very by the books, by the rules guy. Aaron's like, let's just cut into this line. I'm like, we can't do that. There's best example for me and me and my wife, who's much more like freewheeling than I am, is like airport, nobody there, snaking queue to get to the front of the thing. I go through the whole queue, and she just walks around. And I'm like, I mean, it's there for a reason, though. So like that's me. And so, but there's a part of me that doesn't want to be that, or doesn't like. I like generally I like that, having that kind of like nice, treat everything with respect the way it's meant to be kind of
Right.
thing. But in the freedom of acting, that is the joy of it, is being able to throw off those shackles of sort of regulating, treating the world in a certain way.
Do you find that experience helps you with that part of you that you kind of wish was a little bit more free? Can you express that through the characters that you're embodying?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I love playing villains and stuff like that. I'm like, what would not me do?
Right.
It's weird. Like I don't get a joy out of it. Like, oh man, imagine being this guy. I know it's not incorrect. I do. Like it's like, oh my gosh, how funny to be this crazy psychopath for a few hours. But like it's not like I feel like I need it. Like, it's like I'm very lucky that on the whole, after a lifetime of like, who am I? I'm pretty happy with who I am, and that's almost the biggest achievement I think anyone can have. So I feel weirdly pretty at peace with who I am and like the person I am, which is great as an actor, because you are being other people, and that is sometimes dangerous. If
I was gonna say that. I mean, you know stories of that where they get too into it, and but that's
well,
good.
there's that, but also just like for that reason, like playing people that you wish you were
Right.
and couldn't be, or something like that.
Interesting. Although I mean, even non-actors do that.
Yeah, 100%. That's some people spend their whole life being that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so like it wasn't until like the Flash that this part of me that was like, and my old coach, my best coach, and my hardest coach, who was very severe, David Mann, who passed away, rest his soul. He was the guy he would lay into me. He was like, very intense. A lot of people were just like, I don't want to be part of this. And I guess, like, again, we talked about this. I was bullied a lot as a kid. So he had the energy of a bully, but not the spirit of one, if that makes sense. So he would throw stuff at you, but it would be true. So he would say things that were very unkind, but they were honest. And he did it with the intention of like going, you don't do this.
Yeah.
And so it was really hard. And so I understand why people were like, I don't want to have anything to do with that. And I kind of didn't, but I was like, I think you actually want me to be better. And I won't listen because I'm stubborn and I don't like to look at my flaws, because who does? And he was like, they're in there and you need to figure them out. I remember like one thing he was like, I was always a fat kid as a kid. And he was like, you are a leading man. I was like, don't shut up about that. He's like, you are a leading man and you can't look like this if you want to be a leading man in Hollywood. I'm like, what are you trying to say? And he's like, you're too fat. You got to fix that. And I was like, nobody says that to me.
I need that guy in my life.
And I did not. I mean, like my entire life was being bullied for being a chubby kid. So I was like, how dare you? And he's like, I'm not telling you to hurt you. I'm telling you because I actually think this is like, he's like, and ironic, and and he's like, you got to be comfortable with taking a shirt off and stuff like that. I'm like, that's never going to happen to me.
Wow. Wow.
What's the job I got?
Yeah.
And so like Spartacus was only that. Like my first season was no shirt ever. So I was like, son of a bitch. But like it was weird. Like anyway, so like through all of that, and even that lesson itself, I was like, this guy's onto something. And he was truthful. Like it's hard to find people that tell you the truth, even if it hurts. And so it wasn't until The Flash that I remember the first episode of The Flash I did, again being the guy that plays by the rules, and I was like, I went up to the writer on set and I was like, hey, I was thinking maybe in this scene for this instead of this, maybe I could do this. And they're like, no, just do it how it's written. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, of course. Sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Because of course, it's like it's their writers. It's their like they've slaved them. It's like some idiot comes up and is like, hey, I got a bunch of ideas. Like I get it. That sucks. But then like the next episode, it was a smaller episode for my character, and I was like, I was feeling a bit cheeky for once in my life, and I was like, I'm going to do something. I mean, what's the worst? I had other people in him as well being like, what's the worst that can happen? Like, as long as you're not disrespectful and like
Yeah.
chewing up their day, like, like they're like, we got 2 minutes to do the shot. Well, I'm going to do a thing.
Do my bit.
Like screw you guys. As long as it like comes from the right place, you have a creative voice too, and you're allowed to exercise that respectfully.
Yeah.
And so I just did a thing, and people were like, oh, that was awesome. Moving on, and I was like, that wasn't the thing. Like that was wrong technically. and I was like, oh, so as long as it's good, as long as you like do it wholeheartedly and respectfully, you're allowed to just act. And then from then on, I got way better at my job because I was like, I put away some of that like step by step by the numbers stuff. Like you still build it from that, but I less for me now. And I guess you get a sense of like, I just read a whole script. I'm like, so what's this guy about? And then I'm good with language, so I'm like, I think I know what he's about. I can be that.
Yeah.
Let's go for that. And then it becomes much more of an emotional journey, which I find, again, like people listening don't plan what they're going to say usually.
Right.
Or if they do, that's a specific type of person, and that's fine too, if that's who they are.
Yeah.
But most people, once you sort of know what they're about, are they like, are they kind of a bit dozy, or are they a bit dopey? Are they nitpicky? Are they really,
right?
They gregarious and like fun and personality driven, or really, like structured and like fun police and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then you can truly just be with someone and just talk to them and have once you can structure your sort of try to get the things about you, the person you are, and try to just adjust their position in you. You're like, when do I get jealous? Well, let's make more of that part of me present. Like the guy that gets like anyone that says anything. So when you say something like, oh, I just had such a great time with your wife last night, instead of being like, that's cool, you're like, great, what'd you guys do? And so and it's so like, which is, and that's for me, that's the fun part. And especially with like dark characters, I'm like, when am I really angry? And you're like, let's put that there and see what that feels like. That's fun. Like that, then you can sort of just play around. Like it's having like a emotional Lego set that you can kind of pull up and put together and take down. And that's, so like, rather than looking at it as like stats and things like that, it's really trying to find the bits of myself and changing their scale in me, and how they and how I prioritize them in my soul and for different characters.
That's an interesting insight. I've never thought about that before. I think that would be an interesting way even to approach writing a character. Like, I mean, I think as a writer, there is always an element of myself or my experiences in whatever I do, but that's an interesting way of looking at it.
Well, it's fun because I found the most significant like leap I made was really because like, for example, Vana Chubbuck stuff, it's hugely structural, which I found very like almost the death of acting in some ways. But the very last lesson is the only lesson, which is let it go. And that's when you build a structure, it's the hardest part, because everything's like, well, when they say that, you've got to feel like this, and you've got to think about that, and you've got to be doing. Whereas the real acting comes from just being like, all right. And I did some improv classes, and that really freed that up to just go. And then if you can build that into the other things of like, I guess, sorry, off topic. I'm like saying the most connected I am is when I can find the parts of me that are that guy or that person, and so if he's angry all the time, I've been angry. I can be angry. I can be over it. Why does that happen to me? What's happened to this guy to make him be angry like that? What might be a scalable thing, or how could I scale up something if I don't have it? Like, like your kid dies, touch wood, no thanks. But my mom died. I can reframe. I can take my kid, my love for my kid, and maybe put it's sort of like making a little goulash. You'd be taking a piece of this and then raising that up and seeing what happens.
What happens when the writing doesn't offer enough for you to go, I understand, like it fails in the department where it's like, this guy's always angry, but the writing just isn't there to really
support that.
Yeah.
Look, with respect to great writers, that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Like depends. Like obviously, it doesn't happen to Brad Pitt so much, but like with me, I've been in a ton of different movies. Some are extremely really well written, and some are I wouldn't even say they're poor. Like every act of art is a challenge and an achievement. So
Yeah.
like I don't ever rag on someone because I was like, but yeah, like sometimes it is harder to build the connections, and you're like, oh, so you just that's what you did. So I mean, I have two choices there, and I either go, hey, look, looking at who this guy is, and I've done this a ton of times. I like the writer or director, whoever's in charge at this point in time. I will respectfully kind of go before time, hey, I hope this isn't crappy because I'm hoping to learn something or we can collaborate in some way. And I'll usually go, here's these scenes or whatever it is. I'm feeling like maybe based off what you've got here, he would maybe do that or this. And I like to think I'm smart enough that I go, well, I don't want to just be like, he wouldn't go and that changes the entire story. He wouldn't go on that adventure. But you're like, okay, so he is going on this adventure. So maybe by the end of the scene, he goes off with this guy, and you would never go off with this guy. Like my character's extremely nervous. He doesn't trust anybody, and then this guy he's never met before. He just goes off with him. I'm like, all right, well, like, well, you're just like, okay, well, how about it? Maybe this, or earlier on, you say something about him that means that he's primed for something like this, and he's just like, stop telling yourself no, just do it, or whatever it is. I try to like, how do I build this into the most complete thing it is? And either and I try to say this openly. I'm like, so either like you go, oh, I didn't think of it that way. That's sick, great. I was sorry, I was so busy with this like part of the story, or just trying to get it made, or whatever it is, or it wasn't clear, or whatever. And we build that together because for me, I'm like, I guess my position is because I'm a people pleaser. I don't like to do things that might upset someone.
Right.
But I do recognize that in some ways, as the actor, you are the last best hope for the character. Like as soon as I've done it, it's done. Like I guess the editor as well, with respect, but like I am in terms of narrative interpretation, I'm the last line of defense to make sure that character's who they're meant to be.
Right.
So I guess with that in mind, I try to go, hey, here's some thoughts I've had in reading the character singularly, not because you're across whole stories and across every character. I'm just zeroed in on him.
Yeah.
Like I'm hoping one of two things happen. You either go, oh, yeah, cool, or not that. In fact, actually, that you've made a good point. Not this, but that. And I'm like, oh, that's also good. Let's do that one. Or they go, hey, idiot, this is why you're wrong. Which, like, for example, like by the end of Spartacus, for the first season, I was like, oh, yes, sir, whatever you need. By the end, I felt a bit more ownership, and I was like, towards the end, I was writing to Steve at the night, being like, hey, this, and this, and you almost universally, like up except for like maybe one or two smaller examples, he was like, I'll tell you why that's not the thing, because he's amazing. He's always right. But the best part of that was I was like, oh, of course, I missed that.
So you learned
and so,
through the
like,
process of
because it's not about being right. It's about making sure the story is the best it can be. So like, I'm not trying to go like, I know some actors might be like, I want to say some more words. No, whereas I respected like Dustin, who'd be like, I wouldn't talk here. And I was like, cool, no, you probably wouldn't. That's awesome. That's how selfless in a way. But in terms of like, because I usually think if I don't get something in the script, it's either because there's some element missing, or something not formed quite right, or in some way, or I'm misinterpreting something. And either way, I'm hopeful that if I can find those things, it's a win for the story.
Yeah,
it's either a writer coming back to me and going, remember how in the first scene that I'm like, oh yeah, of course, I'm so sorry. That's of course what it is. Or them being like, oh, I missed that. I didn't. Yes, we should connect those dots, or something. And then and to me that's like the joy of writing, or the joy of storytelling, is that collaboration where you can fold the steel together.
Yeah,
and where
100%.
With like small enough ego, you can do it with like. You're like, I want this to be great. You want this to be great. How do we make it great? It's already great because it exists. How do we make it more great if it can be?
And being able to find those relationships are so, like, where you feel so comfortable that you put an idea out knowing that it's going to be better by the people in the room. Like when you can find that, it's just like, that's magic. That is one of those things that you'd want to hang on to. Like those kinds of people. It's rare though. It's hard to find.
Yeah, I know. It's like I don't know. I've had reasonable success. Like I'm very lucky. Like I try to. My mom was an antique dealer, and she was a real people person, and she was like exceptional at making everyone in a room feel comfortable. Like she had a
Nice.
great way of massaging relationships and
Yeah.
being who people, like being a bit of a chameleon in social situations. And
Mm.
I think I've absorbed some of that. I'm not as good as she was, but where and I think I've also got some more like, no, this is how it's got to be for me,
Mm.
in the right moments. But like I've been in some sets where I'm like, ooh, but I try to use that I learned from mom and to be like, hey, like you're this kind of person, so I need to speak to you this way.
Mm.
Like you're about facts and specifics. And I'm like, look, even budgetarily, I'll tell you why this could work. Like you can cut out this and you don't have to put it in that situation. We can just put it in we can put it in a bar. You got that bar from that other set. We could set it there.
Is
And it can just be a
the
chat. And you're
banking
like, oh,
experience
yeah.
coming back again?
you know but it's like, so it's like, I don't know, I try to make put people at ease. It doesn't always work, but like, because that's the thing. I again, like the good part of people pleasing as a nature, often it can be self-damaging if you let it. But like the good part of it is you are like always trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes, and everyone wears a different shoe. So like you can, if you can do it, if you can protect yourself and do it, it can be actually quite useful.
Well,
So
I
you
mean,
can kind of go,
you're talking. I mean, it sounds like I would agree that you inherited kind of your mom's, like the man that I know when we've talked, like you've definitely
yeah,
inherited that. I think people pleasing, that it is the danger, but what you're talking about is like a servant's heart, right? Like
sure,
and
sure,
that sounds kind of like what your mom did, like making
yeah.
people feel comfortable, and I think, yeah, I mean, we don't want to be people pleasers, but at the same time, I think that's such a positive trait of yours. When
Oh, it's
we hung out that one time when it was,
yeah.
when was that? It was it's canceled now, that show. What is it? the gaming
Oh, which show was this thing? Oh,
in
when,
LA,
hang on.
wasn't it in LA? We keep coming hanging out
You
that.
mean where we went to we went to your place or whatever it was?
Yeah, I can't even remember what show that was, but anyway, I mean, that was such a great example that you'd worked all day and then you had to pick up all these supplies, and you just come and
Oh, yeah.
hang out of that weird hippie Airbnb that I was staying at. And
That was wild.
that was a great time, man. Like that really, that spoke a
Totally.
lot about, I think, you as well, that you care for people, and I really value that in you, actually. And I think
Hmm.
that's
I
such an
feel the same way about you.
interesting, that probably does help with your characterization about empathy and thinking of others. I think it's almost fundamental.
Well, that's the funny thing about like people pleasing. I remember like the first time someone was like, "Oh, it's such a shame they're like a real people pleaser. That's going to be bad." And I was like, "Sounds counterintuitive. Like I like
Yeah,
making people like I like people to be happy. Why would I not?" Like it's just
yeah,
I guess, and as people explain it, I was like, "Oh, you're talking about something else." I think like
yeah,
people pleasing to your own detriment. Like
yeah.
from that, the best thing I got, like the best way to frame it with that acting coach who was super severe, he was always trying to push into me, be more selfish.
Hmm.
And I was like, gross, yuck. Like that is the antithesis of who I am. I don't want anything to do with that attitude. And he's like, no, you have to be. Like you have to, as an actor, you have to protect yourself, do your work,
Hmm.
respect yourself. And but he framed, the word selfish was such a triggering word for me. I was just like,
Interesting.
I don't know. I'd argue with him about it forever. And then I was on a flight one time, and they were doing that thing where they were like, fit your own mask before helping others. And I was like, so that you can help them if they can't help themselves,
uh
you got to be able to breathe. If you can't breathe, you're no good to anybody. And it
Interesting.
was in that moment that I was like, that's what he means. Be
Hmm.
selfish enough to take the mask to fit yourself so that you can fit three other masks. If you're dead and that guy can't reach their mask,
Right.
both of you are dead. So I
Yeah.
was like,
Interesting.
that way I can, selfishness in that context made sense to me. I was like, oh, make sure that you are able to help others. If you are not, if you give so much of yourself away
Hmm.
that you run out of self, you have a breakdown, something like that.
Yeah.
What good are you? You aren't thinking long term. You aren't thinking about, if you want to people please, if that's the way you want to be as a human
Yeah.
being, if that's who you are as a person, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
So
I
it's not
well,
not the people pleasing that's broken.
yeah, it's interesting because it's like what you're talking about is is leadership, right? Like you take leadership,
Sure, yeah,
but you're also a servant, right? So you have to. It's kind of that duality that I think that's that spot that you're talking about. It's not people pleasing. It's like taking leadership,
no.
but serving people through that leadership, which I think it's such a delicate balance,
Yeah, no, you're right. It's fine. My first boss, like I was working at Village Cinemas, the cinema chain I was working at up until Spartacus.
That's crazy.
And
I
remember,
love
like,
that story, by the way. That's a great
sort of
story.
crazy. My first boss there, he was probably, if not, he was the best boss. They had a couple of good bosses actually, but he was the best boss. He used to sing in like a crazy underground Australian band that I used to listen to, and I was like, him really?
What were they called? What were they
They were
called?
called Tism.
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 Okay.
I can't remember what it stands for, but it's probably not it's probably not safe for work, I imagine. But yeah, it was like in the band, they're all like, 90s style, like, dreadlock, not dreadlocks, like mohawks and colored hair. And I was like, and he was at work, he was just trim, but it was fun.
Amazing.
But he was the guy that when he was like, because obviously he had KPIs to hit, and he was like, we got to sell more popcorn, guys. But he would sell more than anybody. Anytime he asked for something, he would do it better than you. He was always, he'd put his office away, he'd come out the front, serve the hell out of people, do everything, and you were like, man, he is so much better at this than me. Of course he's my boss. Whereas future bosses frequently would be like, go out and do more. And I'm like, how? And they're like, the way we taught you. And you were like, I mean, you're not doing it. And that's fair enough. I mean, like, not every boss can work the line, as it were. But like, I always remembered respecting a guy who was like, I'd roll up my sleeves and I would hit
totally.
This. Show you. You don't think you can do that? You don't think you can sell X amount in an hour? Watch this.
Yeah. It's that perfect pairing of this is something that I really like too in people for like a test of character is do their words and their actions match, and to me that's where the rubber hits the road, and that guy sounds like a perfect example of that. It's like, I ask you to do it, but I can also do it, and I can do it a bit better, which is so inspiring.
I mean, like, there's a reason. It was also that sense of like, there's a reason I'm here. Like, there's a reason I'm running this.
Yeah.
Because it was like a lot of the times I'd find bosses, and it's true in the industry as well. Like, there's a lot of times you'd look to the boss, to whoever's in charge of the set or the production or whatever, and you'd be like, so you're telling me to do all this stuff for this price, and you want me to do this and this. I don't see you working this hard. Like, and then there are other people who are like in there every day, making sure, like, respectfully giving everyone all the tools they need. And you were like, for you, I would cross the Rubicon. So,
it's so nice.
Well, I feel like this is what you're doing here with Vast Visions. I feel like you are trying to lead creatives to a place where they can create more freely and with better stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you, man. It's been, I feel like creative industry is tough. I came from independent comics, and then I went into like corporate games, and like that was rough, man. I'm not gonna lie, that was a rough. And we've talked about that. Like, it was coming out the other end. I was like, how do I help people that I saw were so gifted? Like, take a shot on themselves, And I was just saying to Chris Avellone in the previous interview that I think we're entering that time now. The games industry is a bit rough, but I think we're going to see a lot of cool people come out of it going, I think I'm going to take a shot on myself. And I'm excited about that. I think we live in an interesting time creatively, and interesting to see where it goes,
Well, it's the thing, like, AI is obviously like an existential threat in many ways, but then, like, in some respects, like, if it doesn't destroy everything we love, then but there is that I had this weird, like, with that Sora thing that came out, I had every friend in the world being like, it's over, the dream is gone, we're all dead in the water now, people. And I remember being like, I was like, I was like, this is shockingly good, but also absolutely inept at what it is that matters. But as a piece of technology, it's astounding. But then I was talking to some of my buddies, and I was like, well, you know what? Like suddenly there is a world where you are writing, you, Curtis, you write something, and as a proof of concept, you just spend the next 2 weeks refining a bit of a rough guide of it, or even making it potentially. I mean, it's, maybe you get me and a couple of your buddies, and we act them out, and it's kind of like we put that into the system, and it builds out a whole background and everything. And you're like, and I don't know if I like that world, but it is certainly a world where, almost like indie games of the 90s, like, yeah, you can just build it yourself to a certain
Yeah.
extent. Like maybe it's not as quite as good, but it's like if the story is excellent,
Yeah.
with and you have your artist friends take it and revise it and refine it and improve it and put their own voice into it. And I don't know, I don't think it's the world I necessarily want to live in, but if it's the
Yeah.
world we're destined to live in, there is a
I think
there is a there's a freedom to it that might come with it as well, where the corporations can't go, but you need $200 million. You're like, I don't actually.
yeah.
I just need a computer.
I think
And
my take on it is I think if anything it's going to push people back towards like the physicality of the tangible thing. We're increasingly moving into a place where we own nothing, we rent everything. Everything is a service, and it's like I think with AI, it's just going to be like people are going to crave going to an art gallery and buying something and putting it on their wall. That's my sense, and
having something real.
I would say anyone that has a real voice, like a real creative voice that has something meaningful to say from a life of struggle or beauty or whatever, uh, there's no threat to people like that.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think good stories will come out. Like you like, sure, somebody put like tell a funny story about a cat, and you're like, that's a pretty good story. I'm like, yeah, but it's so averaged. It is by definition an average. Like it's a so it's like even in this like hellscape post future world where everything is made in computer, there is still a narrator. There is still like I don't see a world where an artist doesn't make it better, like at any level, whether it's an actor bringing specificity and insight to a story rather than just like make it a guy who just does, I don't know, something, I guess. That'll do.
It's missing exactly what you're talking about. All the stuff you've talked about, Liam, all the stuff that goes into it, that doesn't go into it. And that's what's missing. And that's voice, that's experience, that's your life, the struggles that you've had. None of that goes into these things, right? It's a facsimile, it's a copy of real experience. And I mean, you can't so far.
Well, that's the thing. You don't know, right? That's the thing. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know what the future holds, but I know that at some point there's a progenitor of everything. Like there's everything comes from something.
Yeah.
And so like, I don't think that will be untrue ever. Like, I think the minute that becomes untrue for humanity, then there's no human. There's like the machines won. Like I think Judgment Day happened. I think as soon as a computer is deciding specifically what we like, then I don't think we really have a culture anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, that's a choice collectively I think humans will make together.
Yeah, exactly. I feel it's weird because I know a lot of guys in the games industry are really worried, and I get it. I mean,
like there is reason to be. There will be less jobs.
Did you ever see? It was a film by Ari Folman. I feel like the Congress. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Dude, you have to watch The Congress. It's Ari Folman. He did a movie 10 years. It was one of my favorite movies of that year, called Waltz with Bashir, which is like an animated documentary. Have you seen that?
I was still playing it at my cinema when I was
dude. So it was a follow-up film, and I think it came out like 2013 or something like that, and it's all about it's Robin Wright, the actress, and so she plays herself in the film, and this whole thing is that she's getting older and her agent wants her to be young forever. And so the whole movie is about her getting scanned, and she sells her likeness.
Wow.
To basically, and it's a super trippy, and it's all about I have this joke called like there's intellectual property IP. This is like soul property. This is like the dark, this is what we're getting into. But it's so good, and it's so now, you know what I mean? Check it out, man. It's really good.
That is interesting.
It has really interesting comedy about this, but yeah.
Pro tip.
I haven't checked if there's any. Let me see here. I've been too into the
conversation. Oh yeah, do whatever you need to do. Like, well,
let's see if we have.
I talk questions. A lot, and I think nobody cares.
While I'm reading, I was thinking, how did you get into? Like, so you were working at the theater, and then you were also doing acting on the side. Like, where did you all of a sudden decide to? I'm just gonna go like screw it. I'm gonna do this. How did that happen?
I was studying. Off the balloon. I was studying in Ireland because the longest story, all going back to my stepdad and my mom wanted to go to Ireland for a while. I had a chance to do a foreign exchange, the whole thing. Anyway, like in Australia, there's no like when you go to university in Australia, you just go, you go to your lectures, you go home, you submit your assignments, blah blah blah. At least in the experiences I've had, there's not like a whole culture. Like I'm not going to like rallies, and I'm not going to like the sports team and going rah rah and all that sort of
Right.
stuff. It's un-Australian.
Yeah.
But in Ireland, I know I would see see movies in America where they're all going to like the college football games, and I was like, what? like who would do that?
Yeah.
Seems like it's a whole thing. But I went to Ireland and they had like a hallway of just stuff to do. And of course, I knew nobody because it was in another country.
Yeah.
And there was like, there was the philosophy club and the debate hall, the debate club and the arts club. And I
Nice.
joined everything. It was great.
Nice.
And I remember I went to the German club because I'd learned German at school. And I was like, I'll meet some Germans with my fancy German. And now after like 5 minutes, they were like, look, it's much better for us to speak English to you because your German is not that good. And like, English is much better. I was like,
Classic.
That's no way I can, guys.
That's why I be in Sweden, man. That's just...
They're like, please don't worry about it. And then I went to, but there was an Irish girl there, and she was like speaking to them in German. They didn't have a problem with that, did they? I was so angry. I hated that Irish girl.
Damn.
And I was like, how dare you? This is my club. It's like its own little like weird movie. But anyway, so like I'm in this hallway and like just killing time. We're going like, oh, I haven't tried trampolining yet. I did join that. That was great. And then I was like, there was a post-it note.
Yeah.
You gotta imagine an immense hall. It's huge. And one little post-it note amongst poster after poster after poster. And I was just like, auditions today, like whatever date today, at a time right now in a room, the room behind me, and the door was ajar. It was like a real come to Jesus thing.
That's amazing.
Like, and I poked my head, like I was like, my instinct, because of me, I was like, let's see actors do dumb actor things, maybe laugh a little at their actoriness, like how silly. Imagine doing that for a job, how dumb. And so I was like, I'll have a cheap laugh by going and seeing people be like, oh, Horatio, what the, and you're like, what news? And you're like, what it is. And I poked my head in, and who was the director but that Irish girl from the German class? So I was like, God damn it. And she was like, oh, Liam, have you come to try out for the acting thing? And I was like, absolutely not. You should not be. I'm not even here. Just pretend that door closed. I was never here. And she's like, again, people pleaser. She pulls me into this thing, tells me the story about how nobody's auditioned and she really needs someone. I was like, I don't want to do any of this. And then it gives me this role of this drunk English dude, don't know how that works.
Yeah.
And he was a comedian, not funny. And then he was like just abusing Irish. All his jokes were anti-Irish jokes. I was like, well, that'll be great for meeting friends in Ireland.
And worse, he doesn't wear a shirt ever. He
never wears a shirt for some reason. Whatever. No, it's one thing I did get. Anyway, so I'm like, and then like opening night, someone didn't turn up and somebody's got the lines underneath the table. They're just reading them. I was like, I don't know much about acting, but I don't think this is how it's meant to work. And I didn't. So then somebody didn't show up for a cue, and so it seemed like 55 years. But I don't know if you've ever done stage in your life. But if somebody misses a cue, it feels like the entire world has stopped.
Totally.
And I'd never had that feeling before. So probably like 7 seconds, but it felt like forever. So I was like, someone's going to fill this void. So I was just winging it. And then the lighting guy's like, what? I don't know how to do it. Some kid who's learning how to do lights is like, do I have to change? I've got a whole pre-programmed thing. What's this guy's not to be speaking right now? And he told me later, he's like, never do that again. I was like, I'm so sorry. And anyway, it was this whole situation. Amazing. And then like, and I hated it. I didn't hate it. She looked, and she was lovely in the end. And like, it was fun in a way, but I was like, oh, that was a horrible experience. And then at the end of the last night, it was like a 5-night thing. This other Irish dude's like, that was great. Did you ever think about doing some more? And I was like, no, I'm good. He's like, it's a Shakespeare. We really would like to see you audition for it. And I was like, Shakespeare. I like Shakespeare from English class. And then he was like, I was like, oh, cool. What Shakespeare is it? And he's like, Measure for Measure. I was like, never heard of it. See you later. And I was just like, and he's like, oh, please, we just need so. Anyway, again, people pleaser, went into all this thing, got me up there. And I was like, I'm not doing this And he's like, "Oh, would just love to hear you do the audition, just to hear it." Just, I was like, "How does that help you? I'm
Yeah.
not doing it. So why do you want to?" He's like, "Oh, you know." Anyway, so again, he was like, "That was great. We can't find anybody. Can you do it?" And he talked me into doing it. And I was like, "If you find anybody else," and oh man, sorry, it's a long story now. I didn't mean to go that way.
That's all
And
right.
then yeah, so he like talked me in, and then I like read it on the train back to my house, and it's like it's Duke turn. He's like, he leaves in the first scene, which is what was promised to me by the director. He's like, he just leaves in the first scene. I was like, I guess, or I mean, okay, I guess I could if you really need it. If you find anyone else, I'm out. Please tell me. And then like the next scene is the bad guy. Third scene, Duke, the character I would be playing, comes back disguised as a friar. And because I don't know how acting works at this time, I'm like, who plays him as a friar? Because this guy is in it for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
He's in every scene forever. This would be the worst thing you could ever want to do. I would hate this. And then I came back to him for like the first rehearsal or whatever, and I was like, cool, yeah. I mean, I think I can handle this. So, but tell me, who plays him when he's dressed as a friar? Because that's right. And he's like, "Oh, that's you." I'm like, no, it's not. No, no. And he's like, "Yeah, well, I mean, you obviously you leave in the first scene, like I said, but then you come back in the third scene as a friar, you know, and then you just in disguise the whole time." And I was like, I will not do that. There is so I don't know. I don't want this. And he's like, "Well, we've done the flyers now, so." And I was like, and some part of my brain was like, "That's it, Liam. It's a legal contract now. You can't get out
Yeah.
of that. It's
Yeah.
wires. You can't. I mean." So anyway, I did this, and it was like I was still learning it on the opening night. I was like
Wow.
in the mission. I was still like, "Get in my brain,
That's
go
horrifying.
in." It was horrific. And then, but then, like the fourth night or something, like the first Thursday, I think it was, and I'd never had an experience like this in my life. On stage, you can't do it. You can't really do it anywhere else because it's not immediate like stage is.
Yeah.
It's like the whole production, everyone was just on. It was just sync, you know, everybody was just with
Yeah.
each other and connected, and all the stuff flowed well. And it's the first time it's ever happened to me. I was lucky enough to have that a bunch of times since, but oh, and I just got off stage being like, I think that may have been a transformative, like that may have been the coolest experience.
Wow.
Did you guys feel that? Like that was, did we go somewhere? Did something happen? And then an Irish dude, one of the guys there was like, "You just got the acting bug, didn't you?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "You know, you like that, didn't you?" And I was like, "I mean, it was all right. I don't know." But he's like, "All right, welcome to the team," you know. And I was
It's
like, "I don't
amazing.
think so." And from that day on, I was like,
Dude,
"That's the
it's
coolest feeling ever."
it's so wild. Like I think to wrap it up, it's a perfect way to do it. Imagine the story where you didn't poke your head in that room, right?
I mean, but also by the same way of like destiny or fate or, you know, divine providence, whatever it is, nothing has shown me more that I had to do this. Like,
Yeah.
how impossible that, like, that series, like, my stepdad passed away, or I wouldn't have gone onto Ireland for my mum.
Yeah.
You know, I went to there so mum could be with where he was born. I went to this college. I had learnt German for no good reason. I'm in Australia. What am I doing learning German? I'm like, and I go to this German club to meet people who didn't want me to speak German, see a girl who was better at it. I was just like, ah. And then, like, in this room, I see a post-it sized note in a hallway,
Yeah.
and it's exactly that time at exactly that moment with exactly that person. I don't know. I mean, of course, it's a coincidence if you want to look at it that way, but like, I can't imagine a more unlikely thing.
I
So,
know.
you know, it's just like,
Those are the great reflections. I feel very much the same way, you know, where I am with my life, like with my wife and
yeah,
my daughter. It's like all these, and it's funny because we look at our lives and we see so many failures or so many struggles, but it's like those things are genuinely led me to this place now. And you know, if people are ever despairing, and just know, like, yeah, man, it comes down the line. And like you said earlier, the stories are they're gonna close themselves out. You just got to be patient for it.
kind of right. Yeah, like, you know, it's hard to learn. It's much easier to learn from failure than success, sadly, but
It's true.
it's worth learning.
Yeah,
Anyway,
absolutely.
was there stories? Have I talked too long? Was there
No,
questions,
no,
or
I
am I
don't. No, I mean, we went over, but it's all good, man. It's
I'm so sorry.
it's all good, dude. It's been really awesome. I always love chatting with you, and
Me too, man.
we'll catch up soon. More about the
Sounds.
game you're working on, but I really appreciate it, man. And we'll talk
Thanks,
to you again
man.
real soon.
Take it easy, man.
All
Good
right,
luck with the rest of it.
thanks a lot, man.
And we are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of the internet. Vast Vision Campfire Stories Day 1. I'm no longer Curtis Weeb. He is taken off for the rest of the afternoon. It is now me, Joe, and I'm here with Brandon Graham, who you guys know from a number of books, Prophet, King City, Rain Like Hammers, and then one, his newest one that is coming out for the folks at Live in the Line, Moonray, that we're a little bit tied together on. Brandon, what's up, man? Welcome.
Joe, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, dude. So thinking we talk a lot because, like I said, we're working together on Moonray with edits and that kind of thing, and day to day working on a project. So I thought we're doing the Storytellers convention. It'd be kind of cool to back up a little bit and just like talk like why are we doing this? Like not specifically Moonray, although we'll get there. But
like a crying in the shower moment, like why are we doing this?
No, man, not crying at all. Like I just, we're two guys who love comics, and I think that's a cool thing. And I kind of like to talk to you about why that is and why we're making it. So, again, we've known each other a long time. Even before you were doing Prophet and I was doing Glory. So kind of have a little bit of an idea of this. I know you had a big brother who was into like underground comic stuff, but I am curious, like what your initial like contact, like first contact with comics, like do you remember what that was?
Yeah, I've actually been going back. I've been thinking a lot about how I recently have been spending this year in LA and reconnecting with some old friends and everything, and I've noticed a pattern of people that have spent their lives in comics hit this point where we kind of start doing autopsies on our lives and going back and what is going on here. And a big part of that for me was when a couple years ago when I did a reread through of all the Tintin books.
Mm-hmm.
And because I had parents that read comics. Like my mom had a letter published in Spider-Man when she was in college, and my dad was big into underground comics, like Furry Freak Brothers and Captain Pissgums and all that stuff that you want kids to read.
Right on, yeah.
But the earliest stuff, I think it was Tintin, Asterix, and Richie Rich comics. Oh, and some Disney comics too. And that stuff, I think it's all really high quality because I go back to that stuff and like I think somewhere in my stack of books here, I've got a Richie Rich here. And I'll just like, I was reading this thing yesterday and I was like, still holds up. This is solid stuff. And I did a diary comic recently as another project I'm working on. It's a collection of my diary stuff. And I was talking about like just how weird it was that like, I was a kid growing up in low income housing and I was being given Scrooge McDuck and Richie Rich comics. Right. And there was no resentment there. It was just weird to me that like the cover of this is that Richie Rich is put jewels and gold on his tires so he can deal with the snow. It's just this insane abstract concept. But yeah, going back to that stuff, it was just weird fun comics, I think, that were well done.
So it's a collection of what your mom had and what your dad had, and then that's sort of what trickled down, or because even like back then, getting Asterix and Tintin out here was kind of unusual.
Maybe. I mean, I know. I feel like in the '80s there might have been a good push for Tintin and Asterix.
Well, Little Brown was pushing Tintin hard, yeah. And then I mean, like I have these cousins who'd never read comics except they were reading Asterix and Tintin.
Yeah.
And like that was it. But I will say they were always going to Europe like for the summers or whatever. So I think they like would go to Asterix World and the Tintin Land or whatever. Sure. Amusement parks they have out there. So were you getting that from like the library or where was that coming from?
I think the library and bookstores and things like that. Yeah, those ones were around. And also I remember like comic stores kind of came into existence when I was pretty young. In the Pacific Northwest, and my older brother was going to them a lot and bringing back things, and that made it easy.
Do you know what the shops were like? Because this is in West Seattle, is that right?
Yeah, this might have been pre-West Seattle when I was living in
Oh
Oregon.
wow.
There's a place called Rocket Comics really early on. I remember.
Okay.
It's a little bit later, but I think the first comic I bought with my own money was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Raphael special that Eastman Laird did with the red.
Yeah. Yeah, the orange and black cover that's like kind of like a weird oversized shape.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I remember my copy like essentially like disintegrated over time because it was just like it was so different than the rest of the comics that I had,
Yeah.
you know, and format wise, because everything else I had was, you know, pretty standardized, you know, 1980s, you know, the format still kind of existing to this day. But
Yeah.
that was like trying to figure out some sort of like secret document that I found, because it was
That reminds me, I
again
just saw,
weirdly colored and sized. What?
just saw or that James Stocco just did a recent Ninja Turtles cover, I think for the IDW line, and they
Oh, right on.
did it in those original colors. You know, James is a guy that me and you have known for a long time, and my
Yeah.
initial thought was like, this looks beautiful, but there's no way he was alive when those books came out.
Yeah, I remember. I've been thinking, like, talking about doing autopsies to your time with comics. I remember seeing that, and appropriately enough, a comic could be talking to the gentleman in about an hour, Madman #1 at a comic store called Superior Comics,
Oh, nice.
and they both just stood out so much, you know. And it was like finding artifacts from like this alternate reality civilization, you know, just because they were so different from everything else. All right, so you're reading Richie Rich, you're reading Tintin. What's the transition from going from like I'm a guy who loves reading these things to I'm assuming you're drawing these things, right? Are you drawing on loose paper, or what? Where does that come from?
Yeah, yeah. I had my mom is a writer, so we always had stacks of typing paper around. So that was mostly what I was drawing. It was these big stacks of 8.5 by 11 typing paper, and I would just staple them together and draw comics with crayons. I had a thing called Super Team when I was a kid that I did for
That
a
was the
year.
name of the book, Super Team.
Yeah, yeah. It was a Daring Dog and Fearless Frog were the main characters.
Okay, I don't want to get in a sidebar, but I will say that book needs to happen in 2024. Brandon Graham, Super Team. Pretty great.
I don't know if I got it in me anymore, but maybe. I mean, that would be. I mean, I like how insanely indulgent that would be to try to go back and be like, all right, 40 years later, let's
Hey
finally
man, it's working great for Larson. I'll say that. You know, drawing that book after, you know,
Sure, sure.
since
Oh,
he
that
was a
reminds me.
child.
Another thing I'm really clicking with lately is I've been reading the biography of another Eric Larson, who
Different
was one
guy.
of Disney's
Yeah,
Heinl, and
right.
one of the things that really stuck out to me that I was thinking about when we were going to talk about kind of the why comics and why
Mhm.
it's just that there's a scene in it where they are in early Disney, they were literally just taking rocks and dropping them in buckets of water to try to figure out a different way to do splashes that weren't like kind of cliche splashes. And it made me
Yeah,
think that there's both a value in figuring out kind of reinventing the wheel and being like, this is not a cliche cartoon splash, which makes more sense for animation,
right.
I think. But with comic books, I feel like you're kind of developing a visual language. So there's almost an advantage in being like, here's a cartoon version of a splash that's easily identifiable, almost like it's like the letter A you're doing over or a word. And that was something that when thinking about kind of the appeal of comics is really fascinating to me is telling stories with pictures and words, and you can basically like your own version, because there's a larger scale of like if somebody like punches someone and it says pow, then that's pretty universal. But
Yeah,
accents, the style things that different artists put on it, and you can have a new like Tintin always does this little swirl thing when he's running, and it's a
right.
very Franco-Belgian way to show movement. And I like that it's like sometimes I'll put something like that in my stuff, and it's just almost a little twist, putting a little a little like here's a mix of European stuff in my stuff.
Yeah, right on, man. Um, yeah, I think there is something cool that, like, you know, I think back to somebody like Dave Sim, right? And you read the first 25 issues of Cerebus, and it's like, obviously, you're really into Barry Windsor Smith Conan, you know?
Sure.
But it's like in going back to these influences, you know, he develops this visual language with him, and later on Gerhard, of just like that becomes something entirely of its own. You know, when you were talking about the splashes, the Disney guys were, I was thinking later, very like towards the end of Cerebus, towards I think it was like maybe even in the last few issues, where he was doing this thing where how the water would come on the window, and it would like this like mix of sound effects, and the way the water was looking is something that was uniquely him, because he was hand lettering it, and you know, and it was just something that you couldn't replicate in everything else, but it also looked so natural. It was an interesting mix. And to see him go from, you know, the Barry Windsor Smith Conan riffs to that over the course of the 300 issue, and it's a little tiny thing that's easy to miss. But yeah, there's
Yeah.
something really cool about how you develop that language.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see kind of because Cerebus is such a huge long form comic
Yeah.
that I'll always talk to people and they're like, where do I start? And I always recommend that if they're going to read the first volume of it, that they better be Conan fans already because it's so
Yeah.
steeped in the language of Conan. And it's interesting, like thinking kind of almost like the children of different styles, because also ElfQuest is really owes a lot of influence to the Barry Windsor Smith Conan as well.
Oh yeah.
And then you have like Sim basically develops his own language of Cerebus over doing 300 issues. And then you have people like Martin Wagner's Hepcats and Drew Hayes' Boys and Elves that don't have any Barry Windsor Smith in them, but they are totally children of Cerebus. And that's really fascinating to me.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, even Turtles to a certain extent. I mean, that was only a few years later, you know. And then that it adds cool because then it's like, you have this guy who's obsessed with Barry Windsor Smith, right? So he does Cerebus and he does this like funny thing. And then, I don't know because I don't think he had like, I'm gonna do 300 issues until about Church and State, maybe, which was about like 25, maybe High Society around there,
Yeah,
But
it's kind of impressive because I feel like we all have that kind of younger hubris where we're like, I remember when you were starting Glory, you had like 100 issue plan,
yeah.
and then you like get 10 issues in, and you're like, all right, let's
No, it
do
was even other than that. It was the third issue. I was like,
Okay.
no, what this really is that I have ideas for like 6 books that I want to do, but this is
Yeah.
like my first time getting hired and being paid money to make comic books. So I'm
Sure.
going to try to run with this as much as possible and cram all these dumb ideas I had. Well, not dumb, actually, some of them are pretty cool, but all these ideas into this one book because who knows how long it's going to last. But yeah, it was Glory. It was number 3 when they're on Mars, and I was like, nah, this is 12 issues max. And I have to say that was a good revelation to have because I do think when you start off, especially, and you do start getting some momentum, you're just like, I want to keep this thing going as much as possible. And I think what I've learned is that each thing that each series or whatever you get as a gift, and just let that have its natural lifespan. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
like, I don't. I don't never. Besides that little moment I had initially with Glory, which was misguided. I don't know. I've never had that instinct again to like this needs to go on forever as much as humanly possible.
I wonder how
Like
much.
Shutter. Shutter number 1 I knew was 30 issues. I
Sure.
was maybe 25, 30 ended up being 30 issues. That's as close as I can get.
Yeah, well, I wonder how many times Sim was just like in the middle of working on issue 57 and being like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah, what have I gotten myself into?
Yeah,
I don't
interesting now,
know.
I was gonna say we have several books that have hit 300 now because you have Savage Dragon and Gold
Well,
Digger.
Savage Dragon's not quite there. Savage Dragon's almost there. Spawn is at 300.
Oh, Spawn is there. Yeah, I
Spawn's
feel like
there,
I
and
count
Gold
Spawn
Digger.
less because it's less. I guess McFarlane wrote it all, but it's like having drawing on every page. I've been catching up on some missed Gold Digger recently,
Nice.
which I'm kind of confused by. Like I'm reading this and it really gives me, as Fred Perry's Gold Digger, it's really reminding me of the fun of reading like Chris Claremont 80s X-Men.
How so? I'm not super familiar with Gold Digger beyond like
It's
your
pretty
fandom of it.
simple. It's basically like
Here's what I know
about
about Gold Digger, just so you know. I know that you love it immensely. That's
Sure.
just about it.
Yeah, no, it's really fun. So it's basically like there's a like a young female archaeologist explorer, and her father is a magician who adopted a were-cheetah, and the two of this explorer who's a scientist and a were-cheetah go on a bunch of adventures. It doesn't need to be more. There's not much more than that you need to know. And then he expanded it, past 300 because he stopped the series several times. Like he did like a black and white series and then was like, oh, we're starting again. So it almost feels like he's like, in Dragon Ball when they put weights on their
Sure.
wrists and ankles to train, or his shoes were like made of lead. It feels like he's doing the reaching 300 issues version of that.
Right on, man.
This one doesn't count. Let's do 300 in color.
Right on. So before we get too much into stuff we're loving now, where like we glossed over it a little bit, but like so you were drawing on loose pieces of paper your mom had around. But when were you like I could do this as a living, or was it just like a primal thing that was within you and you just kept doing it until you got published?
I mean, I think I've told the story a lot about how when I was 7, my mom tells me that I kind of announced to her that I was going to do comics, excuse me, for a
Uh-huh.
living. And then it was kind of figuring that out over the course of my life. And it's funny because only after I started making comics actually for a living, which, you know, I got published when I was 19. Antarctic Press put out a comic I did called October Yen. And then I started living off of comics by the time I did King City when I was about 30. And
Mm.
only after King City, like in my 30s and in my 40s, was I was like, is this, did I think of other options when I was 7? This is a weird career path. I mean, something cool about comics is it requires a lot of skill sets that within the medium. Like you can do graphic design, you can do storyboards and illustration and lettering and writing and all these different things. And so, like every time I dabble in other mediums, it's always like, this is not the combination of skill sets that I enjoy as much as comics. So I keep coming back to comics.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Because you have done, I mean, you said you worked on Adventure Time, right? And that was storyboarding. So is that the kind of thing you're talking about, which is like it's part of the skill sets, but then you're ultimately want to get back to comics, or like what was doing it, taking your storytelling skills into another medium that's
Yeah,
tangentially
exactly.
related, like
Yeah. Or illustration jobs.
yeah.
Yeah. You know, I did a science fiction pilot no one's seen ever that was like dabbling in live action film and stuff. But yeah, I mean, just kind of all over there. I mean, I think prose is probably the thing that appeals to me the most aside from comics, but then you don't get to draw pictures,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
Has that always been the case? Because I know your mom was a prose sci-fi writer. So has that been the case going back to then, or is that more of a recent development, or
I mean, a lot of it is what I ingest, you know? Like I like
yeah.
you know, I'm old enough now that I read poetry every
Hmm.
day, you know?
Yeah, you hit 40 and it's time to start reading more poetry. No, I get it.
Yeah, yeah. I went to a bookstore with my friend Tom Herpick yesterday, who did a bunch of Adventure Time stuff and is a fantastic cartoonist. And I talked him into buying, first of all, the Cowboy Book Rio, and then
Nice.
yeah, Doug
Yeah,
Wild,
right. Right on. Very cool.
yeah, creator of Johnny Quest.
Yeah, right on.
So he got that, and then he was also buying a poetry book. And I was telling him one of my processes for keeping my sanity these days is waking up in the morning and reading poetry before I deal with any emails or looking at my phone or anything, just to kind of slow things down a little bit.
So okay, so you wake up and who are you reading right now?
It goes back and forth. I mean, I have Alice Oswald is a big one of mine. She did this book called Memorial that's really fascinating. That's she took all the deaths from the Trojan War and are doing poems about all of the people who died, and it's just the use of language is good. I have a very water damaged Bukowski book next to my
Right
desk
on.
right now, and his stuff's really fun. I don't me and me and my partner Casey read poetry a lot together, and Bukowski can get a little dark sometimes, so I don't start the
Yeah.
morning with that usually.
Yeah,
You know, like
that memorial book I remember you talking about when you were doing Prophet.
that was a big influence on Prophet. I would read pages of that kind of when I was starting the final draft to kind of remind me how like her use of language is so beautiful that I would you know, Alice Oswald, I would read a couple of the pages of her poetry and then being like, okay, those are some those are some great I've got that in my head and I can kind of try to carry that over into my own writing.
Right on. And so how do you feel like that like so why poetry? Like how do you feel like that translates to comics? Is that just again a primal thing, or was there more of like a methodical way to go about it, or
I've
what?
been thinking of like so when I do diary comics, they're much more like single page, like this is what I'm doing today, and they're not stories in the sense of a comic or a movie or traditionally, and so I'm always thinking them as the comic book. There's no way to not sound douchey about it. It's like comic poetry, you know,
Right.
just
Yeah,
visual jazz, baby, you know.
yeah.
But yeah, it's like there's so many things that can like because I think in comics so much because I've done it for so long because that's my preferred medium. it's really fun to just try to be like, what's the visual way to talk about how I'm feeling today? And I use it a lot to manage emotions too. Like if I'm having a rough day and I just kind of draw it out in comic book panels, and figure out a way to kind of communicate it to myself, then it really helps kind of disperse negative feelings and process things, which has been really helpful.
Yeah, and I know you've been doing the diary comics for a long time. And then you said you're publishing them through Living the Line. So like, is that part of just the daily, again, the sort of the ritual you build around like your workday, or is it just like, I gotta process this somehow, so I'm gonna put it on paper, or how does it work?
I've done it daily for a while. These days it's when it's kind of funny. I was living in Las Vegas for the last 2 years, and that's where the majority of the diary comics that I'm putting together now are.
Right.
It's really funny because I was having these really exciting days were happening. I was going to these crazy parties and I was doing all this stuff, but that doesn't really enter into the diary comics for the most part, because it's usually days that I was either like bored, listless, or had something I needed to process going on that was like an emotional thing. So I'll tell people stories about like, oh, here's a crazy thing that happened at this like mansion party I was at in Las Vegas, and people are like, yeah, is there a diary comic about that? And I was like, no, wasn't drawing that day. I was having fun, and then the processing stuff is much slower and more internal than external, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. So at this point in time, is it still that kind of thing, or is it, because I know you're doing more and more and more of them right now. So is it part of the daily task, or just is it still like whenever you're feeling you need to process this thing?
Yeah, it's whenever. I mean, because I'm working on Moonray right now, that kind of I'm working on Moonray and kind of patching together the diary thing into a book. That's another fascinating thing, is taking, because I mean, basically it's about 5 years of diary comics, and I'm figuring out how to arrange them in some kind of narrative that where a stranger can pick up this collection. It's going to be about 110 pages, I think.
Cool.
Where someone can pick up this collection and read through it without, and understand what's going on and get something out of it. There's been a lot of things where I've been like, I don't need to kind of explain everything about myself as long as the pages kind of like, I've been thinking a lot like a poetry book, like do these things work? Does kind of the emotional feelings or the things I'm trying to get through come through on this by itself without much explanation?
Yeah, no, for sure. And we were talking with Curtis a little bit before, like about the universal themes that can kind of come out regardless of what you're doing. And even though it's your diary comic that's about this specific period of time, living in Vegas, doing all stuff, you're on these parties, but off days you're not feeling so great. Those things are still very universal. Like I felt like that with especially I loved Rain Like Hammers. Like as someone, I mean, not just because I do have a major bias, you're my friend, I enjoy your work, but I thought it was such a great way to create this compelling narrative that discussed something intensely personal to you, but also like as a person who's existed on planet Earth for a while, you experience things, and it's like, oh man, like I know how that feels for this guy in this weird sci-fi world dealing with walking cities and stuff like that. So
yeah, I mean, that's the advantage of science fiction in general, I think, is we can take ideas and I think abstract them into fictional worlds, and then they kind of, I mean, something that's really cool about that I've been enjoying about comics. I just picked up this book yesterday, The Kinder Kids.
Oh yeah, there we go.
And it came out, if I'm remembering right, it came out in 1905.
Somewhere in there,
yeah. A German American living in Germany doing these comic books for American newspapers. And it just has like, I was like 3 pages into it and I was cracking up because there's a guy fishing, and the fish that's caught says, "You are no gentleman." I was just thinking like that's a joke that someone like in 1905 did a fishing joke that is like just him and his pen. They printed it, and it's funny now. And I like that, how like distilling down things, and I don't know. And it's a cool medium, and it's cool that just a couple people can do this thing, because you always think about like the production of of a lot of other mediums of animation and film and everything, and it takes it to this much higher level where it's like, how am I going to get $8 gazillion so I can tell a personal story? It's very different than being like, I have a pen and I just need to find a place to publish this.
Yeah, you know, didn't necessarily wait to talk about it a little bit, but I think go into it now. I think that's really one of the cool things about Moonray is that, like, so if you're not familiar, Brandon's writing and drawing a book with Churchill Penalta called Moonray. First hardcover's out, the second one's coming out in May. But they're concurrently using that as the sort of like blueprint and narrative engine for this video game. So it's also being developed. And there you go. We both have our copies
It's the
there.
same copy.
The same copy right over here. Anyway, it's pretty cool to see because the comics medium is so intensely personal, you know. In the case with you, and I mean, in Churchill, you're writing it, but he's line art, coloring, you're lettering, you know.
Yeah, yeah, I should. Yeah, so basically, I'm doing the main longer story in it.
Right.
Churchill, who does this much more like detailed Jeff Darrow, intense style, is doing kind of a self-contained backup stories in each issue that I'm writing, and it's very collaborative because I will send him, very similar to how I worked on Prophet with Simon Roy and Farrell and that whole crew, is I do really rough, ugly stick figure layouts, and then I send it to him, and then Shorsho changes it and makes it good. and he does a lot of like he'll be like, I added this whole scene, I changed this, and that's a really nice thing about working with a storyteller is there, you know, he has the ability to be like, this doesn't work for me, let's make it work. So it's nice to give him those ideas and see what I get back.
Yeah, not to get too far ahead, but there's a cool bit in volume 3 that I think emerged that way. There's a fight scene and it's really cool.
Oh, I mean, that's worth talking about because it's such a cool thing in the process of like,
I
basically set up this whole like, oh, these characters are dealing with this group of guys following them. And then I don't even remember who came up with this. There's this kind of Voltron combining characters into one super being thing that happened, and Churchill just ran with it, and I think it's like 60 pages of just this intense, beautiful fight scene that's just like I don't generally I think I do more kind of comedic action, but he just took it into this incredibly beautiful, compelling battle of weird post-human beings that I think is really gonna impress people.
Yeah, Moonray Volume 3, it's gonna be sick. But yeah, it's cool though, because again, it's so the comic, I mean, you know, there are people we're bringing in, which we're not going to do now, but you know, helping out with the comic. But it's cool because then you look at the video game and there's like dozens of people, but they're taking this like intensely personal story, you know, and a lot of the time, obviously, I mean, this is an extremely unusual way to make a video game, you know?
Yeah, I guess the simple way to explain it is like they were doing it in reverse of other video game comics where they had an initial game that they'd started on, and video games take a very long time to make. And so they hit me up and were like, let's figure out the lore for this stuff. And we just did it as a comic book. And it's perfect because like I'll be like, here's a story, here's a fun thing to do this week. And then the guys developing the video game will just look at the comic and be like, oh, here's a weird monster that's in the game now. You know, and some stuff doesn't make it and other stuff does. And it makes this like, I think it creates this level of freedom for both sides.
Yeah. No,
and
Curtis
working as art director on the video game, and that helps because he's tied into the comic.
But that emerged from the comic, right? Because he was working on the comic first, and then through the development of that, he worked in the game. Yeah, Curtis talks a lot about like the jazz of the creative process, and it's so cool to see it. A lot of time when we talk about that, and he's worked a lot in games, and I've worked a lot in games, and there's that element of it there. But seeing, like again, it's you know, you and Churchill are a duo on the comic. And then to see that translated amongst dozens of people, it's a really natural, cool way to work that I've never seen before. So
yeah, it really feels like we're doing some kind of it feels like the Old West in some ways, you know, like just like going out into unexplored territory and trying to figure out how to do things.
Yeah. Well, that's what's really exciting to me about like now, you know, I mean, I've given you this rant before, so I'll give you the short version because this is on the internet. It's not like our usual phone calls. But anyway, like it's 1968 today, right? It's 1968, and people are ready for something new, and someone's about to make Easy Rider, right? It's gonna hit next year, and I feel like stuff like Moonray, stuff like we have a buddy Chris Hunt, stuff he's doing, Code of the West, stuff that we're doing with Best Vision, stuff that like Patara on Kuroshi and Axe Wielder John and Rob and Plate Lunch, like it's like stuff is getting weird and cool in these like really cool fringe indie places. And
yeah.
it's Moonray's not like the video game guys. It's a huge game. It's a huge company. Like it's not like a couple of dudes, So it's cool to see that translate on such a scale.
Yeah, and I feel like for a long time, comics, the larger kind of idea of American comics was very locked into, this is the one way to do it. This is, and we both kind of worked in that industry very much.
Yeah.
That probably for the first time, certainly for the first time in a decade, the future for comics feels like it's going in unexpected directions.
Yeah. Well, it's like all these different components, right? Like we've talked a lot about distribution, the way distribution's evolving, and that I have made the argument in the past that the history of the comics medium is really a history of distribution, right? Like
sure.
The short version of this is Max Gaines figures out, hey, the people really like buying the Sunday comics section, so I'm going to fold that and sell it for 10 cents a pop. And then other people are like, well, what if we actually publish our own? So you get like Famous Funnies, which is like republishing old comics, and then National does New Fun. And it's kind of loosely that, like the comics format we have is essentially like that folded over. So it starts off a newsstand, and then in the 60s and 70s, we start the self-distribution in like head shops, which, Phil Seuling sees in New York and is like, well, what if publishers like Marvel, who are struggling right now, sell it directly to us? And then we, whatever. So like that, you get the direct market. And then from the direct market, you get some weird dude in Canada who's like, I love Barry Windsor Smith. I want to do my Conan book. And he does Cerebus, and it evolves, it's constantly evolving. And right now, like there's these critical juncture points, I would say every 20, 30 years of things rapidly evolving, right? Like I think the last time this happened was 1995, right? When Heroes World collapsed and there was a distributor, sort of like it all folded into Diamond essentially, Yeah. And like right now, we're seeing this other thing, like after COVID, and there was, Diamond, of course, was still there. They're working with us actually on Moonray. But then you got Lunar, and then you got Penguin Random House doing single issue comics.
And also the idea that
what that means for guys like us is really interesting.
Oh yeah. And also people can do comics and not and reach an audience in ways that they don't have to go through distribution channels. And that's nice. I think one of the reasons that me and you working with comic stores is that we like that environment, like having a good comic store is such an important thing to me when I'm in a city. Like in LA, Golden Apple is fantastic. I've been going there every week. And in Vegas, Alternate Reality is just like became like this, like it was like my kind of social hub every week. I remember me and my partner Casey were like, we would leave Alternate Reality sometimes and look at our watches and be like, that was 2.5 hours we were in the comics.
I mean, we were doing the same thing actually with Casey when we would go to there was Cosmic Monkey in Portland, Oregon.
That's fantastic.
And it was, fantastic store, great staff. Also, they had everything. But it was like, I just like going there, to hang out with you and Casey, but also like the guys there love comics and know comics. And we'd go in there and they'd be like, hey, did you see this really weird Kung Fu comic that came out in 1980? Like, here's a copy of Jade Man in your box that we had reserved for you. You know what I mean? And it was just like, it was something I either knew, but I didn't have or never had seen. And so it like propagated this like love of comics. But yeah, there was a big movement, obviously in the late 90s and through the 2000s for like, web comics. So we don't need self-distribution. I think there's, there was ability for that, and a lot of successful books came out of that.
Sure.
But I think that's like what we're heading towards. All these different separate channels are now sort of like, you can choose them a la carte, but you can also like take them and then do something totally different with them. You know, I don't see it. A lot of people say, well, this one thing is a solution to the future of comics or whatever. And I'm like, no. Like, we have all these different channels. Why not utilize them? And then exciting stuff gets out there because, you know, like, I mean, that's how you got like Rio. We're talking about Rio earlier. How many different formats did that come in? How many different publishers did that go through? You
That's
know?
another thing to jump on too, is because so you got your copy of Rio there.
Oh yeah.
I think I would argue that is the best Western comic, the best cowboy comic I've ever read.
Really, like I don't know that I disagree, but that's a big claim.
Because
Yeah, well, Blueberry is the obvious other
I prefer
choice.
it to Blueberry, and you know, I got Mobius here just living by my desk. But
sure.
Blueberry is kind of stressful for me, honestly. I think because the format, and that's an interesting thing, kind of going back to distribution and how we present stuff. Is, if I remember right, Blueberry was essentially written for half-page release compared to collections, and so it reaches this like bottleneck point every half page where something stressful is going to happen. A guy shows up behind him with a gun or something, and it just kind of becomes too much for me. I'm just like, oh, they've almost killed this guy like 6 times in 4 pages. And I think Rio, because it's made for, I don't know what his initial release was, but the format that you have now, and I have it in anthology format too. I think Epic Comics put it out, and it just really works as just a great Western story. It's like, and I think that one's 3 stories put together.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and I always enjoy like things like samurai stories or cowboy stories. Really work as science fiction too. Like if you take the basis of like, you know, like there's that great Kira Kurosawa movie Yojimbo that then was remade into Sergio Leone movie, and then remade, and the Sergio Leone movie is set as a Western, and then there's also a Bruce Willis one set during the 1920s that no one talks about.
Yeah,
you know, it's the same story but just different formats, and so I like
Hidden Fortress and Star Wars, dude.
Oh yeah,
you know, the same thing, you know. But no, yeah, it's I'm you know, we talk about this a lot, but I am really excited for where we're going, because like people who get doom and gloom about comics, I feel like when you're thinking like 6 months ahead, but if you look not just years ahead, but then years behind and see where we've gone and see how things have developed and see what comes out of like periods when things get down, like it's always really exciting.
Oh, I have to tell you my Star Wars Redemption story recently.
Let's hear it. Let's go.
Yeah, this might be super boring to talk about, but essentially, like, I had written off Star Wars as essentially a ruined franchise in my head, because I grew up on the first 3 movies, or you know, the 4, 5, and 6.
Sure.
And I was like, those are hugely influential for me. And then when the prequels came out, I was amazed at how bad they were. You know, and I was just like kind of disinterested in Star Wars. And recently Casey has been going and watching the Clone Wars series, and it's fascinating that they set them in between these horribly done movies, and they flesh things out and they explain things, and they basically like they add so much weight and value to the story that's changing my, like, as it didn't occur to me before, as much as you can kind of shrink a universe by making bad decisions, you can then expand it again. Like it doesn't kill something to just make a bad version of it. And I have this idea sometimes when I'm not in a good headspace while I'm doing a comic, and I'll be like, I did a new page or something, and I'm like, I don't know if this is going in a good direction, but it gives me this idea that you can breathe life back into a story by just trying different things and freeze things up in certain ways.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Right on. Well, that really does resonate, you know, like in the last interview that Curtis was doing with Liam McIntyre, they were talking about that a bit, about like the things that lead you, you know, not even just in your own work, but of course in your life, you know, and you see these things. And like a friend of mine once said that, you know, when you look forward, it all looks like chaos, whether it's your life or your art table, and then you look back and it all looks like plot, like you can kind of see it out, you know.
That's a cool way to look at it. I mean, we were talking before about the Hammers book, and it's nice talking to so many people that connected with, because I always think back that while it's probably the book that I enjoyed working on the least in my career, because it was dealing with a lot of rough emotional stuff, and I was really unsure if it made any sense, because I was dealing with, I mean, the basic story is there's an old criminal who ends up switching his mind gets switched to a genetically engineered butler. and then he
Right.
can see his life. He basically gets to look at his life from a different body. And because he's in a different body, he's different chemical reactions, and he essentially becomes like a different person while his body continues on without him and living his life and looking back at his past. And so
Yeah.
it's weird sometimes when you're in it, both life and stories, to be like, I hope this works. And there's a certain amount of just blind faith you have to have that, like, you know, even if it doesn't, you know, it's hopefully it works out. And if it doesn't work out, then it's better to attempt something than not attempt it.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you know, I think that when again we're sitting, in your case, you're at the art board. In my case, you know, I'm in Scrivener or whatever I'm writing in. Like, it's obviously, you know, you're a singular experience, but you know, I think really just good work has those universal things in it. You know, like I am curious. So you mentioned how sci-fi does this really well, but was there any sci-fi books in your formative years or even recent years that were like, that kind of gives the feeling that I want to have in my own work, or like that to help develop that?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, recently I've been really clicking with Charles Stross' work.
Mm-hmm.
He's a science fiction author. He has kind of a like almost like a Warren Ellis feeling to some of his work. He did a thing called The Laundry Files, which is a series that's almost like the X-Files in England, where they'll be like, oh, turns out elves are real and they're interdimensional evil beings that are trying to take over Earth, and we're just barely keeping them back. But he did this. He had this book that I really connected with. I'll back up a little bit. One of my
Sure.
favorite things when I was younger is the relationship between Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers and Joseph Hadelman's The Forever War. So Starship Troopers is essentially Heinlein writing about part of it's like his ideal society, and how basically people join the military and give service to their community as a like that gives you the right to vote.
Yeah.
And it's a very positive idea of like, this is how we, you know, it's a very like this is how we give society purpose and give people responsibility and everything. And Joseph Hadelman had just gone out of Vietnam and read that book, and it was a much more cynical view of things. And so he wrote The Forever War, which is about a guy that keeps in this endless war, and because of Einstein's relativity idea, every time he travels faster than light, time keeps moving and he stays the same age. And so this, like, he lives past a humanity he can relate to, and eventually, I mean, essentially he lives long enough where there's just gay clones, and he's the last kind of heteronormative dude that exists, very much of its era. But those books, in contrast to each other, is such a cool conversation. And in the same way, also based off a Robert Heinlein book, his book Friday. So he wrote this book Friday, which is about an artificial person working as a spy in the future society. This woman named Friday. And Charles Stross wrote a book called Jupiter's Children, which is about, or Saturn's Children, whatever the famous painting is of the guy eating the child.
Oh yeah. The Saturn eating his child. Yeah.
Yeah. So he wrote this book called Saturn Children, which is about basically a robot. It's basically like a robot prostitute that comes online just as humanity dies out. And she's living in a post-human only robot society where she is basically made to serve humanity, and artificial intelligence and robots have moved on, and they think of her as just a weirdo, and she's got to survive for thousands of years just like with no contact for her purpose that she was built for. Like, she's never met a human. It's really
wild.
Yeah.
And so all kind of sense, like, I know you've been a Heinlein reader for a long time, but is the confluence of these, like, have you a recent thing? And if so, like, how has that been affecting your work? Like, how does that translate?
I mean, so hopefully I'm not muddling it too much, but the idea I'm trying to get at is like, it's conversations with other work. So it's like, and so that's something I really connect with, is both in positive and negative ways, being like, I read a book and I have a feeling about it. Like, there's always the cliche idea of where do your ideas come from? But I think that's a really important point, because if you're working, like, if you're trying to make art and that is how you make your living, then you better figure out where your ideas come from, right?
Yeah.
And for me, a lot of it is both a reaction to life and a reaction to other work. And I love the reaction to other work because, you know, you like when I I read through every Tintin book while I was working on Rain Like Hammers, and it really informed a lot of, like, I was reading it and trying to dissect, why does Tintin work so well for me, and um, and then trying to put that into my own work in a more subtle way than the books that I'm talking about, hopefully. But
Yeah, well,
yeah,
Kirby talks about this a lot. About he said the comic book medium is a medium of he said evolvement. I think it meant of like evolving, you know, and like kind of like we're talking about with distribution earlier. It starts off as a single panel, then goes into like a multiple panel strips, and then goes into those like the Prince Valiant, Little Nemo, big Sunday page kind of things, and then you get that, and you get comics, and you get and our role as comic book creators is to like be the rocket ship, like okay, we'll ask like what's next, you know. And
yeah, another interesting point in this too is the idea of, I think of it as I've called it like currency of cool or something, was what I was referring to it, is sometimes the trajectory that a piece of work is on speaks the same language as you. You'll be like, I read, if you're someone who read Frank Miller's Daredevil, and then you read Ninja Turtles, and then you read something that was inspired by Ninja Turtles, then you're following this trajectory. But sometimes you'll find work that's really quality work, but you don't speak the same language as it. You don't use the same currency of it. I think of it as like, having like a euro and going to Mexico and being like, can I buy these? Can I buy these shoes? And that's not the money we use here. And because there's all this, like something that I always push back against when people are like, these are the must-read comic books that you have to have. And like Rio's not in that when you see like comics. And like I was in my 40s when I discovered Rio, and I was basically like, why did no one tell me about this amazing piece of work?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of that stuff, like kicking around from that time period, or in general, or like I think of a guy like Alex Toth, who his stuff is at the central DNA of so many creators. I mean, it be well beyond the obvious guys. I'm thinking like people like Bruce Timm or whoever, but like just in his basic language of storytelling. And there's some collections like Bravo for Adventure, and you and I were talking about Zorro the other day, but like there's so much of that stuff, like his Hot Wheels comics and stuff, that I don't even know if any of that's in print.
Oh yeah, I have some of those Hot Wheels comics. John Arcudi gave me a box of Toth.
Great guy. I'd love to get that guy in here, by the way, John Arcudi.
I talked to him last week, but
oh, right on.
What were we talking about? Toth stuff. Yeah, we were just talking about the Sean Gordon Murphy Zorro book, and I was lamenting. I was like, what a cool opportunity would it be to put like half Sean Gordon Murphy, half Alex Toth Zorro in one book.
That'd
and I
be
haven't
so cool.
Zorro, I've just seen the great covers he did.
No, he's doing a great job with it.
I went to watch the Zorro anime the other day when I saw the Sean Gordon Murphy thing being announced.
Oh, whoa. But see, that's a cool thing too, because like, you're talking about there's the Toth version and there's a Sean Gordon Murphy version, and then now it's like Sean's gonna build this bridge into whatever this next thing is, and it could be riffing on what he's doing or totally different from what he's doing. That's a fascinating thing with I mean, work in general, but especially, comics.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. But I also think about like, shoot, what is that book? I've got it right. One of my mentors is the guy Jim Haynes. He talks a lot about reading Tropic of Cancer, and like he read it once when he was in his 20s, and once when he was in his 30s, and once in his 40s, and he read it essentially every decade. And it's like obviously it's the same exact book, but as you get older and like you're revisiting it, and it changes for you, And I find that way with creators. Like we were talking about Blueberry earlier. Like when I first got into Mobius, my first point of contact was probably Silver Surfer. It was the 80s, and it was his first big mainstream thing.
Sure.
But I was really into throughout my 20s. It was all about the first 3 to 4 epic books. Like that's what I had. The Stella Nadina stuff and all the sci-fi things. And I remember I went to in my late 20s, early 30s. I went to an exhibit of his stuff in Paris, and there were these massive Blueberry pages. And being a little bit older, and it was more my interest. I was kind of getting away from sci-fi stuff and more into westerns or whatever. But just seeing the craft, because they're massive pages, like in terms of like the actual physical boards, and the level of detail, and like the way I remember there was the exact moment. Actually, I can't remember the exact page or which volume it was, but there was a a lamp that you'd take like on a table at a saloon in I think a Blueberry. And the level of craft was so intense that I was like, nah, I'm a Blueberry guy. Because of where I'm at in my life and then where the contact point is and how that changes, you know, even though this is work that I was generally familiar with in another phase of my life, in another format, you know, now that I'm revisiting it, it changes and changes and changes and goes on. So
yeah, the format thing, it's slightly off topic. The format thing was reminding me, things I've been trying to mess with lately is, I'll show you some examples here. So I'm doing, where is it here? So my diary comics, I draw in a sketchbook. This one's named Dean Stockwell. I like to name all my sketchbooks.
RP.
And then the Moonray pages, I'm doing standard 11 by 17 comic sizes, kind of what like your average Marvel comics drawing these days. And then I'm working on this other comic I'm calling En route, but I don't know if it has a name now. And this is like a one shot I'm doing. I'm doing these giant pages.
Whoa. Is that 2 up or how big is that?
It's a little, so here's a standard 11 by 17. So it's
wow,
almost twice the size. Yeah, this one's taking me a little longer, but basically my plan is between each Moonray book, I'm going to be doing first the diary book and then that, and then I have a bunch of stuff to reprint as well. But yeah, and that's been an interesting thing, not in just format of how things are released, but in format of like how I make something really kind of changes like the approach to it. And like I noticed with these pages, like it basically is speed. Like I do this one, I do diary pages in my sketchbook essentially because I can do it like on a bus or in a cafe really easily. And then these ones are like, you know, I try to do 4 or 5 of these a week and get them done. And these things take a little longer, but it's been interesting.
So was that a conscious decision or was that a gut thing where you're like, I'm going to do something weird, or you just had it around, or how did that decision get made?
I mean, it was
why
really,
are you doing this?
Yeah, I mean, well, I definitely have a romanticism about giant pages. Like Jack Kirby worked that big. Paul Pope. I recently watched the kayfabe video with Paul Pope that came out recently, and that was really cool to see. And while he's doing the interview, behind him, he's got a bunch of pages hung on his wall. And I was thinking, behind my computer here that I'm talking to you on, I have a string of clothespins that have all the pages that I'm working on here.
Right.
And I was thinking, if I'm gonna actually do video stuff, I should have more than my Barba Papa and the Blondie poster behind me and show the work.
I don't know, man. Blondie and Barba Papa is a good combo. Yeah, I will say around about Pope, there at the Cartoon Art Museum in San Francisco, there was an exhibit. It was just like Batman's 75th anniversary or something like that. I remember they had a big Batman exhibit, and there was like all these really standard comic size pages because most of the art was probably from this, maybe that's not even the 60s, like 70s and up, you know. And then so they're pretty much the size of the Moonray pages, but Paul Batman Year 100 page was just massive. I mean, it had to be. I don't like what Hal Foster was drawing on. It was so huge that you're like,
yeah,
man, I want that artist edition. I want the actual size, 10-foot tall Paul Pope, original art edition.
Oh yeah, the artist edition no one can fit in their homes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it definitely shows to me that he's coming from a pre-scanner era, because that's been a big thing. Because I have an 11 by 17 scanner I do all my pages on now, and even the larger pages I'm working on, like I got to piece those together. And they're smaller than what Pope does.
Yeah, but I think you guys are just focusing. I mean, Pope obviously was a pretty big influence on you, and I'm assuming still to this day, even though that you know him. But I think you guys, one of the through lines between your two work is that you guys are just love making this thing, and I've never asked Paul about this, but I just wonder, like, to what extent he was just like, that's what I'm going to do, and we'll worry about that part later.
Yeah, I mean, for him, it sounded like it was a fight because he was in an academic world that just had no interest in comics, and
right.
I feel like I really had the advantage growing up in a household where comic books were just like what we read.
Right. Right.
And like not really having any pushback. I mean, my pushback is always like my frustration sometimes is dealing with a comics community that doesn't seem as excited about comics as we are, Yeah. Because I'm a little too obsessive, and then like
I've given you this rant before.
Sure.
I think that's a false positive. I think I have this nephew who loves comics, and he just wants to know how to get them. And like I went through a period where kind of my interest in comics waned down, but just being around this dude, I was just like, and actually we started going to Cosmic Monkey in Portland, and I
Yeah.
just got so stoked. And when I meet people who read comics, like I go to the comic store called Captain Comics in Idaho. Everyone there is stoked. They're a fully staffed store. Everyone there is stoked and knows a lot. Like if I ask anybody there, and there's usually like 4 to 6 people working, they all have a recommendation. They're all stoked about something. You know, it's like this the
That's a good.
negativity, I think, is a false positive because of what social media propagates. Like
Yeah, yeah.
people who want to
That's
read comics
actually.
are ready to go.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to say what I should have said. Let me back up a little bit. Essentially,
All
what I
right,
think is
rewind.
there's like I feel like too much of social media dominates what comics is about, and it gets so stupid. Like I try to avoid the stuff even, but there'll be like people fighting about a new X-Men cartoon, and
Yeah.
one of the characters being non-binary or something. And I was like, I don't like the shitty old X-Men cartoon. I don't care what they like. I don't like put a popsicle stick in a turd. I'm not going to watch it, you know?
Yeah.
but
But
that
it's
narrative becomes so much larger than like
right.
let's talk about what George Harriman's life was like, which to me is so much more fascinating that you have all these creators so you can go back. Like Harriman's another guy who was doing comics in 1905, did Crazy Cat and Ignatz. It was funny. I was reading the intro to this Kinder Kids book,
Mm-hmm.
talking about how this was like their attempt at doing like really fine art comics for the mainstream, and it wasn't very successful.
Sure.
And in it, they do the introduction is a dig at Crazy Ignatz, and they're just like, I guess readers wanted to see just a rat throwing a brick instead of this. And I was reading, and I was like, how dare you? Like that.
Yeah.
Crazy Cat is such an amazing, cool comic, and yes, there is a rat throwing a brick, but it's beautiful.
But it gets into what you were talking about earlier with with Rain Like Hammers, like when Professor Pup longs for love, you're like excuse me, Inspector Pup, I can't remember the exact name of the character.
Right, the dog
Inspector
cop.
Pup. Yeah, the dog cop from Crazy Ignatz. Like you're like, I get that. I know how that feels, and it resonates, even though the comic came out in 1919 or 1920, whenever it was.
Yeah. Funny, I just saw Silver Sprocket, the small press publisher, has a
Sure.
presentation they did at Comics Pro, which is like a retailer summit thing.
Yeah.
And they had like their logo is, it's a little, but their logo is like a character that says ACAB on the butt. And not Professor Pup. Like my stupid brain just goes to comic books being like, not this fiction. And I know Professor Pup's kind of a dick, but someone's got to catch that Ignatz.
Right. Yeah, exactly. No, I love it, man. Well, that's totally cool. So we are almost at time. So I'm kind of wondering which can of worms we should be opening up. But I don't know. I'm just curious. Is there anything you're reading right now that you're particularly like stoked about? Like not stuff that we're obviously we're working on, but going for like what's that?
Comics and comic stores.
Yeah. Or even like stuff that you've read that's coming up. I mean, we've talked a lot about how the cool stuff is coming from the fringe sometimes, and not even in comic stores. But like, what are you reading right now that you're pumped about?
I mean, it's kind of both forward and backward. I've been reading a lot more Walt Kelly Pogo.
Yep.
One of the things I've been digging into is kind of the history of Disney, and
Yep.
and Kelly's a guy that worked at Disney and then kind of chose his own path at a certain point.
Yeah.
And you get this brilliant social commentary in Pogo. And Pogo is something I don't think I appreciated when I was younger. And now I'm reading it. It's so sharp and so exactly what, like, there's stuff that feels so relevant now that it's like the joke of listening to Tupac albums where he's predicting the future. Walt Kelly just like really clicked into some social stuff. And then, there's new books coming out too. The Rare Flavors. No, that's is that there's a new Ram V book I've been reading.
Oh yeah, I think it is Rare Flavor. I know what you're talking about. It's from
Flavors.
Boom.
It's really
Ram
good.
V. Yep.
Yeah, it's about a essentially like an Indian god that is trying to start a culinary show, and it's really fun and cool. I'm excited to check out the Sean Gordon Murphy Zorro. I haven't read that yet because it's sold out at the comic store I go to, which is a nice thing to see. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I just saw a Frank Quietly sketchbook that was printed, a little tiny thing at this bookstore I was at yesterday, and I'm thinking of going back and getting that. It just shows his pencils, which is exciting.
Oh, I've got that. That's a great book. Yeah, there was a store in Ireland, I think, put it out. like Big
Okay.
Bang or something like that. Yeah,
Really
that's a cool
tiny. That was
sketchbook.
the one thing that stopped me
Yeah.
from getting, is I was like, I want that Paul Pope size quietly stuff. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff coming out. I always there's too much to read in comics all the time. I'm trying to think. I got a reading stack here of things. Oh, this is a book I've been really excited about. It's called Go with the Clouds, North by Northwest.
Mhm.
It's a manga about a half Japanese, half Icelandic, I think, a guy who can talk to machines, and he does these little tasks for people where he'll be like, someone's dog is missing, let me talk to cars and see where it is. And this had this sequence in, I think, the newest volume, volume 6, that really blew me away, where the character goes back to Japan and he's drinking this special tea, which is they sell as like a really big deal. It's really delicious, and he drinks it, and a 2-page sequence of just what the tea tastes like visually, and it's like leaves on the wind falling on a river, and it making like pools of water in the river, and it's so cool to see taste visually shown in a manga. And the back of every volume has like this one just has different European signs on it. I think is a cool. Yeah, this is the manga I'm most excited about lately.
Dude, right on. Well, we are close to at time. There's been a lot of comments in the Discord, but I think overall, man, you've made a good case for. There's just a lot of exciting stuff going on. I'm really excited to see. I mean, obviously I'm biased, but I'm excited to see how things continue to evolve with Moonray. I don't know if people want to get more of you. Like, where do they find you on the internet?
I mean, Instagram's a good spot. Just Royal Brandon on Instagram is a easy way to find me. And from there, I've got a Patreon link, and I'm doing me and Casey put out a newsletter that we're going to start up again. Just kind of keep people informed of what we're up to. Yeah. And hopefully in comic stores.
Right on, man. Well, we are at time. I assume Curtis is going to come in and steal us away here, but I always love talking comics with you, dude. I always get pumped up. So
yeah,
we should do this again sometime.
What are you reading today?
What am I reading today? That's a really great point. Well, I put some stuff aside to talk about here, and we talked about 2 of them. We talked about Rio. We talked about Pogo. We did talk about Cerebus a little bit, but your friend and mine, Living the Line, Sean Michael Robinson, he's been doing the production on these new editions of Cerebus.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I have this by me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Strange Death. This is one of my favorite volumes. I think never gets talked about because Dave saying blah 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 blah, but then like at this point in the series, the level of craft is so sharp that I feel like I just keep this by my desk. Like, okay, I just flipped through a random spread. Look at this double-page spread of just like trees. Those are the coolest trees I've ever seen in my life.
Catching on the background too.
Yeah. It kind of looks like Franklin Booth almost.
Yeah.
And it's
give me the cover of that. Does it have like a gold logo?
Yeah, it's got a sweet gold foil edition.
Nice.
So yeah, I don't know. That's pretty cool. And of course it's got all his like back matter and stuff and the appendixes and cool weird sketchbook material. But I like what you said a lot about going forward and back, like trying to think of what I could talk about because some of the stuff is not announced yet. But I think overall I am more pumped than ever when it comes to comics because of these kind of conversations, the conversations that I had today, or like just anytime we'll end on this note. Like I have the spinner rack here and I kind of like curate it like a bonsai tree, like I go and I snip some stuff, I'll take this off, like I don't know, and I have themes. And every time I do, I just think about how far we've gone and all the hardship that's come and stuff that's been overcome and stuff that's changed. And I look to the future and I'm like, dude, it's just gonna be exciting. So anyway.
Nice.
All right, buddy. Well, it's good talking with you. Yeah, let's do this again sometime, man.
Certainly. Yeah. Good talking, Joe.
All right. Hello and welcome back to the Vast Vision Campfire Stories Storyteller Conference. Still me, Joe, but we are joined with a new guest, a friend of all, Mike Allred. You know him from Madman, iZombie, a million great comics, X-Force, the Volta Mike Allred, which I had here, which I reviewed again today. Mike, thanks for coming on and talking comics and storytelling with us.
Of course. Just full disclosure, you and I are old friends, and
Yeah.
you're very important and dear to us. So if we get intimate, that might explain why.
Right on, man. Let's kick things off, making me tear up. I appreciate it, Mike. No, yeah, no, the whole, and it's funny because like we've talked about this to a certain extent, but like, yes, I have friendship with you and Laura, Han, Bond, the whole Allred clan is really important to me. But like your work, you and Laura's work was like really formative to me at early on. Because I remember usually when people do interviews and they start talking about themselves in the interview, I was kind of tune out, but I have to here because like you said, we do know each other, and it's really important. But so my comic stores growing up were 7-Eleven, right? And then Heidi Ho Comics in Santa Monica, which was a big store. But then there was a small store called Superior Comics that's long gone, and that was like my go-to shop. And I would go in there, and I was obsessed with like the proto image guys, like even like Larson and McFarlane and Liefeld. And then one day I go to the shop, and there's this purple cover over here, and I was like, oh, this is weird and new and different. And I go, and it's black and white inside. I was like, oh, that's different. I wasn't used to that yet. I was a kid. And in this comic, the lead character fights a guy that eats his eyeball. And it was just like such a weird like it was this mind-altering moment at such a young age. And that comic, of course, was Madman #1 that was put up by Tundra for you and Laura, or you and Laura. So yeah, man, the Allreds, that goes back a long way. Like even one more personal story interview. When my cousin and I were broke in our early 20s living in Oregon, we actually met you and Laura like way back at like some con that was like not at the sports arena, but it was like next door. And like we were both just like 1 month, one of us would buy X-Force and one of us the other. Anyway, point is, love you guys. And I'm so stoked to just to be talking with you, So
Well, we've always loved hanging out with you personally. And whenever you were in the audience during a gear show, my band, The Gear, we'd drag you on and give you a tambourine, and
yeah.
Sometimes Han, who was drumming, would be like, Joe, you're offbeat.
Yeah, no, my timing was horrible. I had no skill with a tambourine whatsoever. So
It's such a good time.
No,
But then
appreciate
also
it.
professionally, the Stardust story we did together, you at Image shepherded a whole new era for us there. And all of the good things that happened for us there largely stemmed from you. So professionally and personally, you're very important to us.
Right on. I feel like we're in a little bit of competition to make the other one cry first. Let's see how it goes.
I love you, man.
So I am curious. So I was re-looking. I love this book, the Vault of Michael Allred, and all the really cool clippings. And one of my favorite things, very early on, is there's a picture of you as a kid, and you're reading a comic, and it felt like you were having that sort of moment of like recognition of something larger than yourself, or it was like this moment of like this is new and different and cool. I was trying to figure out which comic it is. I think it may be Challenge of the Unknown. I'm not sure, but anyway. My point is, I know you and your brother were really formative in the comics. So I'm kind of curious, like, where did that moment of first contact come in with comics?
For me, it's all about Lee, my older brother.
Yeah.
There's not a moment in my life when comic books weren't surrounding me. I recently asked him, well, how did you get into it? And I think he just they were at a drugstore or something, and he just, I want that. And it was, from then on. But, I've related this several times, but my earliest memory is waking up in a hospital blanketed with comic books because Lee had knocked me off a table and gave me a concussion. And out of guilt, talked mom and dad into buying a bunch of comics. And so there they were, just surrounding me. And that's been my whole life. And because of Lee, the best stuff was always in our house.
Dude, right on. And so what was he reading at the time? Was it Marvel? I mean, because I know I remember you reading an interview once. You said you're kind of a Marvel and DC guy who did discovered indies as the '80s kind of explosion went on. But what were you reading like back then, like the formative years?
Well, we'd always be going off to there was a swimming hole, Cabots Creek, that we would go to a lot in the summertime, and there would always be these excursions for picnics or whatnot. And part of the tradition was stopping in the market. This is back in the day when your supermarket and drugstores, that's where you got your comic books. So
Right.
that would be our parents here. This is going to keep them entertained in the back seat and that sort of thing. So early on, I would buy the Harvey comics, Hot Stuff, Casper, things like that, Richie Rich, and which I would quickly fly through. And comics did teach me how to read. I wanted to know what these characters were saying. And so I would quickly get through my stuff, and Lee had all the best Marvel, all the best DC, Charlton, all of this stuff that took more time to read, was deeper, was more, you had to invest in it more, especially the Marvel stuff, because DC, you could have self-contained stories. Marvel had continuing stories, which helped with the obsession of getting back to the drugstore. And we lived about 3 blocks above downtown Roseburg, Jackson Street, classic Americana, Main Street. And there were 3 drugstores there, and that's where we would get our comics. And because of Marvel, you had to make sure that you had to be there when they came out, because if you missed it, you had missed a chunk of the continuing story. And these were the things that I learned from Lee. He was on top of this stuff. He's literally a genius. His IQ is up the chart. And so I've benefited from him being my brother and my guru in those early years significantly.
Right on. And so at what point, so you're reading comics and it's this obsession, you're racing to get to the drugstore to get them. But at what point, because I know you've been really artistically focused and like, I know you sculpted, obviously we talked about music and everything, but at what point are you thinking like, wait a second, these things that I'm reading that I'm racing to the drugstore to get, I can make these? Like at what point does that start kicking in?
Well, the first time was, I never thought of actually doing it for a living. I didn't know how you would do that.
Yeah.
And with Marvel, this whole mythology of the bullpen and everybody all in this one big room, passing their art around and stuff. So I figured, well, you had to live in New York, and I didn't even know how to get to New York. So as a kid, it never became a real thing. But artistically, I was inspired to draw all the time. And Lee and I would make our own comics and entertain ourselves, creating characters. And it was probably after high school. And again, with Lee, he had this stack of Conan the Barbarians and the Marvel calendar. And I remember there was this amazing image of Conan by Barry Windsor Smith.
Yep.
And I'm obsessed with it. And then when I was after high school, the summer before college, my dad got me a job as a lifeguard at a summer camp, and it was in 2 sessions. Between the 2 sessions, I found at this used bookstore, I'd never seen a comic book store at this point, but in this used bookstore, in the back, in a box, were all of the Barry Windsor Smith Conans. It was Conan 1 through 24. And, there was some fill-ins and stuff in there too. But Barry Smith was a Kirby wannabe initially. You would see his early stuff, desperately trying to draw like Jack Kirby. But with Conan, when you go from Conan #1 to Conan 24, it's the fastest, most exciting development of an artist I've ever seen. He quickly establishes his own style. And Song of Red Sonja, which is Conan 24, is just this lush, intricate, beautiful thing. That really knocked my socks off and inspired me. Now, I mentioned this like we were talking before. If you missed a run, if you missed an issue, too bad. Back in the day, there was no way, unless your friend had one or you found it at a secondhand store or something, you wouldn't be able to fill those holes in your collection. And I'd never even seen a Barry Smith Conan comic up to this point. It was just that image in the calendar. The stack that Lee had was the John Buscema stuff, which I loved.
Yeah.
But for this summer, this lifeguard job paid a whopping $500 for the entire summer. And I had been given half of that during this break between the two sessions. These 24 Conan comics cost $250.
Right on, man.
I had to have it. There they were all together. And so I blew half of my summer wage on these. And it was like, I always use the analogy of Jack and the Beanstalk, because at the end of the summer, when it was time to pay for some fees for college, Dad was like, "Oh, you got this." I was like, "Actually, I don't." And I had to explain to him that I had spent half of my summer wage already. And he's like, "On what?" And on these, on these comic books. It's like, "You sold the cow for magic beans?"
Yeah, but to be fair, how much are those worth now? This is that Beanstalk brew, right?
Well, I
Good
actually
investment.
I have a spinner rack like what's behind you, and that's where those Conan comics remain. That's my magic
Nice.
beanstalk. And
Dude, that rules.
but because of this, I thought I need to get serious. I'd always been an artist, always drew, and this was my first attempt at drawing, full-size professional comic book art. And I took a Robert E. Howard story, can't remember what it was, but I started trying to adapt it. And I probably got about 4 or 5 pages in. And that was my first serious attempt at making a real comic book. And it was because of how lit up I was by Barry Windsor Smith. And to prove to Dad that I didn't waste this money. Well, it was then many years later when I was teaching television production at the Air Force Academy that I'd written a screenplay called Dead Air, and my friend Custis, who was a big comic book fan, reintroduced me to comics. I'd kind of given up on them. I'd spend my money on record albums instead of comics. And so he's turned me on to what was happening in comics at the time. He gave me The Dark Knight Returns. He gave me Mr. X that the Hernandez brothers had done.
Yeah.
Gave me Frank Miller Daredevils. And this just lit me up. And so I'd been storyboarding my screenplay. And it was at that point that I started drawing my first serious comic book. And that became my very first published work, the graphic novel Dead Air. So so we're talking mid to late 80s and being exposed to all that stuff, and that completely relit my obsession with comic books and has been unbroken ever since from then.
Right on. Yeah. Didn't you and Lee have an attempt at a comic together? Right?
Yep, that was.
So where does that fit in?
It was when I was doing Dead Air that Lee had an idea for a superhero story, and we went at it. We did several issues. It was never published. Dark Horse has been publishing this Madman Library, which collects all of my creator-owned work, at least all my solo work and many of my collaborations. And so Laura colored they, and it's in the first volume of the Madman Library. This very raw.
Yeah.
Lee's a bit embarrassed by it.
I don't know, man. I was looking at those they pages that are in a vault of Michael Allred, and there's something really exciting about them because you can tell this is a group of people who are figuring out we can do this, we can get away with it. And like there's little touches on there that I think really speak to not just like showing off your influence, but like kind of my favorite element of making comics is when you feel like you've kind of gotten away with something. Like you guys, your if I remember correctly, your logo was the lady in the radiator from Eraserhead.
Right.
It was like, why not?
That's
Like,
right.
it's our company. Let's
Yeah.
go for it.
In heaven comics, in heaven everything is fine, or something like
Yeah.
yeah, she's
Yeah.
those humors on her face. But yeah, I was always injecting my favorite pop culture things into comics, and I still do that more subtly now because I'm more aware of licensing and
Right.
copyrights and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but it worked though, because I'll tell you, like as a reader, I discovered so much stuff. Because I once I read that Tundra issue, it was locked in, right? And you guys were always really kind of made like one thing that was really great about the early Marvel comics in the '60s, where you felt like you're a part of something, right? Like now this is my understanding, my feeling was the DC comics, there were great stuff, especially like the '50s. Superman and Batman had crazy ideas, but it was kind of like someone telling you a story, right?
Yeah.
Like, but like dad's telling you this story. But with Marvel comics, like you're in it, you're in the club, you know. And I think one thing you guys did, one of the many things you guys did really well with Madman, especially like your letters page, is like, dude, it's how I discovered like Dan Clowes, our friend Courtney Taylor. It's how I discovered Dandy Warhols, and like even David Lynch. When you started talking about like, I'm really into this, and it was just like this, just this exciting feeling of, you know, we love this stuff so much, we made this comic,
Yeah.
and now we want you, and like here's the stuff that we love, and now you go love it and do your other thing. So
Yeah, I think the greatest loss in comics has been the letters page.
yeah.
It was I always loved the letters page sometimes as much as the comics, like and Yummy Fur or 8 Ball or
Yeah.
you know, and where you're getting the reactions of the readers and maybe a little bit of response from the creator, but also the creator sharing their obsessions and the things that
Right.
they're into and stuff. I love that.
Yeah. And it's this cool conversations that kind of like permeate through eternity. Like, you know, you go back and you read these issues of Fantastic Four and you're like, wait, this letter's written by George R. R. Martin, you know?
Right.
Or I was just talking with Brandon Graham and he was like, yeah, my mom had letters in Spider-Man, you know? And it's like, that still exists. And you know, you find that issue and it's like this relic and, you know, it's got this letter from, you know, some friend or some, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
It is a cool bit of conversation. And I think a lot of it's coming back though, because like, you know, I'm here to talk about Mike Allred, not Vast Vision, but it's also what we are doing at the Vast Vision Discord is kind of like, okay, well, what does this look like now? Like this sort of like this direct interaction with, you know, you create comics in a vacuum. I mean, I know you obviously work with your wife, Laura, and her office is right next to yours, but a lot of times you're just working in isolation. And a part of the fun for me, like, you know, I never understood creators were like, I got to go to a Comic-Con. I was like, no, it's awesome. You get to go to Comic-Con and you're around other people who love this stuff, and maybe they love the stuff that you're making, and maybe they don't even know about it, but you're all going to either discuss or find out or share new, cool, exciting stuff. So yeah, no, I absolutely love that aspect of your
Yeah.
comics.
Lee had letters published in letters columns. I think the Legion of Superheroes, or I can't remember what, but he wrote to the comics. And I think social media is when, I mean, it seemed redundant to do a letters column if people were responding immediately, you know, on social media. But I still liked having it locked down in print. When I look at my old letter columns, I know exactly what I was watching on TV. I know exactly what movies I was into, what records I was listening to. And so it does define an era. Now almost everything I do is you know, a special edition, or you know what, it's not like Silver Surfer. I think we did have some letters in Silver Surfer, but and also X-Force and Ecstatics. But that's what the main thing I miss about doing a monthly series, or the main thing that what would draw me to committing to a monthly series is having that constant interaction and response.
Yeah.
I like that.
Speaking of reaction and response, so you mentioned, and I mean, granted, of course, said established earlier, I know you well, but like you have all these influences from film, music. You've made your own. You made a movie Asterisk, and you're making Dead Air into a comic. But what makes you keep coming back to comics? Like why is that the one that it all filters through?
Again, it's except for like when I hit puberty and I only had so much money and I had a paper route, and I was actually buying comics where I saw this Cream magazine with David Bowie looking like something from another planet. And all of a sudden my money started going to record albums.
Right.
So there was that brief period from puberty and early adulthood. But other than that, comics have been in my blood. They've just always been there. And even when I stopped regularly buying them, I still had my favorite things that I would revisit and enjoy. And I just lost track of what was happening. Also, when I stopped buying comics, it was when they killed Gwen Stacy. It was truly a devastating, traumatic experience for me. I remember bringing that home, seeing her neck snap. I couldn't believe it. She was one of my early crushes, her and Medusa, but I was like, that's it. Why am I subjecting myself to this? And I cold turkeyed it. And then it wasn't until Charlie Custis turned me on to the stuff I mentioned before that I realized, wow, grow up, get over it. There's some amazing stuff happening here. And for the reason I keep going back to it is because it's just a natural thing for me to do. It's very instinctual. It's also the art form. It's as independent as you can be.
Yeah.
If you can draw and write, and if your wife is the best colorist in the business, then and then what has happened is, so making my own stuff, it's so easy, but also the collaborations are such a joy. I love getting into somebody else's head. Like again, that Stardust story. I love that they're doing this big fancy Stardust book that will have our Stardust story.
Oh, that we work. Yeah. Yep.
And then, like right now, I'm doing Batman Dark Age with Mark Russell, and I get a script and wow, I've been so lucky to work with just the best writers. And I love getting into their heads, seeing how they see things and trying to guess, it's like putting together an awesome puzzle, but it's so simple. It's so minimal. It's so tactile, and it's not like I have to go hire a crew, like when we made a couple of features and stuff, which is fun, but it's very involved and very expensive. Making comics, it isn't expensive at all. And I have my favorite art supplies and my favorite paper, and you scan it and there it is. Laura colors it, goes off, and there it is. It's so pure. So it's, as much as I love doing music and film and every other aspect of pop culture, comics are just right there and instantly gratifying. I can a story done so quickly and in a satisfying manner. So it's just there.
Yeah. I am curious, how did you end up like, and Laura was also artistically inclined before she started coloring, but how did that, like, wait a second, you're really good at this. I need someone to color these. Because I mean, the initial Madman we were talking about earlier, Tundra, that was two color or one, two, it was just, black and white and like purple. Like, how did that
It's like a purple
collaboration come about?
Well, with Tundra initially, there was concern about the cost of color printing. That's not so much a concern these days.
Right. Yeah.
But then it was. If, like, for instance, Jeff Smith on Bone, the profit margin was off the charts because it was a black and white book that sold really well. So a color book that sold that well, the profits wouldn't be so much. With Tundra and me being still relatively unproven in the industry, I wanted to do full color. And we were, Dave McKean had done a book called Cages around that time, which had extra color. And so that was suggested, and I liked the idea of that. And so we went with that. And also, I have to be specific about, I'm colorblind now, but I'm a specific kind of colorblind. I can see and appreciate colors, but I can't tell them apart unless I'm constantly having to relearn them. So once somebody tells me that person's jacket is yellow, now I'm not thinking, oh, it might be green, it might be, my brain goes click, and then I learn that it's yellow, and then it locks in. So it's a weird thing, but it's because of that, I wouldn't be a good colorist. Laura, who's painted and been an artist her entire life, has a great color sense, and it's just the perfect collaboration for us that she's got those skills. And so I can see and appreciate those colors. It's hard to describe. So it's not that I see in black and white. My brain has to constantly relearn what the colors are that I'm looking at. Like, I love Technicolor films. But I have no idea how you see colors. I just know. Yeah. So I discovered this, I was a kid, and I painted a portrait of, I saw a picture of Bob Dylan that I thought was interesting. So I decided to paint this portrait of Bob Dylan, and Dad was looking at it and was like, that's really good, but can I ask you a question? I'm like, sure. Why'd you choose to make his skin green? It's like, what do you mean? Because I'm just mixing colors, just stuff out of the tubes, or maybe it was watercolors, I don't remember, but somehow I thought I was making a flesh color. I didn't understand the color wheel at that point. Now I know what colors make what colors. But then I was just eyeballing it and had made his face green. And then my dad was a shrink psychologist, and he had those colorblind books. You'd see the dots. So you're looking at a circle full of dots, and if you see a certain number in it, then you know what kind of colorblind you are. And so he dragged these out, and he goes, yeah, you're colorblind. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. It's interesting. One thing I was thinking about with you and Laura is it's interesting to track. You mentioned the Stardust story we did. It's interesting to track like the development of your working relationship and then how your art visually changed. Like, I feel like that Stardust story and then Madman Atomic Comics, that was like kind of the exact same time. It's interesting, like it was a huge jump, as much as a jump it was from going from the Madman Tundra to Madman Adventures to to that, and then to what you're doing now on X-Ray Robot, and going back to Ecstatics. So I'm curious, like, when you and Laura are working together, is it like, how do you make those leaps? Like, is it just a natural progression, or like what's the collaborative environment like?
It is a natural progression. It's we each have our own studios right next to each other. So we used to, when we first moved into this house, before we added onto it, we were in a tiny little space together, and which was fine. But it's nice to give her pages and then have her come back and go, here's what I've done, and constantly reconnect. And it was actually in the middle of the night that I just rolled over and woke her up, that I had this idea for a process, because the way I'm able to hand her my pages and learning, I'm not a very technical person, but as I was understanding how she scanned things, and created channels and layers and whatnot, I realized that I could hand her my line art. She could then scan it, give it back to me, and then I could do tones and textures on it for her to then change those tones and textures and into color. So I'll do gray washes or get in there with graphite and, do the modeling, which otherwise would be done digitally. And I didn't like how I wanted our work to look organic. I wanted it to look like human hands touched it. And with this, I was able to control the modeling, and she could choose the colors, and you could see the texture of the paper, or you could see the brush strokes. So it just looked more handmade, and she could separate the line art, which is that classic brush stroke, old school, timeless comic book look, but then also have this control of the coloring that has a more painterly, artistic, human-made vibe. And that was just from like waking up and going, aha, and that sort of thing. That would be the most extreme example of that. But when we were doing Madman Atomic Comics, we made a commitment to try to do an experiment with each issue, even subtly. Some not so subtle, like for instance, creating the world's biggest comic book panel with number 9. So where it's just this continuing tracking shot broken up over 2-page spreads. You can go to AAApop.com and see it all one big long together thing.
So cool, yeah.
That, and then one of my favorite comics I've ever done was issue 3, where every panel I tried to replicate the style of a different artist and tried to do it chronologically. So you'd get like Floyd Gottfridson's, old school Mickey Mouse style. You'd have a Looney Tunes, Bob Clampett kind of style, or Hal Foster, Prince Valiant, Dr. Seuss, Charles Schultz, going up through the EC artists with, Frank Frazetta and Bernie Krigstein and then my contemporaries and peers. And so you get Darwin Cook and Craig Thompson and, Bruce Timm and on and on. So that was really satisfying. Those are the extreme examples, but then we'd also do little subtle things. She would try something with colors or different techniques. And so the concern was making sure that everything looked consistent and wasn't jarring, but at the same time, for those that are very observant about such things, would get a little kick about, oh, look what they did this time, or look what they're doing here, or look at the story structure, playing with story structure or layouts or pacing, just different things. We just try to change it up. Like with this issue, Laura and I would talk, what should we do now? We should try this. We look at some of our favorite European artists or take film technique, for instance, like Kubrick, who is always very symmetrical. He always did symmetrical shots anyway, there'd just be these constant inspirations that we try to integrate into the comics to stretch and grow and keep it exciting for us, while at the same time have this very consistent, overarching story that with the characters and interacting. And so that would be my Conan 1 through 24.
Yeah. No, that Atomic Comics run at Image was phenomenal. And one of my favorite things about it, it's interesting to hear you talk about it. Because I remember, I think it was either the start of story or just in general with Madman Atomic Comics, you had mentioned looking at a lot of like Fleischer Brothers cartoons.
Yes.
And seeing the way that they were kind of composing things together, which I'd like to hear you talk about. But it was interesting because then you were like, okay, I love this thing that is rooted in, tangentially anyway, with comics in their past. But then how do you take this inspiration and not make it nostalgic, but make it like, how do we go to the future now? And that's how I felt every time we would get one of the issues in, because I was at Image when that was coming out. It just felt like comics from the future. Even the one that was like, here's a kind of a history lesson of what comics. You're like, oh, this is like Mad Men from 20 years from now, you know? So yeah, no, I always thought that was really, really, really cool. Um,
Yeah, the
but
Fleischer Brothers stuff. You know, of course, there's this Fleischer Brothers Superman cartoons,
mhm,
but also you look at Popeye, they were constantly innovating. They were constantly trying things that uh, worked and were unique and exciting, but maybe not financially feasible. They
mhm,
they would build models and rotate them in so you would see the animated characters walking in front of these what looked like 3D images in the
mhm,
background because it still looked like it was drawn, but there were these models that they would just rotate around and um, but there was the feel of it, the look of it, and the texture of it, which I would try to do with you know, penciling techniques and just make it richer. Our friend Al Columbia would was doing a lot of stuff where he was trying to make, not trying, but very successfully
yeah,
making his pages look like they were taken from old cartoons, but they looked rich and they almost looked like they were actual cells. And
mhm,
the backgrounds were really rich. And so with that, I like for instance the world's biggest comic book panel
right.
number 9. I did the background separately. So because how the Fleischer brothers had this continuing background, that's the first thing I did was take this long street with all the different buildings and shops and whatnot. And that's what I did first. Then I did all the characters individually. And then so Laura would then scan and color those separately. And then they would be cut out and placed. And it was almost like what is it, like color forms?
Yeah.
Right. I could actually then move the characters, you know, no, I want them more here. Of course, I would largely know exactly where I was laying them out. But then if when Laura had them separately, I could then go on her computer and move them around a little bit, you know, and change them
Oh,
up a
that's
little.
cool.
Yeah. And because of that, they look like they're cells on a painted background.
Yeah. Oh man, that is so cool. You know, I'm curious, we kind of jumped ahead there, but I've kind of always wondered. So, you know, you said did Dead Air, they, now you had a couple of Detour Jaguar stories and did a little Grendel and everything. But what was it about Madman? Because you and Laura are people like we just talked about in your creative process, always thinking about the future, right? And like where do we go from there? But like Madman has been this sort of avatar for not even just not for both of you and like how you develop creatively. So I am curious, like as someone who is constantly generating all these ideas, like what was it or and is it, you know, in present tense about Madman that keeps you coming back as a creator, you know?
Well, we've all heard write what you know.
Right.
And earliest comics were based on life experiences. I actually in graphic music, I had a strip called It Was, which was
Mhm.
a retelling of my life. But you saw this character from birth on as an adult. You know, he's reliving his life, and that was essentially me. And so the reader sees this young adult, but the people in the world regard them as they were in that real time, as a
Mhm.
baby, as a toddler, as you know, etc. Um, not commercially successful,
Mhm.
and but satisfying. So graphic music, this is stuff that followed Dead Air, and I really enjoyed it. And even though I was there at the beginning of Vertigo and was doing that stuff, my personal stuff, um, I was confronted with my kids who are starting school and wanting to show their friends what their dad did, and I didn't feel like this was stuff that their friends would be impressed with or be interested in. It was very esoteric and odd. And for me, it was, you know, artsy fartsy and satisfying on that level. But then being having this realization that I wanted to do something that my kids could enjoy, I tapped into what I loved when I was their age. and made this commitment to do an adventure book that would appeal to anybody, as far as just with the action and the adventure and the pop of it, the visual pop of it, but also have other layers, deeper layers, existential layers that would be more thought-provoking for an adult. Now, I didn't realize it at the time, but my favorite character was Frank Einstein. And what I didn't realize I knew it was my favorite character. What I didn't realize was that's who I was spilling most of me into. And I came to realize that Frank Einstein largely represented me, and his girlfriend Jo largely represented Laura. So it's really easy to go back, slip back into, I have this lengthy outline. I'll never be able to complete all the Madman stories I want to do. But it's always easy to slip right back into it because it's just so much a part of me.
Is this outline written down?
Yeah, like in sketchbooks and
Oh man.
Ba 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 ba. Then this happens, then this happens, then this happens, then this, yeah. So after I'm off this planet, somebody can dig this stuff out and completely ruin it. But no, it's the easiest work to do because it's pure instinct. It's just opening up my soul and pouring it out. So that's when something's easy, or maybe easy isn't the right word, but when something is easy to tap into, or is something that is constantly inspiring you. That's the word. It's easily inspired. So when I have that free time, and Madman is a free time project because my top commitments have to be with the collaborative stuff because there are other people involved. So I can't make other people wait when I've committed to those projects. So when I do have that free time, that's the first thing I want to do. I've already got my next, like right now, my next Madman project will be a 48-page special. Might end up being bigger, but that's what makes the most sense to have like a nice bow, a nice big. Here's the next Madman thing, and so that's what's in the works for me now. And I have another music book too, which is the exact same format of the Bowie book I did. And I can't reveal what the subject is yet, but that's my other free time project.
Yeah. And so can you talk about your collaborative book right now or not?
The Batman?
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's public knowledge.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was announced last month, I think, or
okay, right on.
First issue comes out next month, actually. End of March.
Sweet. And that's
Yeah.
Mark Russell, right? Right now?
Yeah, Mark Russell.
Right on.
Yeah, it's
Cool.
Working with him. It's a dream. It just flows.
Yeah, no, you guys, it's always interesting to see you the way you work with collaborators because your personal work is so intensely personal. I mean, we've talked publicly and we've talked privately about stuff from your own life. You draw on the Madman, and obviously you're working with the love of your life, and so it's interesting to see like when you work with Mark and then what that becomes. And the difference. I'm really excited for the Batman book in particular because I remember in your solo, you did your riff on Adam West, and it was like this beautiful existential, heartfelt story. And I think one thing I feel like we bonded on very early on is how seriously we took the Adam West Batman show. Like as a kid, I did not understand that it was a joke, and in fact, showing it to my son now, it's like I still feel that way. Where I'm like, I don't this still feels like a like a drama, and you took it that way and you made it personal. And so to see how it's going to look with you and Mark and Laura was very interesting. So which actually leads to me to a question that came up from a Vast Vision friend, Rob Guillory. He drew Chew and he draws and writes Farmhand at Image.
Yeah.
So he's a big fan of ecstatics, and so I was kind of wondering if you could talk about working on that and the sort of this collaborative nature you had with Pete Milligan.
Yeah, well, read an article. I'm pretty sure I'd read how Joe Quesada was being given the reins to Marvel, and we kind of came up around the same time. We'd be at shows and whatnot, and hung out in Chicago. Went to an art gallery together, and so was very fond of him. Just thought he was just a really solid guy. And reading this article just looked like, wow, this is gonna be fun. And so I called him up and I just said, you know, this party that you're throwing, I want to go to this party. And he was like, great, cool. Let me see what I can do. And just kind of threw it out to the editors that I was interested in being part of this new Marvel on in some way. Like I thought maybe I'd do an annual or a special or something. I'd done very little work for Marvel. I'd done a Untold Tales of Spider-Man, the first annual, things like that. That'd be something like that. And so I got a few phone calls, but Axel Alonso called me up and said, okay, you get to create your own Marvel Mutants. You're going to take over X-Force, start from scratch, and it's with Peter Milligan. And it's a dream pitch. You know, I pinch myself how often these wonderful little things happen, like Superman Space Age with, you know, editor Brittany and Mark Russell approaching me with Superman. It was like, yeah, I get to tell Superman's entire life. Yes, please. And then now again with Batman, but with this, it was like, well, X-Force, huh? And Peter Milligan, and we're starting from scratch. And like, okay, because at this time they were kind of relaunching everything, and there was an X-Men month. You know, we had Frank Quitely and Grant Morrison with new X-Men. So it was like X-Men month, and this was going to be a part of that. And Peter Milligan, huge fan of his, and we had done a Shade the Changing Man short for Vertigo Jam, which when they launched the Vertigo imprint. So I'd worked with him before, and it was a dream. So his idea was, we're going to create all these characters, and then we're just going to kill them all in the first issue. And so here I am. I'm on the phone at this time, actually doodling this stuff out, and that at that time faxed this doodle to show some of these designs that I'd done while on the phone. And Axel's like, this is cool. But this floating potato with the word balloon dupe over his head, I don't know about that. It's like, look, this is stream of consciousness. I'm just, you know, doing this. And then he called me back the next day and he says, you know, I have to rethink this dupe thing, because I pinned this up in the hallway and everybody's running up and down the hallways yelling dupe. And so there might be something there. Now, in creating these characters, so then Peter and I started talking about, like, I had ideas for characters, their personalities, their powers. He had his, and so we kind of whittled it down. This one, we both like this one, we both like this one. And then for me, it was like, you know, I know you want to kill everybody, but that's going to kill me. Kind of going back to the old Gwen Stacy thing. Can we have a couple that are hands off? You know, that I know that you're not going to pull the rug out from underneath me, that I know that they're safe. We don't have to let anybody else know, but I need to know that my favorite characters are not going to be killed off. And he was like, yeah, okay. And so one of them got moved to the second issue after the massacre, and that was Mr. Sensitive. He was one of my favorite creations. We had Edie, who then I was talked into sacrificing her. Anyway, so that's kind of where that all went. And for me, I was reading the script, I drew it as is. I wasn't being sensitive or precious about the graphic nature of the violence. It was like, that's what it said in the script. You know, if guts are coming out, then guts are coming out. And I'm an EC Comics fan. I know how some stuff can be, you know, too much. But for me, I was just thinking, well, this is the script. It got approved. This is what I'm drawing. Well, when it was time to go to press, Joe Quesada called me up telling me the Comics Code Authority has rejected the book. And I was like, oh, is that still a thing? And it was like, so I'm thinking, so, and I asked him, oh, is that still a thing? And in my head, I'm thinking, oh, I'm gonna have to redraw these, or black, silhouette characters or something. And he said, well, here's the deal. We're gonna dump the Comics Code Authority. It doesn't make sense. We're just not gonna do it anymore. And so the first issue is gonna say, hey kids, look, no code. And so that was probably one of the most historically relevant things that I've ever been a part of. That our first issue of X-Force killed the Comics Code because Marvel stopped using it, and then of course everybody else stopped using it shortly after that.
Yeah,
So-
because my understanding is that because there was like a board and there were different publisher representatives that were on a board, and Quesada, I
You
believe,
pay them to tell you what you
Yeah.
can't do.
people today can appreciate this. Since 1950, whatever, publishers were paying this independent board to tell them what to do, what was okay, and what you could do creatively. And so, all my favorite moments as a comic book reader, which really influenced me as a creator, have always been when I feel like I'm reading something illegal. And like going to Catholic school and reading Spawn #1, I was just like, I'm going to go to jail. But when I was in my 20s and I read that first X-Force, I was like, we're all going to go to jail because we're just like, forget it. And like I said, I remember there was the story I was told, and I believe, is that there was like a board meeting and Quesada was on it and Jim Valentino was on it, and Quesada was trying to make this pitch for like, why are we even doing the Comics Code? And Valentino was also just like, yeah, this is stupid,
Yeah.
And, like, people were like waiting for permission to be like, we don't need to adhere to this dumb thing anymore, And then you get all this amazing work out of it. Like, what would happen if we just stuck to this archaic model, and didn't get X-Force, And now, like with Rob Guillory, big name independent comics, was hugely influential on him. It was hugely influential on me, and you guys were just doing like I felt like you're getting away with something, which is all my favorite kinds of. And I, again, feel the same way about Madman, and all the experiments and stuff too. So
Yeah.
good on
But it was
you.
so arbitrary and inconsistent, like the
Yeah.
movie rating system, and I never gave this any thought because, of course, I wasn't working in the mainstream system at that point. And but it was so liberating to be told by the people that I'm working with that, hey, we support you 100%. Just go for it. And that remained until we tried to resurrect Princess Diana as a Marvel mutant, and then the thumb came down. But I understand.
Yeah.
I'm a relatively sensitive person, but what the people in England who were freaking out didn't realize that what we were doing was very respectful and affectionate. She was a hero of compassion. She, the work she would do to, with the stopping, landmines, or anyway, she was involved with so many things. She clearly cared about the other people she was sharing the planet with, and that was her superpower. But that was disappointing that we weren't able to go through that. I'd actually drawn 3 issues, so I had to.
Oh wow, I didn't know it went that far. I thought
this was like you can find online some of the at least the covers where there's this composition, this motif, that the leapfrog motif that I keep using, and I had Princess Diana leapfrogging. Also one where Spider-Man is descending in front of a bunch of monitors with her face on it, and also an art gallery with her face big on a portrait. But you had to redraw. I hadn't inked them yet. I had to redraw 3 issues to make her look like a generic pop princess or something like that. But anyway, it is what it is. That was really satisfying doing that run with Pete, and then coming back again recently with the Excellent, and I love revisiting those characters And yeah, Mr. Sensitive is so fun. And being a subversive individual, Mr. Sensitive's long lost brother is Adam Baum, Metal Man in the Atomics. So I
Did
have
you ever get pushback on that?
that's related to a Marvel character.
Did you ever get pushback on that?
Never.
Yeah, that rules.
Yeah. And clearly others, they have the same horrible skin and
Yeah,
yeah.
man. No, I love it. That's so cool. I don't know. Like I said, you guys taking those risks and doing this thing that you shouldn't do. Like I was saying earlier about Rob and me, like that has had such a major influence permeating for forever, And so I don't know. Just thanks
Other
for taking the
as
risk.
well, fortunately for us, because the whole build the team, kill the team,
Mhm.
and Zeitgeist, that's Deadpool 2. So we
Yeah,
got huge rewards for that. That was a big kick,
yeah,
Yeah.
right on. Um, well, cool, man. We're almost at time, unfortunately. I feel like we could go for, I know. I should just drive out. Yeah, I'll have to drive out to Eugene again, man. It's already been too long. But so you're working on Batman. Um, I guess if people are looking, you're on Instagram. Like, how do people find out about what you're doing and what you're working on?
Yeah, Allred MD
Mhm,
is my handle on all my social media.
mhm,
I don't have a Facebook thing.
mhm,
Laura does.
mhm.
There, um, but yeah, Instagram. What's Twitter called now?
I launched off that right before Ringside came out. I was like, I'm good, thanks.
I've Ed's thing, Blue Sky. I haven't been active so much that what's
Yeah,
easiest is I like Instagram. You take a picture of
yeah,
something, you throw it up there,
yeah.
and Twitter is just easy to respond to. I think there's the most activity there, and I largely just answer questions or retweet something that people are sharing. Um, but yeah, I'm I'm not as active with. I'm accessible but not active. And if
Yeah, yeah,
anybody
yeah.
wants to with me, my manager Brian Hubert, there's a link to him on the AAApop.com page.
Right on.
And I'm easy to get in touch with if
I will say I've been loving your Instagram. I love this phase of your like it's not like action figure diorama. It's I don't know what you would call it. Like this new phase artistic pursuit of yours. I don't know. You touch on that for a second because actually I haven't been able to talk with you about this yet. But like what is that you're doing? You're creating these really intensely detailed dioramas.
well, when I was a kid, GI Joes were 1/6 scale figures, and
Right.
you had all these great accessories and vehicles and whatnot. Well, in I guess it would have been the early 2000s or so at San Diego Comic-Con, there was a display for these hot Star Wars hot toys. And you saw Han Solo and Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia and Chewbacca and 3PO and R2D2. And they looked real. They were 1/6 scale. And the, you know, action figures, yeah, the likenesses aren't key. But they had artists working on them and they've only gotten better since then too. Like you'll see these Hot Toys figures now where you take a picture of them and you can't tell whether it's the real person or not. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So I saw these and was like, oh, and of course they're just showing them, they're not selling them there. And so I was constantly like, when are these available? When are these available? And so finally they became available. I sent away for them and I got, the original Star Wars crew. And those are my favorites. And then years later, I was at the comic book store and somebody had traded or sold most of the Guardians of the Galaxy's figures. And Guardians of the Galaxy to this day is my favorite Marvel film.
Oh
I
yeah. Oh
just
yeah.
not socks off. Love it. Just charm and thrilling. James Gunn just rocked it. And so I had there they were, got them. Then the pandemic happened and I needed a new hobby. And so building dioramas, and it just kind of blew up. And so yeah, I built because the Adam West and Burt Ward Hot Toys figures, they're so choice. So I built my own Batcave. Jazz Inc., this company in Denmark, makes 1/6 scale figure vehicles. So got this beautiful 1966 Batmobile and
Oh,
a
nice.
1989 Batwing, and the Millennium Falcon cockpit. You can get the snow speeder. The new Batmobile. I'd love the new Batman film. They finally got a costume where he could move his head. But I love this stuff. And so over the pandemic, I just went nuts with it and just I populated my studio with new friends.
Right
In my
on, man.
loneliness, I was like, nope, I'm not going to be alone. I'll bring in all these new friends. And so the amount of figures just really got out of hand.
I
But
love
building
it.
this is great. Like the Falcon Bay, when right before they see the Millennium Falcon for the first time in the original
Mhm.
Star Wars, it looks like in '94, and Chewbacca's sitting there waiting for them, and they go in, and it's like it's a piece of junk. Well, I built that, so I have all the characters out in front of that. A lot of Death Star dioramas, and I built N1 Starfighter, which is the Mandalorian's vehicle. So 1/6 scale, it's huge. But
Huge.
anyway,
Yeah.
it's another spare time.
Right on. Well, if you want to see what we're talking about, Allred MD on Instagram. Mike, we're overtime now. I want to say love you guys, love you and Laura. It's so great. Tell the whole family I said hello. But yeah, thanks for joining us on this Vast Vision thing,
It's
man.
fun.
Yeah, we'll do it again sometime. We're gonna, we're talking anyway. Might as well record it. So,
Yeah.
all
Well,
right, I'm gonna give it back to Curtis. Have a good one, sir.